Hey.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. How's it going?
Good.
That's good.
I'm just doing socials. Why don't you come up and take a photo? Is that all right?
Oh, no.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the opening ceremony of the 2022 Country Championship being held at this wonderful complex, the Central Coast Regional Sporting and Recreation Complex here in Tuggerah. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce you all to those who are in attendance here today. Representatives from our top are here this weekend, as well as Barry Duncan, a local Indigenous representative of Dark Young People. To begin proceedings today, we would firstly like to acknowledge and pay respect to the traditional owners and ongoing custodians of this land by welcoming Uncle Barry Duncan forward to deliver a welcome to country on behalf of the Dark and Jungle people.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me start by saying I'm not a Dark person. I'm a Bobo man, originally from the northwest New South Wales, Florida. My family has been living on the Central Coast for about 55 years. As chairperson of Darkma Aboriginal Land Council, we have over 750 members who take upon themselves to be custodians of this land. I'd like to welcome New South Wales country here to the land of the Dark Young people. I'd also like to acknowledge our elders, past and present, are also youth that are hoping for a bright future. We hope today's games go down well, injury-free, and that the decisions made through agreement. I hope that everybody has a great day, and welcome to the land of the Dark Young people. Dark Young Aboriginal Land Council prides itself on holding and hosting marvellous affairs like the Touch Stadium. So we look forward to this year, next year, and then the other years in New South Wales, Dark Young, and we look forward to that. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful morning.
Thank you, Uncle Barry. Only 12 months ago, we stated that 2020 for our sport was an unprecedented time in the history of our sport, and 2021 was no different. COVID in 2021 saw New South Wales Cup make the hard decision to cancel the country championship, and not long after, but near at the end of 2021, was voted on 2022. This affected our community in so many ways. Sport across the nation now sees sports leagues delayed, put on hold or cancelled. With the decision made for the New South Wales Cup, Chancellor made the event as one we never would have placed in. But we are thankful to be back here in Tuggerah, hosting this year's country championship. With that being said, we'd like to wish all players the best for the weekend, and we look forward to seeing everyone catch up and coming and take up in all the glory. Thank you.
down here, are they? One on either side. Ah, so at the back of the sublots.
Minutes. We're set for another great tournament this weekend. On behalf of New South Wales Club Football, we would like to wish you all the best and thank you for making your way here to Tuggerah. Just a reminder in regards to safety instructions that you received from field staff. If you could please carry those out. Minutes close, number 10 minutes. This next siren will be a test. Minutes played, referee, 2 minutes.
Good morning and welcome to the Central Coast Regional Sports Stadium here at Tuggerah. Fantastic conditions this morning for the 2022 Country Champs. And I'm joined here in commentary by David Stone for the local derby, Central Coast versus Newcastle. This should be an absolute belter.
Yeah, it's a good way to start off the tournament, Nathan. We've got two really classic sides here. Good tussle between two local teams. We've got the Central Coast Dolphins leading the Vorden Cup at the present. And we've got the rivals in Newcastle City Touch.
So a little bit of a delay. The boys not in a hurry to get started here. Warming up, obviously not happening here on the stadium, so they've taken their time. To get out here. We've got Mr. Tony Calabria will start us off here in the middle in the pink shirt. Very experienced referee. I'm sure he will handle this with absolute ease. And we're underway here on the stadium with Luke Kane taking the ball from left to right. He gives it to Josh Moffat and they take it forward. Chris Lennon and get the ball out. Here's Kane and Moffat will be middle, no doubt. And you've got Luke Moffat here at right link, and he gives it back to the brother Josh, and Kane picks it up. There's Lennon. Lennon looks left to right. He dives for it. It's a good touch. Good passing start early by the Coast boys, David.
Yeah, there's a nice little change-up set up into an ML. You'll see a lot of the Central Coast boys, they'll throw a lot of left to rights. A lot of their ball players are left to right ball players, so a lot of their platforms will come from left to right.
And as you mentioned, the Central Coast Dolphins currently leading the Vorden Cup. It's, those of you at home tuning in, it's a Sydney-based competition, but we have ventured down to Wollongong in the last couple of weeks. We're heading there next Sunday for the Vorden Cup, and yeah, the Coast boys showing a lot of skill to be really, them and Parramatta probably the two standouts so far in the Vorden Cup, David.
Yeah, it's a very young side too still. Like, they've been developing for the last 3 or 4 years from the under-20s. They won a few years ago, and now they're coming into the men's open system. But it's a real stronghold for New South Wales in the Central Coast area at the moment for players.
As the Coast boys going on the attack. And they'll go there. There's out ball. And Flaherty with the ball off the ground. And there's Moffat in there. Gives the ball away. And back to Josh. And Josh gives it to Luke Kane. Luke looking for the link quickie. They give the ball back. And there's Belcher. Belcher back to Moffat. And Kane with the ball. And Newcastle penalised again.
I believe this 2 penalties, so we could see a forced sub on the sideline already here, Nathan, early.
Belcher with the ball, and he gives it away to Flaherty, and Flaherty looks for the link quick. He's got him all, ends up, and he drops it stone cold there. They're on the attack, probably a little bit of a rush play, I feel, in that set, David.
Yeah, they really could have used their set, but another cheap turnover by Newcastle. This will hurt Newcastle if they keep turning the ball over cheaply.
As Flaherty now dances, and it's a good young player on Flaherty, one of the probably most improved in the last couple of years. I think you'd agree he was in and around the Origin squads.
Yeah, unfortunately he broke his hand. He would have been a real stronghold for our 20s Origin this year, but fortunately broke his hand. And
as Luke Kane's a quickie and Floyd Ty, I think it is, calls a no touch. Newcastle Knights, New South Wales Cup representative for the season, playing the half, and there's a dusty play the ball, and Newcastle here just absolutely shooting themselves in the foot every set here. They just need to complete. You can might be able to hear the coaches there in the effects, Mike, just to complete. We just need to tuck the ball under our arm, and very dewy conditions here early. It's had the grounds, the council up here, Central Coast Council, have done a fantastic job. They've copped some rugby league, and they go off the ground. Belcher to Moffat. Moffat's good. He slides, and it's a good touch by the Knights. But back to the council, done an outstanding job. The ground here is in fantastic nick. We got 9 fields in play over the weekend. We had a little bit of rain yesterday morning, but a little bit of dew this morning, but fantastic conditions as Kane. There you go, the dew in action there, and even with the pass. So the key here will be completing. David, you can hear him there. Complete.
Yeah, this type of conditions, just early in the tournament, you just got to keep completing your setup the other end and play your percentages. You can't win a tournament here, but you sure can lose one in the first couple of rounds. So just complete your sets, get up the other end and make the team work hard.
They get down the field. That's The ball's passed away. He stops on a dime. Ball butt over the top. And Newcastle, they're bucking the trend. Big dive for the line. I think they're happy. No, it's a touch.
Good second efforts there by Moffat out the back.
Oh, and that was bucking the trend. Central Coast with all the ball. And Newcastle, a very good driving set. And the Dolphins a little bit vulnerable in defence there.
Yeah, they got caught out a little bit there. It was a good rucking set, and it was actually the first set they've completed in probably the first 5 minutes, to be honest. So good start there when they do complete a set by Newcastle. It's something positive to go to.
So take the ball forward with Lennon. Just up over halfway, and you'll see on the field we got the anniversary logo, 50th anniversary touch, and the ball's picked up, and he left to right, little pop play out the back, and it's the 50th anniversary. And David, in your role as an MSC New South Wales touch, a lot of hard work going into the conference and the Jubilee Awards.
Yeah, looking forward to it in a couple of weeks' time. We've got a big weekend planned down in Sydney. We've moved to Accor Stadium because of the numbers for the conference and the awards night, which is really good. I think it could be a record-breaking awards night, to be honest, with the numbers that we've got, also including the Jubilee teams, which is really good.
Nearly 400 people, I believe, if not
I think we're at 476, but there has been some added as of yesterday, so really good numbers.
They might have to just hold it in the middle of the stadium at this rate.
Yeah, we could put them all up in the grandstands, I think, and the presenters be on the field. That might be the way to go.
And an error here from the Dolphins coming out, and they spread the ball wide here. There's Sam Mitchell, and he's going to take the touch with a full set on their hands tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see what they've got here as Floyd Ty looks to give it away, and they've sent on Brennan here. And they'll work there with Atkins and Ty, and Brennan's there as well, and Atkins at dummy half. Gives it back to Ty, and they'll play middle here on the attack, and interesting to see the defence. And there's Ty, he gets the ball. Looks, he steps off the left, a big dummy, and they can't handle it. Probably a little bit too exuberant this early with the conditions, David.
Yeah, just not patient enough. Teams aren't using their set of 6. We saw Central Coast turn the ball over on touch 1, and then they've turned it over on touch 3. So just a little bit more patience from both sides in attack.
As the Dolphins now, they head forward, and that'll be Kyle Germain. And the ball's played by Luke Kane, picked up, and he dummies 3 times. He goes over. Kyra Didi's got some wheels, but the referee's pulled it back for a late pass. Kyra Dida, one of the best finishers in the game at the moment, you'd have to say.
Yeah, he's one of the best, but also one of the fastest. I like this little tussle out here on this side wing. We've got 2 of the State of Origin 20s boys.
Oh, big contact. Yeah, that's always going to be a penalty. Sorry to interrupt, David, but you come in like that, it's a little bit reckless there from Ollie. No, it's not.
Could have got a week if he was playing league, mate.
4 sub there, shoulder charge, no doubt. And the referee's not happy, and we're going to advance tonight's upfield with a bit of back chat. Mutual respect policy in place, so no doubt if any players want to get out of line, I'm sure there'll be plenty of penalties this weekend against. As the Knights look over halfway, there's Isaac Jones, and there's Blake Potts, the State of Origin mixed open representative, played with his sister Jessica.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, they had a bit of a connection there. They have a really good connection in mixed, actually.
The ball's long ball out, and it's some good defence there. Slippery feet out there on that far wing, but Ollie Jones defends it well for the Dolphins. They're still on the attack. Ryan Potts now. He goes to the big dummy. Blake picks it up. A brother Blake, and he throws it over the top, and Kyra Adida just peels out with a little bit of simplicity there from Adida, and he'll play it. Moffat at dummy half, gives it to Kane, and they're the big 2 in this team, I think. And here's, Kaya almost got a chance to show his speed. Probably a little bit early in the morning for Kaya to get going, I think.
Yeah, and I think he's come back from a holiday in Bali too, overseeing some relatives and some heritage there from his background. But, yeah, he said he's still on Bali time.
At least he got to the game on time. That's the main thing. As the Dolphins go on the attack, they give the ball back. There's Flaherty with the ball. He gives it back through Lennon, and Lennon now gets the counties, and he dives at the line, and the referee's happy. Owen Flaherty, he'll open the scoring, and a simple play, short pass. Yeah, just a little bit out of position, the Knights.
Simple little counties play there by Lennon, and that's one of his go-tos. He really digs into the line, and I like the way how he played short. You've got to play through the front door in these dewy conditions. The long balls aren't going to work as well because you just can't rip a ball. So play the front door early.
You'll see the teams have swapped the position here. 30 minutes, touchdown turnaround. I'll tell you what, David, it's the first time we've been at 30-minute touchdown turnaround since I think the 2018 State Cup. We had the Fires or the smoke issues. We obviously had some rain last year and COVID in between that, and Floyd Ty picks it up and he dances and he gives the ball away. But, 30 minutes, the first time for a long time for some of these players.
I think it's the first time from me from a staffing point of view too, Nathan. It's been a very long time since a normal tournament of touch football.
You see the smiling faces all around the venue. I think everyone's happy, particularly the country affiliates. Missed out last year due to COVID. 52 teams back in 2020, and we've got just under 70 this year. A fantastic effort, including clubs as far as Albury, right down on the border. So a big thanks to Kate Stevens and the team from Albury who have come up and put in a mixed masters team, or mixed seniors team. I don't want to put them in the masters category just yet, but as far as Albury, and then as north, as up your way, I think, Stoney, up Maxville, I think probably as far as we go.
Yeah, Maxville, I think Maxville this year, but it's really good to see some new affiliates. Like we've got Tamworth back involved, we've got Gunnedah here, we've got Nowra. There's some real new.
They're going to hit back here, Potts, out the back, and they hit back. The Knights, just from nothing really, they've just quick drive. We've seen it from the start, from that first set that they had. Once they dropped the ball about 18 times, once they finally completed the set on the back of that, that drive's been outstanding, and the Dolphins have panicked a little bit. The dewy conditions, we saw a slip over there, and quick hands from Potts, and I believe that was Hugh Doherty on the far wing who gets the desserts for that one.
Yeah, I think early some late switches and that will really get some footwork. It is slippery. We've seen a fair few players slip under feet. But some late switches, some change of directions early. I think we'll see some early tries here.
That's a very, very good pass there from Jeremy Belcher. You had Moffat with the sweep and then the give back, and Belcher threw it over the top just nonchalantly, and they give it back, and the ball's long again. He's going to look for the pop on the inside. Oh, flick pass, outstanding, gives it back. Is he going to go out? He gives it back. And we got a touch, but that's some enterprising play in these conditions. As we said, they've been struggling to complete both sides, and then we're pulling out flick passes like Benji Marshall 2005.
Yeah, it was a nice enterprise play there, but it was well defended. Good scrambling there by the Newcastle City touch.
And we've seen a penalty go against the Knights.
I think it was for 7 on from where they've tapped it from.
And that's a big thing that we'll see, I dare say, early in the competition. I think there was no touch there from Kane. He's got some wheels on him, and Moffat will just take the touch. And Josh Moffat, you'd have to say, in the last 2 to 3 years, you talk about the development, JD and the team, Mitch Walkerton at Central Coast, and the time, and Kane, he's got him on toast here. He steps back and dives. It was a good touch, but Josh Moffat, I think, would definitely be one of the most improved players in the men's opens game in the last 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, and he did debut for the men's open State of Origin team this year, which was really good for him. He was one of the young kids that come from the 20s the year before. But yeah, he has been one of the form players for New South Wales, and really strong on the sweep plays and little tricky plays like that he's really strong for. So, but also a very good defensive link sometimes, yeah.
Don't be surprised to see him. He loves the little sweep play on the old S auto, or they just channel it now. It's usually just a little, that's a penalty from the ruck every day of the week, but the referee plays on, and that was off the mark. But we'll go 2 of one, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and we'll continue up the field the Knights. And Potts will get the ball and he'll throw it wide. And they go on the attack again, and the ball's played. Potts picks it up, he dances, and he goes through, is he? He looks, he got the ball away, but the winger on the far side, Josh Wertetz, he makes a touch. But the Knights, once again on that drive, David, here are pulling the Coast apart, I feel. Yeah,
they got them rolling really well, and Newcastle does get that really good flow. I think it's something that they're playing more middle, where Central Coast are coming from a 4-on-3 platform, but that's a bit better there by the Coast.
And the ball's picked up, and they go through. There's Niebel, Hemi Niebel, and I think he's dropped his out anyway. Referee Calabria in fantastic position. And the Knights here, they'll get on the roll here. Belcher probably offside, but then Calabria grabs him on the second one. Very experienced referee, Tony Calabria, one of the best in the game at the moment. And you'll see, no doubt, he will feature on Sunday later in the day, no doubt, as the Knights get up and they progress just over halfway. And the way this game's been, I'd love to see this played on a dry track, Stoney. I reckon this would be an absolute belter.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit different game too, Nathan, with the long balls and that. But I like the middle platform that Newcastle are coming from. I think that's the way to go early this morning, and then take the 4-on-3 platforms later on today.
And they go over, they go long, and some good defence there, Ollie Jones, and he pulls it out. Speaking of that, Central Coast probably not entirely happy there on the TV, on the coverage through, thanks to Bar TV, and it gives the coaches for the Vorden Cup and also moving forward to State Cup an opportunity to pick them to pieces.
Yeah, a little bit of footage. It's always handy to have a bit of footage on teams, but these days, most players, most teams know every single play in the playbook, and it doesn't take long for these players.
Oh, here we go. They've gone to bits. Ollie Jones out the back, and there's the man, Josh Moffat. With some good feet in there. I think it was Flaherty and Kane in the drive, and then out the back, the passive play. And Ollie Jones scores in the corner, 2-1 Dolphins.
Yeah, that's a good hit back there by the Dolphins, and as we were saying, look to try and play through that front door early. We've got Calabria pulling the play up here to have a quick chat to players.
So after the skipper, so I dare say there may have been some words. So there he is, Tony. Everyone's looking at you now, Tony. Give the camera a wave, all the folks back home.
Let's just say he's promoting our 50-year sign, Nathan. It's a good thing by Tony. I think he's thinking of us.
As we go forward, David, we've spoken a little bit, touched on the origin, mate. Debuted as the head coach of the men's 20s and come up trumps in the first game, but just couldn't seal it in the last two, very tight contest. How was that experience, the whole campaign?
The experience was really good. There was a lot of lessons learnt by me as a coach as well. A little bit of a disgruntled preparation, obviously, with a lot of the rain. It was hard to find proper fields. We're trained on synthetics, which isn't ideal. But overall, the boys played really well. I was really proud of how they played. Like, we really gave it to a star-studded Queensland side. Like I said, really proud of the boys. We had a couple of injuries before we even got up there. Obviously, Owen Flaherty, who would have played a big part, broke his hand. But overall, it was a really good experience and really, really proud of the 20s boys.
And if you can give us a tip of a player to watch out of that, you might not want to single out just one player, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of flack given regardless as a bit of the coach's pet, but is there a player to watch maybe later this weekend over the screen? Is there anyone here this weekend that's one to watch?
Yeah, I think this kid just missed the touch, actually. So it could make me look bad, but young Lennon, really young kid, but just come back from soccer to play touch again, and he is outstanding. He's got a really good left and right. He was a real stronghold for us, even defensively at Origin. There he goes. He's missed a strike, but really good kid to watch overall, and just a good kid in general. But there's another one from the Parramatta Eels that I really like as well, as Will Hickey defensively. Just knows his role. He's a type of player you do need in a team that just does his job, no questions asked. But yeah, it's a good group of 20s that we got coming through, so it's hard to single some out.
2-2 there, some slick hands and Knights. This probably come into this, you probably think probably would have had the Dolphins in front by a couple at the end, but the Knights are definitely putting on a show here. They've turned up and not afraid of the crosstown rivals, and they don't care where they sit in the top of the Vorden Cup, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, this is good. I think this is good for probably the Dolphins too. Give them a bit of a reality check sometimes to go, yeah, there's other teams that will stick it to us in the country. It's not just about the Sydney teams that will give it to us. Newcastle's really showing here, and look, they're a quality side. Like, they've got some good players in the Potts boys, and Floyd Tyer's been a past Australian player. So there's some quality players in this Newcastle team.
I think there's also the fact, as you said, the style of play here. The Knights have clearly come with a plan to go up the guts. I think that's very evident. I think on the last play, as they go the sweep with Kane, Kane steps back, and that's a try. I think that's down, but
no, you got to call a touch.
Good touch there by Matt Atkins. But that style of play here probably surprised the Dolphins here a little bit, and they've been very successful early, the Knights. Yeah,
they have been. Like we say, I think they've played the right conditions, the plays for the right conditions. It's a bit dewy, but they're not trying to throw the big long balls. They're playing through the front door like they need to. There's a good play here by Potts.
Are you surprised at the style of play so far from the Dolphins? They are, as you said, they're setting up for that ML middle platform, and it just looks like they're just trying to go long. It's been successful once for them, but every other time the Knights' defence is sliding out.
Yeah, I personally think I'd like to see him throw some options. So maybe strike down from the right and just play short. we know they've all got their left to right players. They've got 3 or 4 in the team that can go left to right, but set it up for a right to left maybe. Just surprise Newcastle. Newcastle, obviously these boys play each other all the time, but obviously they're set up for the 4 and 3, so that's what the defensive structure for Newcastle is sticking to. Maybe bring it wide and just throw a short ball and an early release rooster from the right to left maybe might work.
There we go there, Luke Moffat getting into the play with a step back, and Raina Badia on the field for the Dolphins, and they're starting to mix it up, and you got Josh and Luke now, the Moffats.
You've also got Hemi Nebel here as well. These 3 always work well together.
Nebel goes for the link quickie, and the link quickie isn't that comeback. It's come back like double denim. The old link quickie, that's back in. It's an in thing these days.
It is. I think it's something that the referees might start watching really closely, because geez, some of them are line balls. I think it's something that the referees might need to pick up on, these link quickies.
Once again, Mr. Calabria there, giving our 50-year logo a plug, as you'll see, for all the events. We're still at State Cup and also the Vorden Cup Grand Final to go, which you can see under it the 2022 Country Championship. So for the events during this year, the 50th anniversary, we'll be celebrating with that logo and the name of the competition under it. So a big thanks to Best Science for producing some of the best work. They do how they do it. Some of those blokes is absolutely amazing with freehand. And they produce with a quality like that. It's very, very good stuff. So a big thank you to them. Big shout out to our partners, Budgie Smuggler, who are here. They're here on site, so no doubt we'll have all the country touch community that they'll be all smuggling by the end of the weekend. So a big shout out to the team there, to Adam and the team at Budgie Smuggler, and also our official apparel supplier, ISC. A big thank you to those guys for partnering, as well as Hyperactive, the merchandising partner. They go long with pots, and the ball's caught by Carter Lovell on that far side. We'll go forward here and play the ball, and the ball's picked up by Mitchell, and Mitchell gives it to Potts, and back to Mitchell, and give it away, and there's Atkins, and Atkins gives it back, and Mitchell will play it. Atkins picks it up, he steps off the right, and there's a long ball, and Adida. I think that you're spot on, David, and obviously been around the game for a long time, and I think the long ball just isn't working for anyone at the moment.
One thing there, I've noticed too, the wingers for the Coast are really holding wide. Their link is channeling, but if the attacking link from Newcastle gets deeper and chops a hard hole and a little bit wider, I think that link hole's really on.
As the Dolphins, who Belcher picks it up, and they give the ball. They got the overlap here. Flaherty will go for the line. He gives it. Oh, very unselfish play by Owen Flaherty, and they take the lead here with around about 6.5 minutes left on the clock. But that was some serious play, and the hands when they work, absolutely outstanding. So good play, and Josh Waterts there with the try in the corner for the Dolphins. As Calabria restarts us, and the Knights will look to level up 3-2 to the Dolphins in an epic clash. And we go forward, and we're going to go on the attack, and there's LRs. And LRs plays it, and the big dummy there from Potts, Ryan Potts, and penalty from Mr. Calabria. And they'll go on the attack, looking to get back in the lead, or get back level, sorry, I should say. Back in the lead, back level, and they'll play there's LRs, and they give it back. Floyd Ty back on the field, and moving forward. Ty wants that link quick, he wants to expose him, but he doesn't want a bar of it there, and some good defence getting up in the face, and there's Floyd Ty, as I said, Newcastle representative in the New South Wales Cup, and he dummies and passes, good ball. They go for the line and knock down. Good defence on the wing, Waterts.
Once again, Nathan, that's good counties play there by Ty, but the opposite link isn't chopping a hole. He's just running on the outline. I think he's got to get wide and chop a hole hard.
And there's LRs. LR's to the line. It's a good touch there on that far side. Raina Badia. Here's the call from the coast box. Energy's the call, and they're going to go the sweep play. Ty gives it. Dummies off the ground. They've got him here on toast, LRs, and Josh Moffat, his speed there saves him big time to be young again, it would be fantastic, wouldn't it? There's Elars, picks the ball up, he dummies to tie. They've got him here. Can he get off the man? And they're dummied, and he throws into him. That's ball down. Very, very good call, Brendan Sanderson. Very, very good decision. I think he knew that he was cactus there and had no other option, and chucked it into the legs of the defender.
Yeah, but once again, just to change of direction, another man slipping early this morning. That's the way to go to this morning. Just use your footwork, change of direction, and people are slipping over everywhere.
And the Dolphins now, they look for their subs, and Moffat will go off, and there's Raina Badia. They get up over halfway. There's Belcher, he's dummy, he takes it, it's last. That's Niebel with the ball, he throws it long, and there's Warturts, and ball to ground, and penalty from the referee back in the middle of the field.
Must have been for a late ball there, but opportunity here for Newcastle to get up the other end.
As we said, 4 minutes to go as Elars takes the ball forward, and there's Ty. He looks for the pass on the inside to Elars. Elars needs to get off. He's looking for a sub. He's been on. He's done some hard work there, the young fella. And here come the legs for the Knights, and that's the Isaac Jones, and Potts gives it away. And there's Brennan. Brennan plays the ball. The ball's picked up, and that's jersey 12, which would be Will Steele, I believe. And there's Brennan again. That'll be a late pass.
Yeah, they got a little bit muddled up there. They're looking for the middle am too passive out the back. But the link come in. I think the link need to stay wide, a bit wider there, but you can see it coming out the back. The link on the box side really dropped deep.
So the Dolphins here with 3 minutes. 3 minutes on the clock. They'll just be going for field position, I dare say, and if they get a chance to strike, then they'll look for it. And a little bit, it's like maybe struggling to lack of training with the weather or something. They look a bit disjointed, the Dolphins, but when you get Moffat and Kane together, they can do what they want, and they go straight through. And David, you've been calling it. I want to give you a rap there. You've been calling the front door and just going short, hitting a hard hole. And the viewers at home, that's a David Stone special.
Yeah, got to hit the front door. But one thing there, I think it's patience too, Nathan. Not going to the fancy plays. Touch is a very simple sport. A lot of people complicate it. But just play the percentages, play the basics.
And as we said, they'll look to strike if they get a chance, and the experience. You know, this is a very, very young side, as you said at the start of the coverage, this Dolphin side, but they're going to be a force to be reckoned with for years. As you mentioned, the top of the Vorden Cup at the moment, no doubt they'll be featuring on Sunday in the semi-finals at a minimum. Very good side.
We also, too, got to remember, Nathan, they played a game last night, so they could be still a little bit fatigued. They would have travelled down, but obviously a little bit of fatigue maybe in the legs.
Well, as you said, this is, I suppose, the beauty of the crossover as well. There may also be, obviously, in the lead up to the country champs, but there also may be a bit of loading in the leagues for State Cup. I think State Cup is the premier competition. I think that's what everyone sets their goals for, and they pick it up, and there's some speed there. They run out of play, and they go the late. Calabria's got them. Late switch, the unintended late switch from Luke Kane.
I tell you, if he late switched earlier, it was on for sure, because that middle was burnt.
But that also could be a factor, as we said, with the crossover competition. So we're Vorden Cup, we're into country champs this weekend, and the Vorden Cup next weekend. We have Thursday, Friday, and Sunday games. So, and then also, as we said, you know, starting the training for State Cup, loading those legs.
Yeah, it's definitely touch season's back, Nathan. It's full on with touch football at the moment, but yeah, really looking forward to the end of the season with State Cup coming.
I'll get a chance to hit back here, but it might be a little bit too late, as Jojo once said. And they'll go on the attack. Not long to go, 30 seconds, and Floyd Tye will hold it up. Some good defence there, and Kane will go up, he'll make it. They go the out ball, and there's Elars. Elars will go straight through there. Luke Kane, big gap. Sydney heads opened up between Belcher and Kane, and Elars goes straight through. And they hit back, 4-3. Just 20 seconds on the clock.
Just quietly, Nathan, they out ball and step back off the feet, and once again another slip. So if those teams that are playing next are watching, I think that's your go-to for the next hour or so until this dew gets off the ground.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the next hour will probably bring still conditions with the way the fields are, and there you can hear it in the background. That'll do us the first game. Thanks for joining us, David. It's 4-3 win to the Dolphins to start the country champs. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back with our next game shortly. Good morning, welcome back into the stadium field, and we have, as David mentioned earlier, we have the Tamworth Titans taking on the Wollongong Devils one side here in the mixed open, and I'm joined here for a short while, nonetheless, by the Business Operations and Events Manager, Kylie Hearn. She's just going to provide the touch community, and just before she does, I just want to take this opportunity on behalf of the staff and also Dean and the family to say a big thank you to everyone who sent through all their well wishes with Dean, and he's on the mend, as Kylie will update us, but a big thank you to everyone that has passed on. The support's been very overwhelming, and no doubt Dean appreciates it. So, Kylie?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump on and just say that the staff this weekend have just been, being checked on by our community, which is always lovely, and everyone has been asking about Dean, so I just want to let everyone know that Dean is on the mend. He is. He still has a little bit of a recovery to go through, but we definitely do miss him in the office. That's and I'm sure the boys actually don't miss Dean and I and our husband and wife fighting, or mum and dad as they like to call us.
Definitely mum and dad, that's for sure.
But he's good, and we appreciate everyone that has been asking about Dean's welfare. It just shows how much he is loved in our community and how much he is missed. So not sure if we'll see him at State Cup. I think Dean will try every way possible to get to State Cup, but he is back working a couple of days a week, which is always positive, but his health is our first concern, so we want him to take his time and do what he needs to do. But from a staff perspective, we just want to say also thank you to everyone that has assisted us and reached out and said if we needed assistance or guidance. That's appreciated by us and also by our board as well. So thank you. But Dean, I know you're probably watching. Don't worry, mate. Everything's under control. It's all good. Don't have to worry about anything, but you are missed, and our community definitely miss you as well. So it's all good.
Thanks, Kernsey. Thank you very much for the update. And as Kylie said, the lead up to Country Champs, I think everyone's been excited. And as you know, when there's a missing piece of the puzzle, I think everyone knows the size of the piece that Dean is when it comes to not just events, but also the everyday workings of the office and everything we do, and even just the culture of the office. And yeah, as Kylie said, it's been a bit weird not having him there.
It is weird.
It's a bit odd. He's usually part of the furniture in his office.
What was that movie? I'm not me without you.
Yeah, that's probably sums it up quite well. He as I said, not walking in every day and not having him there, it's a bit odd, but he's back in the office, I think, 1 day a week at the moment.
Yeah.
So as the Devils go through with Luke Tonagato there, taking a crack at the line. So we'll say a quick goodbye to Kylie, and we'll see her maybe.
Hey, Roo, see you around.
Maybe a little bit later this weekend, and the Dolphins, the Devils, mind you, will go on the attack here. And there's Tonagato and Bart Hill are on the attack, and the Titans just pulling out of it with Caleb Bergen trying to stall on the defence. And as Tonagato will get the tap and the penalty, and they're pushing him up, the referees. They're forcing him forward, and the ball's played, and they give the quarterback and long pass out the back, and Bianca Miller on that far side will start the scoring for the Devils, and they take the lead. This Devils mixed open side filtered with absolute stars. You've got the likes of Tonagato, Tope, Cole Beck, Ed Burrell, Rachel Tonagato, you've got Nick Chapman, Bart Hill, Terry Deegan, host of stars for the Devils. They're going to be one to watch, and they'll be featuring, I dare say, on the Sunday deep into the competition. And it's a big test for the Titans here. First time in a long time for the Titans back at a representative competition. They're doing some really good work up there. Kelly Han and the team as they go on the attack, and little fumble. We mentioned the Jew before, and Deegan will get the ball out the back, and there's Brittany Rudd, and little slippery feet there from Ed Burrell, and they'll go again, and it'll be Chapman taking the ball forward and looking to get up over the New South Wales Touch anniversary sign through Veron, and there's Tonagato. Tope picks the ball up. He picks it up and he goes through looking for a switch, but no. He stays the course, ball over the back, and Tonegado will score the second for the Devils. Take a 2-0 lead. Nice little pick up from Matt Tope. And looking for someone, and he found partner in crime, Luke Tonegado. And the Devils, they'll just warm into things. And big thank you to all the clubs for their contributions here, getting to the country champs. It's always good fun in the lead up with getting teams on the park and ordering gear and everything else that comes with it. So a big thank you to the team at the teams and the clubs and all the volunteers out there. Without our game, we don't have the volunteers. As David mentioned, there'll be a few recognised for their contribution over the last 12 months at the Jubilee dinner, and the Titans on the attack, and they just can't hold on to that one. At the Jubilee dinner, we'll get the Jubilee teams, so the 50th anniversary teams will be named, or presented, sorry, they've already been named. They're up on our website and socials, so make sure you go and check that out. There's plenty of good names amongst those as they go over the sign, the Devils, and they'll go on the attack. Chapman gives the ball away, and that'll be Burrell, and Burrell plays, and there's Veron picks the ball up. Jamie Veron. It's a very, very good touch there by Sam Casson. Big diving touch in the middle of the field. And 2-0, and they'll look to work it out, and they'll go forward with, there's the man Casson there, and they look through. There's Scott Berry, and take the ball forward, and pass. Good, almost good answer. Put a bit of the mock on halfway through as Talara Knox couldn't hold on to it, and there's Veron, and he'll take one forward, and Burrell gives it away to Chapman, and Chapman looks for Beck but turns it back inside to Burrell, and Ed Burrell, New Zealand international, goes, he skips, he gets the ball back, and he's going to step back here. He stepped back, and we spoke about the Jew before, and Graham Goodwin awards a try. We spoke about the Jew, slippery conditions, and the step back on all plays I think he's on for the morning here until this Jew subsides. So it's a good try by Ed Burrell, man of many years experience and international. Play the ball forward, and they go on the run again here, the Titans, and there's Knox. They pass the ball, and there's Walford. Jermaine Walford with the ball. He's stepping and skipping, and he's looking. He's got the shoulder taped, and might see him dive. There's Caleb Bergen, and there's Walford picks it up. He's got man with the slip, and the ball comes out to Shinta Knox. Dare say would be the sister or some form of relations, the Knox family. G'day to you from sunny Central Coast out at Tamworth. We might even have the Knox family here with us on the coast for the weekend, and the Titans will continue to attack, but there's Tonegado. Oh, no, it's not Bart Hill, I beg your pardon. The Devils will head there to the box, and there's Tope, and Knox makes a touch, and they're going to sweep on here, the Devils, and there's Ali Mawson and Chapman on the field, and he gives the ball away, and there's Bianca Miller, gives it back to Deegan, Terry Deegan, another experienced campaigner. Tonegado plays it, Chapman picks it up, he gives it away to Deegan. Now Deegan stops, he gives it back to Tonegado, and Tonegado looking, he plays it, there's Mawson, picks it up, he gets the counties play, he steps off the left, gives it to Mawson, that was forward I thought. Graham Goodwin all over it. Goody from Taree, a fantastic decision, and a long serve of the game was presented with his Distinguished Service Award in the referee's tent this morning. 25 plus years service to the game of touch football, so a big thank you to Graham Goodwin. Also Steve Lyons and Bill Slade were presented this morning, so a big thank you to our referee crew for their tireless commitment to the sport. As the Titans now will get up near halfway, and once again a big thanks to the council here at the Central Coast Regional Sporting and Recreational Complex. Stu and the team, Stu and Andy, have done a fantastic job this week, and a big thank you to Karen from the council. It's been an absolute delight to work with this week, and she's made our life a hell of a lot easier along with Stu and Andy and the team. And as we can see, the field in pretty good conditions considering the amount of rainfall we've had and the traffic they've had. There's been different events here, the rugby league here last week and most of the season, as well as soccer and cricket and everything else that they've fielded here. So they've done a great job, the council. So a big thank you to the crew. And there's Tope with the ball. He gets on the attack. Burrell picks it up and he's got some space. They go the late switch and they've got plenty of room. Take your option. And Matt Tope goes, I'm going to go long and give Brittany Rudd a try. That's the option that he takes, and the Devils score another one. I think the Titans here, they're up against it. They're probably a bit stiff with the draw to run in to a side with lots of experience that have played a long time together. And they're doing it with a little bit of ease at the moment, the Devils, but as the Titans look to go on the attack and go forward and turn the ball over, and the Devils, I'm going to call them the Dolphins, the Devils will play it out, and the dummy on the inside, and they'll hit this box area, and there was Bianca Miller from dummy half, and Ed Bale almost knocks over Goody, and they continue up the field, and there's Bart Hill who plays it. Chapman gives a push in the back and gives it away, and this is good. Hands touched in flight, and that was Lauren Robinson who dishes it out. I'll go on the attack again, and there's Deegan wanting the ball back. Chapman will play it. Bart Hill, he sweeps, and they've got the 2-on-1, and there's Robinson, Lauren Robinson. There's a good diving touch. I think that's Knox, Delara Knox with the touch. And Deegan will dance. He'll put on his dancing shoes, and he'll go early ball back to Bart Hill, and some good defence. And I think the longer Spriggs will be brought out for tomorrow morning, I dare say, because it's playing a bit of havoc. Here, the Chapman gives off the ground. That's a good play. Bart Hill dives. Is a touch made? Referee Goodwin says no. And the Devils of Wollongong extend their lead. Plenty of teams coming up from the Gong this weekend. They got another mixed open side, the men's opens. They've got a mixed seniors, I believe, and a men's 55. So well represented, the Gong, and do a fantastic job out of Thomas Dalton Park, and they're in Fairy Meadow, which there's a penalty there as Walford couldn't stay on his feet, and not Walford, sorry, Bergen couldn't stay on his feet. That Walford will get to dummy half, and him and Bergen will work with Knox, and Knox is just holding up a bit. There's Bergen, he gives it away to Walford, and Walford will stand and dance. He's going to try and take on Tope, and he's ball down. I dare say that's a correct decision there from the referee, and the Devils will take it out here, and it's fantastic conditions. A big shout out to Bar TV and the crew here. Nick, big thank you, doing all our coverage over this weekend, so big thank you to all the teams, to Josh and the team at Bar TV. As the Devils, Deegan now will go down, and there's Nicole Beck. She picks it up, she's through. Ball is away, the referee calls. Knox just couldn't get back quick enough, and they get through, and Deegan and Beck killing it up the middle for big thanks to the Gong men's 30s that are tuning in. Thanks, Robbo. Just got a text from Tim Robinson. You should be playing mixed anyway, Robbo, so maybe State Cup, especially with Luggy. As the Titans go on the attack, as the Devils here with go into cruise control, I dare say, for the remaining 11 minutes or 10 and a half minutes. And the Titans, a little bit of fatigue coming in. The back end, Chapman will play the ball, and he'll dish it away. We got someone's taken a fall there, and good hands down this left-hand touchline, and it's a good covering touch there from Kylan Kennedy, and he gets back in and touch on the wing here, and they'll go forward. There's Robinson, and play the ball in the splits. There it is. Bianca Miller, that hurt me up here, getting into that position. Jesus. It's a lot safer up here in the commentary box, that's for sure, and I think Nick agrees with me. As the Titans there, just struggling to get out of their own end, and as I mentioned, a little bit of fatigue. And there's Tonegado, experienced campaigner at Origin and dare say Australian representative, and it's a serious team they got on paper here, the Devils, and switch it up, and Deegan's on the field, and as the Titans now get up over halfway, and Asar Millgate takes it forward, and there's a bit of dancing from Tyron Cloak, and long ball out here to Millgate, and Millgate will dance and gives the ball away, and there's Macy Gillies, and Gillies hands it over, and they'll go up the far sideline, or the close sideline with Miller, and they'll go through the box again, and there's Hill, Bart Hill. It's forward, and there's a error from Ali Mawson. As Titans through Scott Berry going forward with is that Knox again. Yeah, Knox knocks it on, and the ball goes away to the Devils as they take it forward, and it'll be Burrell taking it up, and Robinson, and there's Tope, the ball away, and there's Nicole Beck on the field, and she gives the ball away, and there's Deegan. There's plenty of space. There's Chapman with a bit of speed and direction. Deegan gets it, plays it. Chapman stands. He's offside. They're playing on. Good call, the referee, and it's a try over the far side to Tonegado. He gets his second or third. This is a good display and a good start for the Devils. I think they'll be happy with this one to start off the tournament, and we'll head back to halfway in a easy lead here at the moment, and a big shout out once again to all our sponsors and to all the vendors on the venue as well, all the coffee vans and the Good Food Union, and as well as our partners, Hyperactive and Budgie Smuggler and ISC, as go forward. A big thanks to Loopy, George Lupus as well, who does our photography, and the Titans have been robbed of one. The ball out the back and over the top, and I think Sam Casson was hoping for one as Walford attacks the line, and there's Casson. Casson gives the ball away, and there's Jeremiah West, and West will get the quickie, and there's Casson, and they're trying to go down this very, very short side, and they're going to go the sweep now, and they go the sweep with West, and the ball's picked up. Casson, and he gives it away, and Walford dives, and Nicole Beck, plenty of experience there from Nicole Beck, just jams in and makes the touch, and we'll go forward, and there's Walford again and West. Now they'll be working together, and they'll look out for Hippie on that far side, and it's a tired mistake from Jermaine Walford. He's tried his absolute guts out here, and I dare say he'll be leading the pack for the Titans in their quest for a couple of W's later this weekend. And it's a big weekend for some of these mixed teams, and up to seven round games with the amount of teams we had, and so six games and a bye for some, and then we head into the finals. It's the top three of each pool go in, and this is sharp from the Devils, and Bart Hill couldn't hold on to it, but top three from each pool, so two pools in the mixed open, and top three go into the top pool, so pool A or mixed open A, and then we split into mixed open B for the next 3, and the rest, unfortunately, will be eliminated. But, there's some contact there with Bart Hill and West. But they go forward and they pick the ball up, and there he is, Millgate, and the flick pass out the back from Bergen, and they say ball down the referee. So we've got a wide variety here on the stadium over the course of the next 2 games. We've got plenty of divisions, plenty of different clubs, so we hope you enjoy it. We hope that the touch community out there enjoys seeing touch football all weekend on live on the TV. No doubt there'll be plenty of people streaming from Facebook or the website and streaming live to your TV. And cheerio to all our supporters and parents, and they dive for the line. It's a good touch. It's a very, very good touch from Caleb Bergen. A try saver had absolutely no right to be there given the score line. But he puts in the big dive as it is, and as the Titans go forward, and I'll go again, and there's Bergen, the man with the try saver not too long ago. And next up here on the stadium, we have the Beresfield Bandits taking on the Wallsend Wolves, followed by the men's opens, the Dubbo Devils, the Battle of the Devils. After that is Dubbo versus Wollongong. And following into lunchtime, we have the women's seniors, so the combined women's 30s and 40s, the Mudgee Mud Crabs taking on the Maxfield Falcons a little bit later. And our full list of games that are live streamed will be on our website. And the Devils extend their lead on the far side through Rachel Tonagato. Some slick hands, and it was a sharp driving pattern and set to the box. And they extend their lead to 8. The Devils. A couple of minutes to go. Get back to halfway and we'll tap off and see if we can get them on the board. Just over 2 minutes on the clock, and there's Jermaine Walford taking the meters. Here, I'd love to see the hard-earned index. He'd be well up there, and you've got Tyrone Cloak doing some work with also Scott Berry, and they give the ball back here. Can they get on the board? Cloak is touched, but Walford's in there, and some good sharp running from Berry, a little bit more direct from the Titans, and they troubled, a little bit of trouble there, and some good hands on that far side. And there's Berry with the ball. He gets the counties in and look to play. Walford needs to hit that hole, and it's a dusty pass at best out the back. It's definitely not through a lack of trying. The Titans are giving it everything here. It's great to see the Tamworth Titans here, and they're giving it their absolute all, and they're competing. They've definitely been in it here at stages against this red-hot Wollongong side. And I look for the fly play. There's Tope, gives it to Deegan, and Deegan, well, it opened up. It was pretty simple, the little fly play. And you can see the hands on the hips and on the knees. They're feeling it. They're wanting the full-time siren, the Titans. With just over a minute to go. There was some slick play. That driving pattern with the little flies, everything they want and everything they need, the Devils. 9-0. It's a good start. It's a good exclamation mark on the first performance of the tournament. There's Scott Berry will take it forward for the Titans, and a little bit fatigued. He's struggling to bend down to roll the ball. Jeremiah West with Cloak. Cloak's got some footwork on him here. He'll bounce and gets the ball back off Berry, and he steps back off his right. He's got the flashy white boots, and there's Berry. Berry will get the quickie. Plays that one correctly. He goes, looks at the double pump, and Deegan, will he have the legs? The young fella, look at him go. Up, not even to halfway. They give the ball away, and there's Rudd. Rudd will get there. He pulls up short, and Deegan will come and have a well-earned rest. He's been in everything, Terry Deegan, and they take the ball forward through Mawson, and they balls off the ground to Burrell, and Burrell dummies inside to Tonagato, and he takes the touch, Ed Burrell, and they're going to go the sweep play here, and Ball off the ground, and there's Veron, and Veron throws long, and it's out of reach of Brittany Rudd on this near touchline, and Terry Deegan sucking in the big ones here after that intercept. As they Titans will head to the box, and they say they'll be looking for a breather as well, the Titans, in the final seconds of the game. And they get up to halfway, and steps off the left Millgate, and the ball's picked up, and they go long, and ball thrown out to Macy Gillies, and she can't handle it, and the ball's turned over. Bart Hill touched on last, and Chapman picks it up, and he dummies, gives it away to Nicole Beck, and Beck throws it out to Rudd, and Rudd with nowhere to go, and the ball's turned over. The Devils go forward, and there's Chapman with the ball, and he takes it up over the 10, and there's Tope, sorry, mixed up with the time. There's still a couple of minutes on the clock left, actually, so Veron will pick it up, and he'll pass it away, and Burrell couldn't hold on to it, and the Titans hold on once again. The Titans, and there he is again, Walford. And also Bergen, he's been amongst everything, and there's West, and a little error at dummy half, and it's just fatigue for Jermaine Walford. He's put in the big ones here, and he's just almost come to a standstill as they give the ball out, and that's Lauren Robinson, and she gets up over the halfway, and some wheels there from Ed Burrell to get over the 10, and dummy half would be Tonagato, gives it away to Bart Hill, and here comes Luke. Deegan will get the ball, he's recovered from that intercept, and he's looking to dance, and they'll go the sweep play with Tonagato, and they got him on toast here, and they go the double pump, and they give it away, and there's a try to Rachel Tonagato. Some slick movement there, Tonagato, and they score a simple try on this far side, and just a slick movement to stand them up and then accelerate in the dummy, and it was just class from the Wollongong side. And the Titans, there's Walford, deserves a try. There's probably about 4 of the Titans that deserve a try. They've tried their absolute guts out. And there's Berger. He's one of the blokes that deserves one. There's Walford going for the line. He's forced sideways by Hill. And he's going to go again, have another crack, Walford. He gets the ball, and he steps, and he goes and dives, and give it to him. Give him a try. He's tried his absolute guts out. And they'll pick the ball up here, and Bergen will look to get past Deegan, and he won't get past the wily old fox, Terry Deegan, there in that position. And Tonagato will pick it up with a minute left on the clock, and Tonagato picks it up and gives to Hill, and Bianca Miller on this side, and there's Luke Tonagato up over halfway, and they'll look to put one more on. I dare say there's Veron, and direction from Tope, and Tope will get the ball from Miller, and they'll go through Chapman, and Nicole Beck will pick it up. She stands her up, and It's called offside, and Topi there has to run around, and the dummy from Tope, and it's a good diving touch. And there it is. That'll do it. The Wollongong Devils way too good for the Tamworth Titans here in the round one of the mixed opens. We'll be back in a few moments with the women's opens between the Beresfield Bandits and the Wallsend Wolves. And welcome back Women's Opens. Beresfield Bandits in the black and royal, running right to left here against the Wolves End Wolves, another local derby, and you'll see plenty of those this weekend here at the Country Championships. And the Bandits will take it forward, and there's Ellis going up the middle and playing with Urpeth, and need a little bit of lateral here early, and they're going to run the Cindy play on that link, and it's last, and referee costing him with a hand in the air, and says that's 6, and big weekend for some of the referees here, and up to 5 games in a day as a referee. And as mentioned, we want a big thank you to all our referees that do a fantastic job, and 5 games will do anywhere from 3 to 4 kilometres per game. I'll let you guys at home do the maths with that one. It's a lot of running than most of us do in a week. So big thank you to all the refs for their tireless effort as the Bandits look to get up near halfway. And there's Abby Ellis, as we mentioned before, and they'll go through, and there's Urpeth, and they'll look to come wide here, and the ball's given away, and jersey 16, it'll be Beckett, and a little dish off there from Shaw, and the dummy half is Ty, and Ty picks it up, gives it back to Shaw, and Shaw can't handle it, looking for the quick pass, and Chippendale is well positioned, makes a touch. We're 0-0 here early on in this one, and the Wolves will get their chance here in the sky blue, coming to the box, and they'll look to get up near that line, and here come the troops, and dummy half picks it up, which is Brown, and gives the ball away, and charging onto the ball is Bailey Pappas, and Pappas can't handle it on that occasion, but once they go forward and show some direction, they've made some very easy meters here, and they're going to go lateral here through Ty Beresfield, and they need to go forward, and a little bit of lateral play from both sides pretty early on in the game, and there's Aoki, and the ball dished under, and Osland with some speed, and there's the direction we wanted, and Murdoch picks it up and looks for Osland, and it's a very, very good set from the Beresfield Bandits as they get right up near the line, and they take it forward, and just up to the 10, Osland misses a touch, and they pass it wide, and there's Brown now. Brown gets near the New South Wales Touch 50th anniversary sign, and Richards, and there's Brown, and this the ball away, and ball inside to Jones, and taking it forward is Kirkpatrick, and the ball's picked up, and Kirkpatrick's going to score the opener, is she? Yes, she is. Very good direction, and Jules Kirkpatrick scores the first try after Evie Jones showed clean pair of heels, picking up, and then small little dish off, and try time to the Wolves, and they'll play from in front. Go left to right on the screen as Urpeth throws it over the top to Noel Vale, the winger, standing flat-footed, and ball goes to ground as we'll go forward, and there's Kirkpatrick, the try scorer. She wants more of the hard work, and the Wolves will get up near halfway, and that's Richards taking it forward, and they'll dummy inside, and there's Brown, who's in everything at the moment, and Brown takes a touch, and dummy half is Johnston, and move forward through Stevens. Stevens gives it away, and there's Chippendale, throws it out, and there's some speed on that far side by Fenton, and Chippendale at dummy half. Passes off to Stevens, and Stevens will look to work, and Chloe Allen in there, and Chippendale, and the referee says penalty, and not moving forward, and they'll get a chance to extend their lead, the Wolves here on the attack, and there's Chloe Allen, and she's dancing, and Johnston wants the ball here at link, but they're playing around there. Stevens will go to the line, gives it Chippendale. She steps, and it's a good touch on that far side. Very good touch on that far side, preventing the try. And here's Stevens with the ball, and Stevens give the ball to Johnston. They go the sweep play, Chippendale. Chippendale stands her up, and she casually strolls over like a Sunday stroll there, just stood her up. Still must be a little bit dewy out there. We spoke about that in the first game this morning. And Chippendale on the sweep just stopped and went again. A little bit of change of speed. And not much in direction, but caused the Beresfield player to lose her feet. And the Wolves extend their lead, 2-0. I'll go again, the Bandits. The Bandits of Beresfield, and take it forward through Lucy Lowe, and there's the ball away to Ty, and Ty will get the quickie back and dishes off, and Shaw with the ball, and I'll go towards the line through Lowe, and there's Ty. Ty goes for the line, that's down. Referee Costigan, he points, he's happy. And they hit back the Bandits there, some good direction, good forward running by Ty on the sweep, and straightened and got the numbers. We've got a ball game on our hands here, 2-1 to the Wolves, as easy as it was for them. Beresfield said, anything you can do, we can do just as well. And they'll tap off through Kirkpatrick and go forward through Jones, and the ball away to Johnston, and Johnston takes it up, and they're on the attack, and you got Kirkpatrick there working with Jones, and Jones gets the ball on the wrap, and they give the ball out to Johnston. She dummy steps and then falling over McTaggart there. Unfortunately, the play was well and truly alive, and McTaggart couldn't stay on her feet. A little bit of a trip and a slip. The Bandits now working their way out, and they head towards the box through Rachel Williams, and she runs in to her own play with slight bit of assistance from Kirkpatrick there. We're lucky not to be penalised as they get up near the halfway, and McTaggart was offside by an absolute country mile there, and eventually reacts to that with no advantage to the Bandits, but they play on through Ellis, and the ball to ground, and Wall's End starting to win the field position battle here as they head towards the box, and we move to near halfway and go forward. Here's Brown again, and Brown steps and weaves, and there she goes off the right and just positions herself in between defenders, and there's Johnston and Allen, and they play the ball, and there's Chippendale, gets it away through Allen and out to Chippendale, and a long pass out looking for Brown, and it doesn't find the ground, and probably needing to go a little bit more direct, I think, Wall's End here when they go on the attack. I think the little wraparound play, I think that's on the cards, but I think they need to be a little bit more direct in the way they go about it, I think. So, the ball off the ground, and there's Erpeth, and a dusty pass out in front of Ellis, and she's been in everything early, Abby Ellis, and couldn't hold on to that one on that occasion, and Chippendale will take the ball forward for the Wolves, and we'll go through Stevens here working with Allen, and Stevens will get a dummy half. She gives it to Allen. Allen will step back and go at the line, and the referee says touch. As they will continue on their assault on the line here, the Wolves, and they go forward, and Allen and Stevens will work here and position themselves, and she's fallen over again and go a line at Chippendale. She's going to get a second, as easy as that. Oh, Zali Chippendale, she'd be rapt to be back at touch football. She scored two of the easiest tries you will ever see. That in itself, I think, is an advertisement for playing the game, is those two tries where you catch, take a couple of steps and just waltz over the line, and they extend their lead to 3-1 here against the Bandits. A good little period from the Bandits, but halting that there was Zali Chippendale with a try as easy as you like. They'll go forward here through Murdoch, and dished off to the ground by Lowe, and not having a dummy half. Too much downtime there is killing him. Osland there, nothing to do. I think Osland was the one that showed some direction before. As Lowe steps and they turn it over, and from the tap, it's an ordinary set from the Bandits. They needed to just go forward. I think that'll be the message from the coaching staff, is there needs to just be that movement forward up the field and no mucking around with the sideways movement. I think both teams early were guilty of going lateral, and the Wolves were probably the first to As the Bandits now hold on and they'll work their way up near halfway. They go up near halfway and over halfway, in fact, and the ball's picked up by Erpeth, and it's a good diving touch there from the Wall End player and dropping a ball in the face. Go towards the line and the big dummy, and she's looking for Chippendale for a third. She goes wide, and it's good defence. And there's Bindi Shaw on the far side, and she recovered well. And Chippendale was standing there open, and she would have got she would have made it 3, the treble. As the Bandits here are more concerned about getting off the field rather than tucking it under the arm and taking it forward. And I think that's the message coming from the coach is they need to go forward. As the Wolves push forward there by Brown and pushed again, and the ball's picked up and they go the quickie and given back. And I think the referee's got a forward pass off the ruck. So the Bandits here now will head to the box and they all look to get off and a little bit more forward direction. That's it, straighten it up and they'll get up over halfway. And there's Osland. She straightened it before and she looked for the dish, and Osland will play it some good forward running, and they pick it up. And here we go. Look at that. That's what we asked for. And Osland, is she going to be the recipient? She is. So all they had to do was straighten it. It was a call from the box, and the Bandits box looked very, very happy over there on that far side. High fives all round. A little bit more forward running. And that's all it took. And the Bandits making a game of it here. They've hit back again, and Wallsend will look to be closing that door. And they go forward here, and ball's passed away through Kirkpatrick, and again to Evie Jones, and they look to play it. The ball's off the ground to Chippendale. Chippendale looks to stand. She goes long, so she's not just a try scorer, she's a long ball thrower. She doesn't just score him, she sets him up, Chippendale. And the Wolves hit back. Just straightened slightly and then out of a cannon, Chippendale. The jack of all trades. And they'll tap off running right to left, and Jersey 5, Rachel Williams for the Bandits, off to Lucy Lowe, and there's Ty, the try scorer earlier in the game, and Shaw gives it away, and they're going to go that same play. They look for it, and they've held it up, and she's still there. They give it back, and looking to go long, and the intercept. Oh, she'll be filthy at herself there, Tyler Brown, and absolutely no pressure on her, and it's good to hold onto it, just out in front a little bit, and I think that's one next time it was going to absolutely no one. So probably could have left that and gone without, but the referee's not happy with the touch contact there. So we'll see an opportunity for Shaw and Ty to do some work here. And Ty gets the ball and she dummies and gets it back. And they're looking for the sweep, I believe, here. But Ty comes in and they're going to go They're out the back. The ball fired at the back by Aoki. Gives it away to Ty. And Ty, they're dancing now. There's held up. That's a penalty as well. And, that's the same, if not worse, than the one that was penalised only 30 seconds ago. The referee called the ball down. And we get on with things here. A little bit loose in the ruck. The Bandits. And we let the player take a little bit of advantage over there as the ball goes forward. And Tyler Brown, lackadaisical from Kirkpatrick there, just sort of threw it nonchalantly, and Brown couldn't hold on to it on that occasion as Ty takes it lateral and Williams, and they're going to go to the box. But one thing out of this is they still need to go forward. They can go to the box without going completely lateral and just running to the box directly. So something for the coaching staff on review, no doubt. The coaching and the feedback here is there's Osland taking it forward, but the coaching up here is first class with a lot of the coaches throughout a lot of the divisions, very qualified and very intelligent coaching staff. So Osland makes a touch and comes backward, and the Wolves now on the hunt. And they give it down this far side. There's Tyler Brown. Good hands when it's good service as Hopkins takes it up over the New South Wales logo in the middle of the field. And they dance and pass, and the ball's picked up, and there she is again, Hopkins, and that's sharp. Oh, Hopkins, Emma Hopkins, and Ella Madden there. Ella Madden gets a try, and Hopkins some serious speed and a little pop pass at the end of it. And another try for the Wolves. They extend their lead. A little bit too classy here so far, the Wolves. The Bandits looking to hit back here. The ball away, and there's Ellis. She passes it off, and Aoki with the ball and gives it back to Ellis, and there's Lowe pointing, and Lowe picks it up, and there's Aoki over the top. Just tossed it over her head and can't hold on to it. As Brown, the meter eater, takes it forward, and they'll head to the box there, and they're straightening it and steps past, and some good footwork, and then throws it out the back, and Brown holds onto it. And there's Kirkpatrick, the tries for Chippendale now. Gives the ball, it's a good play out the back, and they get there, and very good finish by Tyler Brown. It's a very good play from the Wolves out the back to the passive. Some good hands. Evie Jones, she's been involved in a couple of tries with some little passing, and there the catch and pass there was a fantastic display of skill. As we head back to halfway, and the Bandits will tap off, and I'll go through Englert. Matilda Englert. She takes it forward, and she's with the ball now, and Paige Shaw will dance and go with Ty, and Ty will give it away with Williams, and Williams will look, and I'll go the sweep, and Ty will pick it up, and she'll go back open side, and she runs direct. That was dummy half, and the referees picked it up now, but the Wolves now will look to come to their box, and you'll see a lot of the teams this weekend. As they take the ball up, and some direction there from Brown. It's the old whoopsie, they call that. The heading upfield and go to do something, and you just lose a little bit of focus, and whoopsie. That's exactly what that was from the Wolves. And we go through Williams, and here they go again, very lateral to the box, but a little bit of forward movement. And the referee's not happy with something there. You can see in touch football, for those of you tuning in at home for maybe the first time, or watching maybe a family friend or relative, brother, sister, mums and daddies, you'll see that the referees, when something happens, they'll actually run to the mark and they won't blow the whistle. It's not like rugby league per se, and they won't just run to the exact mark. They won't just blow the whistle, so they'll run to the mark and then give the penalty and follow that with a signal. So just if you're wondering why a referee just stops or starts running past your screen randomly, then yeah, that'll be why. So thanks to everyone for tuning in at home, and no doubt enjoying the coverage here, brought to you by Bar TV. And Wallsend leading 6-2 in this game, and they'll go on the attack again, and there's Madden. She was in it all early, and referee Costigan has a penalty for us, and this is offside. And they look to go, and a little dummy by Madden. Stopped, and ball away by Johnston, and there's Pappas now. Pappas now steps off the left and comes back, and she's touched. The Wolves looking for one final nail in the coffin here. We'll put this game out of reach for the Bandits. As Johnston picks it up and she dummies and gets through, does she? There's no touch and it's thrown out wide. And there, maybe the touch was called back midfield, and we've got a penalty. A roll ball. Maybe that was last. Potentially. There they go. And there's Osland moving forward up near the 10-metre line, and I'll go up near halfway and look to go over it on this next play, but the Wolves' defence is good. But there's Ellis. And it's picked up by Erpeth, and good defence there by Madden and Pappas in the middle for the Wolves. As they'll drive towards their box area here on the western side of the ground, and the dummy, and Brown will pick it up from dummy half, and she hands it off to Chippendale, and Chippendale will look on the inside for Kirkpatrick, and Kirkpatrick will get to dummy half, and she's still going there. And in defence was Ellis, Abby Ellis, and go forward. Chippendale will pick this one up, and she'll look to take on. They'll go the Rooster play with inside dummy. Continues to go outside, and it's last touch, and see if they can pull out a magic trick. And Chippendale steps back and quick hands, and she's got a very, very quick double. The Wolves on the hunt, and they pounce as easy as you like. You'd have to say, with not long left on the clock, that'd be game, set, bingo. The Wolves just a little bit more direction, particularly in their box, coming out from the line. And they get through that box in the transition phase here and are able to get some momentum moving forward into the try line. And then on the back of it, they've got so many options to run. And they've been very, very good today to start here. The country champs for 2022 as the Bandits look to hit back, and some quick hands, and they can't hold on to it. It's not through a lack of effort, that's for sure. The Bandits have tried really, really hard. As Chippendale now will look to dummy and come back, and they'll go through, and that'll be Kirkpatrick, and they'll look to get forward now, and this is exactly what I was talking about before as they look to go forward, and there it is through Stevens, and the ball's passed off the ground to Hopkins, and Hopkins will play it, and a bit of downtime there, but the ball's passed away to Allen, and Allen gives it away to Stevens, and Tyler Brown's in again. And even after the downtime there on that far side, the skill and the execution and running very direct, the Wolves, they pick it up and they've run very direct lines and they create that space. They make the defenders make a decision. And you just see from that they're able to hold it up with the skill and the timing of their passing. And Tyler Brown, there's no Dally M here this weekend, but she'll be taking home three points, I dare say, probably followed by Chippendale with 2. As they go straight up the guts, and it's opened up, and she's looking, and Osland's going to pick up a try. And there's surprise everywhere. The Wolves end box here were having a conversation, and next minute they're conceding a try. It's just opened up, and defenders looked at each other, and just like that, the Bandits pick up another one, and Osland deserves one. She's been very good for the Bandits so far in this game, and no doubt she will be very important to their campaign this weekend. As Chippendale takes the ball forward. And they go through, and there's Johnston with the ball, and Johnston picks up dummies, and I think Pappas was meant to trail her on the inside, and she ended up behind her looking for a quickie, and there was no one there to receive the ball, and that can happen sometimes. They look to get up near halfway, and if not over it, no, punch through, and there's Ty now who look to dish back, and good hands, good defence there as well by the Wolves, and she takes on, got some speed, balls away, Aoki over the top, oh, can't hang on to it on that far side. Campbell Stamp just couldn't quite grasp the ball. And they'll get a chance to attack here, the Bandits, and you take 3 here to Wall's End. And they'll look to make it 8-4. There's Ty. She's been very creative around that area. Now take it forward with Ty, and also Shaw, and there's a bit of holding there. Shaw, Ty picks it up, and there's no space there, so she goes back to Shaw, and they're looking for Williams here. Williams on the rooster play, and she steps back, gives it to Shaw, and Shaw steps up and looks to go on some good coverage there by Ella Madden for the Wolves. As they turn the ball over there, a little bit of a wasted set from the Bandits. Nonetheless, the Wolves will try and make the most of it, and there's Chippendale. She's had a day out, not only scoring them but setting them up, Chippendale, and the call's been made to send her back to the mark. And 2.5 minutes left on the clock, maybe a little bit under. So, and there's Brown. Brown's picking up from dummy half and doing what she likes at the moment. So go forward, and there's Kirkpatrick looking to go down, and there's Evie Jones, and Kirkpatrick looks to dummy, and the referee's got a penalty and pulls up. To punch forward through that box in the transition here, and they'll look to jump on the back there with the offload. And there's Osland. She takes some meters, and the ball's the ground through low, and good driving set by the Bandits on that occasion. And just another big shout out to all of our partners, ISC, Budgie Smuggler, who are here on site this weekend. So if you're at home, you've got a later game, or you've had an earlier one, and you've headed back to the accommodation to put the feet up, then make sure when you come back you get smuggling and head and see the team at the Budgie Smuggler tent. They're here all weekend with a variety of bucket hats and undies, and long pass, and Brown couldn't hold onto it. Plus, a big thank you to ISC as well, our proud apparel partners, as well as all the vendors here this weekend. It's a great spectacle here at the Central Coast Regional Sporting and Recreation Complex. It's a fantastic place to play touch football, but also any sport really. It's a very multi-purpose facility. The cricket was played here Thursday night, and as I mentioned before, Stu and the team, Stu and Andy, the crew here, fantastic job, and The grounds are in great nick. One of the best facilities in the state, and particularly with how well it's looked after and held up. And you can hear it in the background. There's Erpeth trying to get through, and she's been touched, and that'll be all she wrote. Walls End, too good. Kick off their campaign with a win over the Beresfield Bandits. We'll take a short break, and I'll take a short break as well, and we'll have James Preston up here a little bit later on in the box, and we might join you a little bit later on. But until then, stay safe. Thank you.
Along the boulevard, not far from the amenities block, you'll find the invading smugglers pop-up tent. This place in the Bruce minute. They're actually going to run out and try to get that score. So to avoid that, they don't touch them to take steps up for your presence. They'll just go and go, here, I'm going to make that touch. Yeah, you don't just stand there and go, oh, great pass. Plays in the brewery, 1 minute, plays in the brewery, please take the field. Just a reminder to all spectators, point by needle line, spectators.
One, two, three, go! Boys, let's go straight to the flight. Who's bouncing? Good, Dolph, good! Run it properly, okay? Good block, Dolph, good block! Right, where's this? Get off! Last! Good, guys, make sure all the way to the box. Not up and back, all the way. Make sure all the way there, guys, yeah? Matt, you've got to get him close off that. You need to get the ball early off the lat. Just come in. Pass it. Pass, love and stay alive. Expect it. Lead up! Get back, relax, Max! Get back inside, Max! Stand up! Thanks, Mom. So everyone see how that was on the wall? The other one's gone wide. Seven on! What a runner. Adjust, please. That ends up being a 4. Roll back to him, roll 5. Okay? Go, Shane, go, Wait, early rapid to a 4 man. That's a Cody, that's Maxi, yeah? Hennessy's not in. 4 5 down, good team! Good team! Good work! That's Cody, this is where I need you to pull someone. This is where I need you to jump. Take that one, go Cody. Clean the rock up. Everyone clean the rock up. Cody, Indies on the jumper. Get in the lead, play it in. Get him to give back to you. Run! Hey, brothers! Set it up! Get another score! Boys are off the rooster, right? I want you to run the rooster, but I want you to get short side quick. Got it? Don't come in the rooster, just give us straight short side. Easy touches. Good man. Smart man. Wait, ball come in for a second. What I want you to run this time is you're out there, okay? So we're going to go hit the link on one on the out ball. Trail him on the inside. Okay, so we're not even going to run it. We're going to run the out ball. When you go, just throw it back on the inside. There's the one there, 15 more metres. So if you want to fill back, get on two. So fade hard on one. So you're running out, you dump the winger. Hit the middle, coming back. Yes, got it? Keep running out, just run the normal box play. Run all the way to the winger, look like they're going to dunk, run the return pass back in. Watch, I'll show you here. Watch. Yeah, they pretty much did it. Clean it up. Go. Brody, get up. Link up, Trooper. Work Sharpie, roll it! Today! Holy shit, let's get the ball out of Sharpie's hands as quick as we can, okay? Everybody see that one? That's return. Last 30 seconds. Lost all that goal. I was like, come in here. Got to get a stop in. BJ. Communicate. 30 seconds there, Sharpie. Good D. Listen up, I want you to run to the box on one. Paddy, Nick. I want you to run to the box on one. Then you throw a return pass back in. Okay? What you're doing is right, hard to the box on the out. Look like you're going to dunk to the winger, you're on the return box. Not a dump. Get to half. You work it out with the winger. The winger should get to half. Wait, talk to the winger. What do you want? Get away from the box. Don't worry about the last. Get away. Just touch it. Good. Don't waste it now. Help! On your bike, Dol. Hang if you want. Well, I'm blowing you there, good boy. No, I'm alright. I'll tell how he is, lads. going out. Brody telling you on the short side. Short side kicking, okay? Get on the front. Forward. Gotta go next time too. Good boy. There it is. Go hard. Stay. Latch out. Meters! Count! Meters! Run! Stay down. Meters! Good man. Now play. On! Wait up, let's get on. When you get good at, right? Go on, shoot in the middle. Okay? I want you to know when it's 4 or 5. Okay? Or you're shooting on 5. Got it? Not shoot on 4. I got it on Hill, I like it. Hard.
Just a reminder that if you're leaving the box, you can typically clean up any rubbish places in the bin provided.
Well, very good morning and welcome to the beautiful Central Coast. We are at the Central Coast Sports Complex here in Tuggerah for the New South Wales Touch Football Country Championships for 2022. 50 years of touch. A fantastic level here. And this match is in the Women's Seniors Division, 30 and up, between the Mudgee Mud Crabs in the predominantly black and purple strip, taking on the Maxville Falcons in the green and black. It will be Mudgee with first use of the ball. 30-minute matches here, no halves. We do have a turnaround each time a try is scored as the first possession is taken here from the Mud Crabs. Straightening things up with Reynolds now hopping into acting half. She slows it down. Good pressure in the touch coming up from the Falcons. Once more here, Reynolds. Quick hands in an acting half again. Once more linking up with Kimberly King. King slows it down, back to Reynolds. Slowly but surely up come the Falcons in defence. They look to launch a little raid here. They couldn't squeeze away through though. Good defence from Maxville. The Falcons shut things down. The changeover will come. So not too many questions asked on that particular set there from the Mud Crabs. They've still managed to turn over possession in a pretty good spot though. Little short side raid here, and don't let those lines confuse you either. There is plenty of extra room to move, and that's exactly where they go now, the Falcons, as fresh players come onto the pitch. Daly out of acting half and links up with Ronan. Ronan now once more. On it comes here to Langley. Quick hands from Langley to Boland. However, the hands were forward. So round about 5 metres shy of the halfway line, and that is a coach killer early on here for the Mud Crabs. First play, ball left behind. Langley, centre of the field. She gets it back here from the play the ball. Ronan waits and now fires it off here to Spear. Spear back through the middle. Nice quick roll ball. Langley. Short pass at the line. Spear once more with the strike dump. Langley short ball. Spear is there again. Trying to spear her way through the line. Just couldn't find the opening. Options both sides of the play the ball. They want to work a strike dump here. They won't get it. Now is the last. Very slow here from Langley. Langley tries to create something out of nothing, but King comes across nice and quick and shuts it down. So no score here early for the women's 30 division. King plays it now for the Mud Crabs as they head towards their substitutions area to get those fresh players on the field. Nice little roll on about this set too. Can they keep that momentum pushing forward? Up over the half they come. Nice little scything run up through the middle here. Can they link up? They certainly can. A beautiful run there from Elizabeth Channon. It's like she was shot out of a cannon. And all the way through the defence, and the first try of the match comes the way of the Mudgee Mud Crabs. 1-0. The two sides will change over the ways that they run. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage so far this morning. It's great to have your company. As the Falcons get things back underway from halfway. Oh, very close to a touch pass. Play on is the call. Once more they try and operate through that central passage. Quick play out of acting half. Now to Kelly Jones. I'll have to check when we do get a chance. We don't have the 6 on our team list, so beg your pardon for that. Come back and play it here, though, through Somerville. From right to left. Off now to Jones. Jones slowing things down. Pressure comes up in defence. Quick roll ball. Not a bad one either. Back to the open side here with Tate. Tate with a little wraparound play. They're going to say touch pass, though. So called back. Maybe a little unlucky on that occasion there, the Falcons. Certainly the Mud Crabs won't mind too much as the girls from Mudgee now have a chance to put on another attacking raid here. Nice quick hands heading out towards that sideline to get those fresh plays on. The run there coming through from Channon. Just overran the supporting player. Last play now for the Mud Crabs. Here they come through King. King at pace is able to link up. Oh, there was an option out wide. They just couldn't get the pass there in time. And jamming in nicely from the wing, the Falcons shut things down. So they'll start this set 7 away from their own end. King comes in with the touch. Jones. Short side raid, nearly a mix-up in a dummy half there. Daly tried to pop in. And there was already a player on the way. Keep charging down this short side. Fresh players onto the field now. This is Boland. Boland, a late pass at the line. Nice momentum continuing here as well as Bade comes forward. Quick hands. Back down the short side. Once more it's with Bade. Bade tries to find support through the middle. Nothing opening up on that occasion though. It's better stuff from the Falcons. It's been the Mud Crabs. Look, the better of the two sides so far, but that will just give them a little bit of hope based on that last set. Up to halfway once more. They are certainly winning the field position battle to start with, the Mud Crabs. Short pass here. Channon is caught now on the last. Reynolds to the line. They were watching, waiting. Nice little sliding defensive effort from the link there for the Falcons. Pressure coming up from Kelly, who makes the touch. Falcons looking to get a bit of a momentum roll on here, and that's a good run from Nicky Bade. That'll certainly help the cause as the touch comes in. Ooh, geez, very rough roll ball there. Probably lucky not to be pinged for it. Last play now for the Falcons. Here's Langley. Langley tries to open up a gap. Good pressure jamming in once more from the link position. I think that might have been Hudson who made the touch. And here she is now. Is indeed Hudson. Quick hands, lovely play here from the Mud Crabs. Very flat. Here's the delivery from acting half. They keep driving forward. Was there a touch coming in? Yes, there was. Kelly Jones had to make it. And played back here. Now Russell. Russell. Back towards the centre and receiving it once more. Gets the strike done. Here they come now. Perini marching forward into the in goal and gets it into the hands of Hudson, who gets it down. 2 tries to nil. The Mud Crabs lead. Lovely play from acting half. Just isolated a couple of retreating defenders who hadn't yet got both feet behind that try line. Of course, the referees will call you out if you haven't managed to do so. So any touch you do affect won't be counted. Whistle gets it back underway. So the Falcons with plenty of work to do. Tate, option back through the middle. It's the way they come now. Tate promotes the footy onto Somerville, who picks up good metres here. Good turn of pace too. Got around the initial challenge of Roberts. Tate. Back towards the centre. They'll just look to recalibrate things here, the Falcons. Tate once more, heavily involved in this set. Nice roll ball. To the line they come. They're all onside though, including Reynolds, who makes the touch, and that will be the changeover because, of course, if you are caught out of acting half, immediate changeover of possession. It's a massive scale event here as well. In bird's eye position of the commentary booth. It's a good 7 or 8 other matches occurring right now by my watch. It's up over halfway come the Mud Crabs. Oh, that pass just behind King, who did well to reel it in. She picks up an extra 5 or 10 metres. Nice roll on here. Channon once more getting through them. Were they back in time? Did they get the touch? And just conferring. Yes, I think they have got there in time, the Falcons, so they'll just survive. Might have also been called forward. So they did enough there, the Falcons. Score remains 2 tries to nil. Fancy they probably need to be next to score. Yes, there's plenty of time remaining, but especially in the women's seniors division. Once you start to get that momentum flowing, it can be very hard to reverse it. Fresh players on here for the Falcons, including Vinnan out there in the 70. Good run here, over halfway from Ronan. Ronan, delayed pass, and now hopping in at acting half. Nowhere to go though for Nikki Bade, and once more King stepped up and made a great touch. She's been excellent. Both sides of the ball so far. Here she is now. Flat pass out of acting half. Referee says that's fine though. Long ball comes out from Russell. Up over halfway and now encroaching further downfield. Around about 25 away from the line. Good short ball here to Perini. Perini on the last, gets the strike done. Reynolds picks it up and goes hard. Heading towards the line. Oh, they won't get there in time. That's beautiful play from the Mud Crabs. They had them backpedaling and they've made them pay. It's 3-0. So once more, Reynolds with great involvement. Did a wonderful job there pushing forward. Just catching a few markers and treating defenders who couldn't make the line in time as Jones hops into acting half. Now Langley. Spear. Goes wide to Jones. Quick hands back through the middle. Well, they're checking potentially for a touch pass there, the officials. Ruled to be play on. Spear waits for the run of Jones. Here she is now straightening up, and then they open the play once more. Out to the short side. However, it's not going to work well here for Spear. Leaves it behind. So the Mud Crabs up over halfway. Good meters on offer once more here. Reynolds again with it. What a match she's having. Fresh players onto the field. Beautiful transition from the Mud Crabs. Midway through the set. Still room to move. All going very close to getting through into the backfield. But they got back in time there, the Falcons, and just swooped in with a touch. Score remains 3-0. Beautiful Tuggerah. Blue skies. Beautiful conditions. Great for touch footy. The condition of the pitch too, very nice. Just a little bit of morning dew still floating around. They come 7 shy of the halfway mark now. Nearly a mix-up out of acting half. Good delay on the pass there from Somerville. King came in, suggesting there was a touch. Not the case. She's ruled out, so they'll get another set to play with here, the Falcons. This is probably the best field position they've had for a little while now, and a nice run here from Tate. Has to go back onto the mark, though, and play it. Somerville. Quick hands. Tate once more. Jamming in to make the touch was Kelly. Somerville. To Tate again. Lovely roll ball. Good bit of momentum about the last couple of plays, but that'll stifle things just for a moment. Tate out of acting half. Has to link up if she's caught. Changeover is to come. Now they get the nice roll ball. Certainly not back on side was King. I think they're going to call her off here. Yes, it is a try for the Falcons. Beautifully worked up through the middle from the Maxville girls. 3-1. They are back in this contest. Very smart play too. King has been working very hard through the middle for the Mud Crabs, but they saw she didn't get back in time. They took full advantage. So around about halfway through this match, of course, if you're just joining us, no halves, straight run of 30 minutes with turnovers after each try. So both sides will change direction as they head down the field. Now it is the Mud Crabs looking to strike right back. Oh, beautiful evasive technique there. The little step. Once she received the ball from Michelle Wilson, it's like Fred Astaire danced away from the cover defence. 4-1. Doesn't last long, the comeback here for the Falcons. They've got to put more work in now. And when we don't have half-time breaks, of course, fatigue starts to become a real factor and the match does open up, certainly in the last 5 or 10 minutes. So some of the girls haven't got the memo, at least from the Mud Crabs. They were lining up on the other side of the field. Now they're in the right spot. Bade out to Jones. Jones back on the inside. Bade gets a strike dump. They don't capitalise though. There was an opportunity to push forward. They didn't take it, the Falcons. King comes up to make the touch. Just shy of that 7 metre mark. Ronan out to Jones. Jones, good little evasive technique there. Got away from the early touch of Hudson. Drops it off. It's a very shaky play, the ball. King comes up. They nearly opened up a passage there, the Falcons, but King, such a tireless worker in the middle, manages to make the touch and then applies enough pressure to allow for the support of Reynolds. So away come the Mud Crabs. Reynolds, here she is again. Shifting it on now to Hudson. Quick roll ball. Oh, Reynolds wanted to get them on the back foot. Just left it behind though. So about 8 metres into enemy territory, the Falcons play it to Bade. Touch comes in, wrapping around with Ronan. Here's Jones. Short side raid once more here for the Falcons. All a bit pedestrian though, these first few plays. Good up and in defence. Channon was in there for the Mud Crabs. Nowhere to go. Roll ball comes and Vinnan fires off from acting half. Langley, good touch coming in there from Russell. Stepped up with plenty of pace, about to work. Last play now for the Falcons. They work a quick little wrap around, but that's gone more forward than a Mitch Moses pass from a couple of weeks ago. Of course, coming up for us next on this main field will be the Dolphins in the mixed open. Plenty of action across the entire 2 days of the tournament here, and hopefully the weather stays as it is. Absolutely beautiful conditions for touch footy as the Mud Crabs come up over halfway here. Nice quick little roll ball too as Reynolds is back on the field. Flat pass towards the line. Last play now. Good momentum about it. Reynolds picks it up and storms ahead. Looks for a long floating cutout ball. It was nearly on the mark. Just falling a bit shy though. They survive here, the Falcons. Would have been called back for forward anyway, had it managed to find the mitts out wide. So they'll play it 7 metres away to start this set. It's not a bad spot to turn over the ball, that's for sure. Bade. Found support back in the form of Maxine Langley. Tried to scoot away from the defence. Here she is now with a second chance to do so. Opts for the draw and pass instead. Langley out of acting half, has to release. They weren't back on side. Langley will back a pace, but Reynolds is very quick. She closed it down. Now, surely I thought that was out of acting half. Yes, now they've picked up on it, the referees. So on the spot, that will be a changeover. 4 tries to 1, Mud Crabs leading. So they begin now. Reynolds at the line. Beautiful left to right pass. She's been a real star for the Mud Crabs here. Midway through their half as Channon comes onto the field. Good turn of pace about her play as well. Perini. Back to Channon. Got it away just in time. Perini. Quick hands. Channon. Backpedaling defence. They come across trying to get the touch, but they won't do it in time. Channon is far too quick. She goes in once more. She's having a big game here. Elizabeth Channon, 5 tries to 1. The Mudgee Mud Crabs making Maxville pay. So around about 10 minutes remaining here in this fixture. Is the Falcons once more on the charge. Tate hopping in and acting half is Somerville. Gives it to Tate once more. Looked like an old school shepherd for a moment, but they say play on. King makes the touch. Oh, they'd opened up a gap too. There was a huge gap between King and Channon. Had they found hands, they could have potentially really caused some massive problems for the Mud Crabs defensive line. Channon fires it away. Oh, not a great ball though. Looking to link up with, I think it might have been Perini out there. Too difficult for her to take. In fact, it was Horton. It's a good field position here for the Falcons. Can the girls from Maxville claim their second try of the match? If they score here, there is still time. They're about a third of the way through it. Running at pace. King is there in defence. Jammed in from the middle. Made the touch. A good support from her link defender as well. So roll ball to come. Not sure if you can quite hear that in the effects mic, but it's great stuff on the sideline. The girls are playing a few Falcon noises to try and rile up their teammates. Oh, quick hands. They worked it nicely. Had it met the mitts of Nicole Bradley, she would have been in with no one in QE. Instead, it will be the Mud Crabs with the use of the ball now. King. Lovely pass to Channon. Those two have been the architects through the centre of the pitch. King once more now heads towards that subs box to get the fresh players on. The transition is nice too as Channon picks up easy metres up towards halfway. And over it now with no real urgency in defence at the moment from the Falcons. Fatigue starting to set in. Reynolds offers it here. Russell with the strike dump. Reynolds now puts on the afterburners. Reynolds finds support. Oh, beautiful play from Reynolds. Hudson was there waiting for it. And 6 tries to 1. The Mud Crabs are putting on a show. So the molehill has now become a mountain for the Falcons. They must score next if they are any hope of getting back into this one. Of course, all the finals to occur tomorrow, purely the pool matches today. So the Falcons touch off once more here, pick up about 5 metres on that run. Jones to Langley. Ooh, bit of a mix-up in an acting half. Spear drops it off, and now Jones comes for a run on the next play. Langley, this is better from the Falcons. Can they link up out wide? That opened up a little 2-on-1 there, but Langley just couldn't deliver. The final blow for her winger. Spear, Langley, last touch. Oh, Jones and Langley have run into one another. Now it comes to Jones. Nice long ball out wide, finding the support of Bradley, but she's got nowhere to go. The Mud Crabs have got all the answers at the moment, both sides of the ball. It was Roberts who jammed in from the wing and shut things down. Reynolds. They caught about 5 metres away here. One thing they do very well, the Mud Crabs, is get across that transitional area very quickly on their subsets. Just makes things so much easier for them in the long run as King is back out there and now into acting half on the last. Has a scoot herself. Oh, she's got oodles of pace. King looking to find some sort of opening and supporting player. Eventually they arrive. Some of the Falcons girls have hit the deck. But that is another try to the Mud Crabs, 7-1. It's a real exhibition here in the women's senior division from the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Some of these middles for the Mud Crabs are just causing all sorts of havoc. King, Reynolds, and Channon running with free abandon. So Maxville restarting things, and out they come to Ronan. Flings it back over the top. Enterprising play, and they'll probably need to do plenty more of that. If there any hope to stage some sort of a comeback here. Vinnan plays it. They'll shift it from right to left. Channon steps up with the touch. Wrapping around now is Ronan. Ronan at the line. Oh, the idea was a good one. Execution just Not quite what she would have liked, though. Trying to deliver that ball back on the inside. A la Cooper Cronk to Billy Slater back in the day. So played here, and Channon out of acting half to Reynolds. Two of the big guns on deck. Here is Channon now, who always picks up good meters. Heads to the line and delivers a late ball. Reynolds now, also a quick customer, up over halfway. Now straighten here the Mud Crabs. Referee saw the foot in the roll ball there from the Falcons, said that was not purely a problem from the Maxfield girls. Also the Mudgee Mud Crabs having a little bit to do with how messy that play the ball was. Won't amount to anything though. It's a changeover coming here for the Maxfield Falcons. Quick hands, and they pick up some nice little meters here. King comes in with a touch. Oh, geez, that looked to be very flat, if not forward. Ruled play on from the officials out there. Up over halfway they come. Running at Roberts, who had to keep retreating for some time. Somerville now straightens things up. A messy play the ball. This one will go against the Falcons. Very similar to the other one, which went in favour of the Mud Crabs on the previous set. King, quick hands, Perini opens things up a little bit here for Wilson. Wilson heads towards the sideline. Oh, out in front there of Hudson, who did well to reel it in. Into enemy territory now as Reynolds is back out there. Flat pass there to Channon. Reynolds has a couple of offside markers to run at. Channon back through the middle. Jones did a great job to close things down. Reynolds once more makes them look silly. Reynolds, the ball over the top. Steph Curry style, two hands with a basketball pass. And they go in for another try here, the Mud Crabs. No sushi for these Crabs. The pincers are out in full force. 8-1. They keep going from strength to strength here, the girls from Mudgee. Around about 3 minutes remaining here between the Mudgee Mud Crabs in the purple and black and the Maxfield Falcons in the green and black if you're just joining us. And there's another error there from the Falcons. Good field position now on offer for the Mud Crabs as it's worked away from Russell. And then through Cubis. Follow-up play with a couple of big guns coming out there once more, including King. The 7, she's one to watch. Here she is now. Great turn of pace about her play, Kimberly. Slowing things down. Now King, look to just work through a very small gap there. Perini, with all the time in the world, they'll slow things down here. Kelly, long ball, out wide to the wing. Back to Kelly. King. They've worked a little overlap once more. Had King had a look to her left, there's the potential to draw and pass and then create a 2-on-1 situation. That's that fatigue we talk about. We have these 30-minute matches where it's simply a case of changing ends after a try instead of the half-time break. Langley plays it. An eternity before Spear hops in at acting half, but that's better. Quick hands there from Langley. Vinnan. Now Spear, and then Langley once more. Langley promoting the ball out there to Boland. A jam in from the link position. Langley's been a tireless worker so far. They get away from the first touch. Great pace shown. Oh, she's dropped it at the death. Oh no, someone find the super glue and spray it all over the hands. All the hard work was done. She just had to dive to the grass. Mel Daly, well, she's having a little look over to the bench. The girls are laughing. It's the best opportunity they've had in some time, but no cigar for them. Reynolds comes short side. Oh, geez, that's got to be a forward pass, not ruled as such. Gotten away with one there. Off the left foot comes Hudson. Inside the last minute or so here. As the Mud Crabs come up over halfway. And that'll do us here. So 8-1 for the Mudgee Mud Crabs. A dominant display. The Falcons girls, though, are still all smiles. They've enjoyed their time out here, that's for sure. We do have another match coming your way very shortly, so stay with us here on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV, no matter where you might be watching from. All the action of day one for the 2022 Country Championships, 50 years of New South Wales Touch Football. Our next match inside the next 5 minutes for you. Well, if you're just joining us, a very good morning and welcome to lovely Tuggerah here on the Central Coast Sports Complex. for the 2022 Country Regional Championships. We move to the Mixed Opens division, which is always a very interesting division to watch. Plenty of space tends to open up. We do mix the boys and girls together. And it will be the Central Coast Dolphins who are taking on the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Dolphins to get first use of the ball. We are underway here. Our main field, this two-day tournament. Quick hands coming away here. A nice little stepping from Colvin as well. Carter. Off now to Murray. Murray slows things down, then pops it back on the inside for Carter. Nice strike dump. Colvin off the left foot. Oh, good touch coming in there from the Mud Crabs. Last play now. They've lost track of the count actually there. Colvin left it behind. Here's Carter with a huge loping pass. It's gone about 10 metres backwards. Wilson tried her best to reel it in. She probably needed a fishing line to do so. So the Mud Crabs get their first use of the ball and they head straight up through the guts. Touch coming in there from Nikita Carter. Back off the left foot come the Mud Crabs. Caught off the mark, so that'll slow things down. Nice dummy. Picking up a few extra metres. Carter nearly caught in an offside position. Colvin stepped up to make the touch. Good metres on offer here. Last play now. And a strike dump to work with. Here come the Mud Crabs. Good touch through the middle though from Colvin. Started to work quite nicely into the end of that set there for the Mud Crabs. Fresh players onto the field now for Dolphins. Up to halfway. Wilson. Carter. Carter, nice little roll ball. Support out there now in Dawson. Here's Robertson. Robertson again an acting half. Oh, just left it behind. They were looking to work a nice little strike dump there. Change over instead though for the Mud Crabs. Robertson makes the touch. Fired off here from Prasad. I'll leave that one behind though, so putting pressure on themselves to begin this match. Here's the side from Mudgee. Touch comes in. Little bobble in picking it up. Robertson, however, still receives it. Flings it back to the middle. Touch comes up as they slow things down here. Good up and in the face defence from the Mud Crabs. Robertson out of acting half. Oh, had to delay the pass. Oh, how about that for a flick? Robertson dives. They just got him in time, but the flick pass was beautiful. Robertson again here. Mackay still comes forward, plays it inside that 7 metre mark. You don't see too much of that, but they're all back on side and there was nowhere Robertson could go. So they asked plenty of questions there, the Dolphins, but they had the answers, the Mud Crabs. They head towards their sub box. Flat pass out of acting half. Jamming in to make the touch now. Here's Mackay. Lovely quick hands. They've opened up an opportunity here, the Mud Crabs. Back off the right foot. Oh, big contact too from both attacker and defender. They work a short side raid beautifully. Lovely hands at the death there from Taylor. And they go in for the first try of the match, the Mudgee Mud Crabs, despite not having a great deal of field position so far. They've worked that well. So two sides will change sides. It's a good result there from the Mud Crabs. Pretty much the first time they've had a look at the opposition try line. They've come away with points. So they restart things. The Dolphins through Watson. Now to Murray. Carter drops it off for Nikita Carter, who wraps around. Murray decides not to use her initially. Carter, Murray, quick hands back to Carter. They'll play it on the last here. Good little roll ball too. Here is Nikita Carter, who promotes the footy. Pressure coming in from the wing. They get away though. Carter wrapping around himself. Straightens up once more. They're certainly asking plenty of questions, but the Mud Crabs have got all the answers in defence so far. If they keep that up, we might have to put them on double jeopardy. dummy comes in, and they pick up another 5 metres or so here, the Mud Crabs. Working away from their own end nicely. 5 metres shy of the halfway line. Watson makes the touch. Out they come once more. Numbers in motion, all good speed. Was that played at there from Carter? No, they won't say that he's knocked it down intentionally. More a case of ball hitting the defender. Carter comes forward. Nikita Carter, that is. Now hopping in at acting half. She's worked those last couple of plays very nicely. Wraparound comes. They decide to cut out Wilson. Colvin. Dawson. Back to Colvin, who straightens. Strike dump comes. Robertson wraps around. Oh, Benji Marshall-like footwork. Oh, Robertson with a couple of dummies. That threatened to really open up for a moment there. Robertson, however, follows up with the very next play, rocks and diamond style. Forget Benji Marshall. Might actually be Ben Roberts. Used to seeing some exquisite things from Ben over the years, and then something that defies logic. Robertson has very much followed up in suit there. So the Mud Crabs, the quick touch, and then straight towards the interchange area. It's a good play to get all their fresh men and women out there after just two, and commentators curse have put the mocker on them for the very next. It's a very basic error. Wilson. Further forward they come. Robertson finds support in Carter and now hops into acting half before having a little spell himself. Oh, good pace on display and wonderful evasiveness as well from Colvin, who makes them pay. He hit the ball at speed and a lovely little shimmy to evade two defenders. One try apiece. The Dolphins are on the board for the Mixed Opens division. The two teams will change ends, of course, if you're just joining us. 30-minute matches for the Junior Regional Championships for 2022. No half-time break. Simply change ends after each try. Prasad drops it down. Just losing the footing. Still play on here, though. Prasad wraps back around. He'll slow things down himself. Tries to work for a strike dump. Does a lot better than that, though. He earns his side. Another set to play with. Prasad with the touch. Now to Hills. Still an option there. Instead finds Lane. Prasad. Lane once more has an offside marker. Or the touch came in there just in time from Watson. It's an opportunity gone begging, though. Had Lane continued at his opposite, she never retreated back behind the try line. Lane. Prasad slows it down once more, heads towards the centre of the field. Murray comes in for the touch. But in the end, the only thing he does touch is the footy, so another set to play with. Robertson firing up on the sideline too, and Carter having to have a word with him and says, calm down. He certainly did touch it. Prasad. Really happy to slow things down and just invite defenders to approach him. He's barely moved a muscle in the last three plays. Of course, they do have to come off their line here or they'll risk giving away another set. Prasad off the left foot. Were they back in time? They weren't. Prasad has worked it beautifully for about 3 or 4 plays straight. It's exactly what he wanted. He's frustrated the defence to making a poor decision and simply walks in and puts it down. So 2-1, the Mud Crabs lead. Carter. Now to Nikita Carter, who drives forward nicely, picks up good metres. Back to Tristan Carter here. Tristan slowing things down. Murray. Tristan once more off the left foot, then straightening off the right. Touch came in from Laurie. Last play now here for the Dolphins. Murray couldn't find the support. Done a great job of jamming in with this up and in defensive style so far for the Mud Crabs. Feign to go to the open side. Instead, they'll come back towards their subs box. If they can get players all onto the pitch after play 3, they've done a great job. That's exactly what transpires. This is the 4th now. Numbers in motion. Last play, great strike dump as well. They've got a couple of offside markers. Just trying to evade the touch was Berridge. Just lost his footing at the death. Wilson to Watson. Touch comes in from Hudson. Berridge, strong contact. Roll ball comes there from Murray. Murray now to Wilson. Over the head. Oh, I thought he'd done an acrobatic take there. Instead spilled his lollies by the end of it. So just a little bit of pressure starting to emerge here on the Dolphins. They've been frustrated last few sets defensively, and certainly with ball in hand too. Jamming in comes McKay. Heavy touch there from Tristan Carter. Ball above the head there of Harris, who did well to take it. Quick hands from Lane. Now Prasad, the architect for the Mud Crabs, gets a strike dump. Here comes Lane with the goosey. Oh, what a ball out wide. However, it's just evaded the grasp of the winger. No try forthcoming for the Mud Crabs. Nice flow about this game, though. Both sides happy to throw it around. Robertson drops it off, and they head towards the sideline once more. Carter. Now Wilson. Wrapping around here. Dawson straightens things. No one in an acting half. It won't matter, though. Wasn't a particularly good play, the ball. And it will be a changeover here in favour of the Mud Crabs. Heavy touch once more there on Hills. No penalty forthcoming, though. Prasad back through the middle. Wilson shuts it down. Prasad again. Player that very much operates at his own pace. So much so that he's even decided to walk the following play. Prasad bumps into his own player there in the form of Harris. Now flings a pass across here to Hills. Back to Prasad. Once more trying to work that offside penalty. Harris, quick hands. Can they work an overlap out wide? I think they've managed to squeeze mid-air there through Lane. Yes, he has. He's done a great job. It's like watching Neo in The Matrix. Just floated through the air and somehow evaded the laser-like arms of the defence. So 3 tries to 1 here for the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Some acrobatic finishes from both sides. Work to do, though, for the home side, the Central Coast Dolphins. Of course, a few Central Coast-related sides appearing in this tournament. Also see Doyleson at some point over the 2-day tournament here. Find back to McKay. Dropped off. A bit of a sloppy play of the ball. Let go there. Dawson slows it down. Flings it off there for Nikita. Driving forward here with Mackay. Nikita. They just can't work an overlap at the moment. It's great defence from the Mud Crabs, who are sliding so well on their line. Short pass. Now they get the strike dump. Quick hands here once more on offer. Laurie was a linking player. Here he is now taking the next hit up. When he's sat Miller straight onto his butt. About 12 metres into enemy territory now. Here they come again. Quick hands. Operating back through the middle. Berridge over the top. Taylor. Berridge once more. Flings it away. Keep it alive. It's hot potato stuff. Great to watch. Harris off the left foot. Tried to open up a gap. Turned it back on the inside. What they have managed to do is earn another set here. Ball played out from Dawson. So everything is turning to gold at the moment for the Mud Crabs. Berridge slows things down. Now Fernie. Short hair ball here. Berridge, too much pace. Getting on the outside there of Watson. He hit the ball at speed. The Mud Crabs are making a real fist of this one. 4 tries to 1. First 3 or 4 minutes, it was all the Dolphins. But ever since that point in time, the Mud Crabs have warmed more and more into this contest. It's about 14 minutes gone in this fixture, so we're roughly halfway through. There is work to do for the Central Coast Dolphins as Robertson has it. Slows it down, bumping into his own player there in the form of Murray. Robertson just nonchalantly flings it away back to Murray. He wasn't happy about the whole situation. Touch comes in. This will be the last now. So they head all the way back to that 7 metre mark. Robertson back to Murray once more, and he just says, go wide. Turn over the ball in a difficult spot. However, Carter has other ideas and tried to open them up. But watchful defence there from Hills, and also with the support of Jessica Reynolds. Robertson firing out of the line. He's been a bit fired up too on the sidelines. Quick hands here from Harris. Lane tries to work something. However, it's just resulted in a changeover. So good field position here for the Dolphins. This is their best opportunity in some time. Robertson receives a bit of a poor pass there. Now in an acting half, they wrap around with Carter. Carter at pace. Ball over the top. A really, really risky pass. There was little room to move. The ball was so big it ended up on the full into the fencing on the sideline. The touch comes in there from McKay. And another penalty coming the way of the Mud Crabs. Prasad is a master of drawing them. Fires from left to right. Easy meters on offer once more here. Prasad with the long stride picks up another 10. Up over halfway they come, midway through the count. Quick hands. Gossage waiting at acting half. Another forceful touch here, a bit too much in the play. The ball means another set to play with here for the Mud Crabs. So discipline becoming a real factor here for the Dolphins. Gossage drops it off, receives it back. They hit the line, the Dolphins players, and then pop up once more. Touch is made. Gossage off the right, off the left. Opens them up. Floating ball over the top. And getting to ground very quickly is Hudson. Did she do it in a good enough time frame, or did Carter manage to stop her? Either way, she's not 100%. Carter, and no, she hasn't got there in time. Hudson did a great job to get it down. 5-1, but put it down to the work of Justin Gossage. Great little in and away. And Carter's not 100%. She's still on the ground on the sideline. Could have been winded in attempting to make that touch there. Certainly hit the ground quite heavily. The Dolphins with another use of the ball here. 5-1. They've got lots of work to do. Time is also beginning to become a factor for them. Crabbing across field is Colvin. Colvin off the right foot, dives from a long distance. And he has indeed got it. It's a great effort there from Colvin. I think that might be his second of the match. Certainly proven to be quite an acrobatic finisher so far. There's a dive from a good 6 or 7 metres away from the try line. Really launched himself at it. So 5-2, the Dolphins with a much needed hit back. Still fancy they probably need to be next to score though, if they really want to put the pressure on. Taylor, and now to Harris. Laurie. Taylor, oh, way too easy. Pulled up on his run beautifully there. Hayden Taylor stopped on a dime. It opened up for him, and he put it down as easy as you like. 6 tries to 2 to the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Wind just starting to pick up here in Tuggerah as well. Still beautiful and sunny, but certainly the wind now becoming a little bit of a factor for both of these sides with their long passing. It's a messy play, the ball. Referees let it go initially. That might be the touch football gods, though, delivering their own piece of karma, because the changeover does come. Prasad into acting half. And now to Reynolds. Hills, back to Prasad off the left foot. Tries to engage a couple of defenders. Very much plays the game of touch like a chess match. Does Prasad, always looking to work little angle, little overlap. Beautiful ball back towards the middle to Prasad, who once more slows it down. Now gets the strike dump. He's got them offside. McKay couldn't get it back there in time. Murray tried to shut things down, but Prasad once more engineers a beautiful try. 7-2, the Mud Crabs lead. And it's the Rohit Prasad show at the moment. It's about 10 minutes remaining. 2/3 of the way through this fixture in the Mixed Opens division. Robertson marches forward. Now Nikita drops it off. Robertson. Back here to Carter. Robertson again, heavily involved so far in this set. Multiple players losing their footing. Play on is the call. Now last here, Robertson. And yes, never getting back behind the ball. That's a big issue for the Dolphins. Could actually roll it back through the legs. You can't simply put it on the ground. That's why we call it a roll ball. 7 metres away as Berridge has a chance to show his wares once more. A few players beginning to lose their footing out there too. In fact, make it another. It's a little bit slippery underfoot. No rain so far this morning. Definitely has been a few showers throughout the week though, and that might still not have cleared all the way out as Gossage comes forward. Quick hands. Taylor off the right foot. Running at pace. Oh, trying to go for a very, very creative pass at the death. Fortunately, his wing partner is nowhere near as tall as he is. Hudson probably would have needed a step ladder, if not the entire ladder, to try and get that one. Long pass comes, so a bit more expansive now from the Dolphins. They probably need to be at this point. Miller straightens things up. Nikita, in at acting half, has to get rid of it. Dummies, and then back to Miller. Nikita. Colvin, off the left foot. Now at pace. Great strike dump here. They work something quite nicely. Mackay to Watson. Watson wants to go forward. However, the only thing that is forward is the pass itself. Taylor takes off. He's away now. Hayden Taylor up over halfway. No one in Kui. Took advantage of some very distracted markers. And he goes all the way to the in goal. Puts it down, 8 tries to 2. That'll sew it up here for the Mud Crabs. They've been in cruise control for a large portion of this match now. And ultimately, the clock is just one of many factors here that have caused problems for the Dolphins as we come into the final 6 or 7 minutes here. Colvin has a crack once more at them. Good tracking in defence there from Berridge. Colvin again. From right to left, back towards the middle. Bit of hot potato stuff here. The cut-out ball comes once more. Wilson kept the width, but she was a little too wide. She, in fact, put a foot into touch. Lovely defence as well from the Mud Crabs once more. Just showing the sideline there was Belinda Bateman. So Wilson had nowhere to go. Cut-out pass comes and Berridge, as always, with that great pace of his, picks up plenty of good metres. Short pass as they straighten things up with those fresh players back onto the pitch, including Prasad. Here he is with the ball now. He's caused all sorts of problems. Great strike dump from him. Forward they drive here through Lane. Lane to Prasad. It will be a touch pass, though. It's better defence from the Dolphins. Dawson. Picked up about 10 metres before Prasad shut him down. Watson off the left foot. Hills makes the touch. Wilson, this time she can get that one in. Carter. Dawson. Carter once more. Nikita wrapping around. 2 Carters out there. It's Tristan. Now waits at acting half. Nikita Carter is an option. Long ball there. However, it was right between link and wing. Murray had come in looking for a short option. Wasn't a bad idea, the pass itself. Very much in no man's land. Prasad. Cut out ball. Trying to isolate Mackay in defence, who did well to get across there in time. Prasad, great little step, got around Mackay. Then challenge made there from Carter. Harris. Up over halfway. Taylor. Quick hands. Short ball there from Gossage. Gossage in at acting half now. Gossage has them backpedaling. Gossage all the way through. Looking for support now. Mackay's done a great job to try and shut things down. They've nearly bumped into each other. In fact, they have. I think it'll still count for a try, will it? No, they might have dropped it in the process of trying to put it down from the collision. The hat certainly came flying off there for Harris. And that might be the best defensive effort of the match there for the Dolphins, and they're not the ones who have made the touch. It is 2 Mud Crabs players that have clashed into one another. As Robertson will run all the way across field just to try and evade the touch there of Gossage. Comes forward now, Murray. Touch coming in from Gossage there on Nikita Carter. Murray to Miller. Miller to Carter. He wraps around. Tries to create the extra overlap. Oh, Miller, what a turn of pace that is. Miller's off and running. He's home and hosed. He goes in for their 3rd try. Well, he clicked into about 5 gears higher than he was going in the blink of an eye. Great turn of pace on display from Adam Miller. 8-3. Time will beat them here, the Dolphins, but a nice bit of enterprising play to close things out. It's the Mud Crabs get us back underway here. Berridge drops it off. Fernie. And 8 metres shy of the try line. Fernie once more, good pressure. Driving in there from Mackay. And then followed up from Colvin. So some signs of life here at the death from the Dolphins. Very lean period throughout the middle. Last couple of minutes has been good from them, though. And commentator's curse, of course. I've just given them a wrap, and straight away they changed it over. Forget Murphy's Law. It should be the commentator's law. If you say something is great, immediately it'll go the other way. Speaking of going the other way, there's another changeover. So the Dolphins will have another crack at them here. 3 minutes on the clock. Time for a couple of tries if they are good enough. That could have been an old-fashioned Shepherd. Play on is the call. Carter drops it back to the middle. Colvin tries to take off. Great diving touch in there from the Mud Crabs, though. Nikita. Slowing things down. No one waiting and acting half, though. Eventually, Dawson hops in. Nikita to Dawson. Strike dump comes. Colvin now has them backpedaling. Colvin at pace. They just did enough to get back in time. And Colvin got there. And the call is he wasn't half. However, it is a changeover as it's the last. So not 100% sure what the Dolphins are after on the sideline. Berridge. Well, thought that could have been a false touch there for Berridge. Miller just got there in time, though. Very flat at the line. Straighten things up once more. Still no touch here for the Mud Crabs. Nikita comes in and puts on a big touch. Must say, a little surprised she's been pinged on that one. The size mismatch was quite obvious. Certainly not giving up any of her much lighter frame. Prasad receives it back once more. They've got to push up here or they risk the chance of another set here if they don't engage. The Dolphins defenders. Prasad now wrapping around. Robertson pushed up, put plenty of pressure on. Offered a little stare down at the death too. And there is the full-time siren. One final play here for the Dolphins. No, the referees will call it early. Nikita wants to run the length of the field. Instead, she'll settle for a try short of the halfway line. But it won't count, unfortunately, at full-time. It is the Mudgee Mud Crabs, 8 tries to 3, winners in the mixed opens division. Some great performances on both sides of the pitch. And next we move to the men's 20s division. It'll be the Maxville Falcons taking on the Wagga Wagga Vipers in about 5 minutes' time, right here on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together. And Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team. And yeah, they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well. And the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it. How professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Kaylin Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL. And Obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years.
We now move to the men's 20s division for the 2022 Country Regional Championships here in beautiful Tuggerah. Sun's still shining, but the wind really has picked up, and it is cold, baby.
Scott Prince,
Jumpers have come out.
Nathan Fiend. Could we maybe see you joining the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play,
in the
but I actually
predominantly
turned up and
green
had a
strip
game and
who will take
got
on
a couple of
the
tries.
Wagga Wagga Vipers in the blue, green and yellow. Should be a great fixture here, played at plenty of pace. Men's 20s division is always action-packed as the Vipers have first use of the ball here. The touch comes on Hayes. Now back to the middle here with Semple. Quick play, Semple out of acting half. He's gone all the way through beyond the try line, just looking for support now to link up. Does a great job to hold the pass, and Lynch Ridley comes in at the death and collects a try. So the Wagga Wagga Vipers strike first. Much like their namesake, they strike very fast. So 1 try to nil inside the space of a minute. Work now to do for the Maxville side. Here are the Falcons. They won't get to have much time on the ball at all. They've turned it over very early in this set. The Vipers at pace now, heading towards their subs box. Heavy touch comes in. No penalty rule though. They straighten up here through Beer. Off the left foot. Picking up a few extra metres is Cole. Beer. Once more. Looking to make things frothy for his side. Here is Beer. Beer holding it in 2 hands. The touch came across though. Good defence from Laverty. So back to the 7 metre mark they come here. The Falcons. Walsh. Walsh once more, driving upfield. Good touch coming in there from Cole. Fresh plays on the transitions. Quite a nice one here from the Falcons. They'll wrap around. Garzoli. Last play now as Atkins plays it. Garzoli once more, nowhere to go. They stepped up in defence. Shut it down very quickly. It's good work from Cole. Here is Beer. Short side raid here through McPhillips. Hinch. Hinch picking up good metres here. About 10 or 15 on that particular run. Now Connolly. Lost his footing. Just at the death. Pack. Out wider now. Back to Pack. Through the middle. Still a couple of plays here for the Vipers. Connolly. Fires it back here to Hayes. Now slow things down, looking for the strike dumper. Good pressure on that touch means they won't quite get it. They've dived about 7 metres short of the try line there, so that will certainly go on the blooper reel. That's amazing from Sam Pack. Please make that one go far and wide on social media, ladies and gents. I'm sure we'll be sharing that one for you later for your individual usage. Haven't seen that in some time. Up towards the halfway line they come. At least Pack had a wry smile too. He makes the touch now. And trying to opt for a little wrap around at the death there. The Falcons, but ball left behind. Connolly got away from the initial attempt. Now it comes wide here to Hinch. Hinch at pace as always. Lucas, Pack. For a moment there I thought he might have tried to dive at that line as well. He's a man that loves to try and find any line he can. He'll dive for the 7 metre mark, he'll dive for the 10 metre mark, he might even dive for the halfway mark if we let him. Off the left foot now and opening up a big gap. Way too much pace there from Semple, who makes it look simple. 2 tries to nil in favour of the Vipers. They have started red hot here at Tuggerah. So the boys from Wagga putting the hurt on the Falcons side. And they need to stop the bleeding. The touch comes and back into the action they go. Walsh. Brooks. Walsh once more. Marshalling the troops, pointing left and right. Calls across the run of Brooks, who now hops into acting half. Here is Walsh now. Walsh off the right foot, goes at the line early. Good touch coming in there from Semple, most recent try scorer. Nowhere to go, though, on the last. They simply slid across in defence. It's all a little bit simple. They need to ask more questions with ball in hand, the Falcons. Long pass comes, all left behind, though, from McPhillips. He's watching the defence instead of the ball. Here is Brooks. Brooks once more comes at the line. Oh, the touch is good, though. Semple was in there once more. A couple of big plays for him in the last few minutes. Back to the 7-metre mark they go now, the Falcons, and slowing things down. Walsh to Brooks once more. Here is Walsh, and now Brooks. Walsh again. Trying to catch a few of them. Not hitting the line with both feet. Bit of slippage as well from the defence. Walsh with the dummy. Back to Brooks. Last play now. The wraparound comes. Here comes Howe diving for the line. They got there in time, though. Once more, it was Semple. Great couple of minutes from Ethan. Here he is now, straightening things up. McPhillips this time, no mistake with the hands. Plays it nice and quick. Plenty of metres on offer as well. Good late pass at the line. Hayes now picks up plenty more metres. Short pass comes across here for McPhillips. McPhillips again. Off the left foot. Ball over the top. Beer. Plays it on the last. Beer again off the right foot. Rifles a pass. Oh, what a ball that is, and great hands there. Hayes reeled it in and slams it down for the third try of the match. Or are they going to call it back here? Well, they have called that a forward pass. Geez, it's an unlucky one too. But it was a beautiful ball rifled out of the hands. But no try is the call. So Hayes denied a spectacular put down. Good news for the Falcons, though. They need to get on the scorers list. Walsh. Short ball here. Nice quick hands as well. As they head towards that interchange area, the subset. Not a bad one so far from the Falcons. Up over halfway they come. Turn back to the middle from Atkins, who hops in at acting half. Good pace about this run, though, from Langford. Last play now. Atkins with the speculator. Just out the back, couldn't find anyone. Now the Vipers can turn it on quickly here. No one at home in defence. Easy metres on offer. And big contact as well in the touch. Cole plays it quickly. Off it shifts now to Lucas. McPhillips at pace. 10 metres into enemy territory here. Off the left foot they come once more. Connolly. Oh, Pack dancing around them. Ball over the top. Touchdown. They'll get another set to play with. So McPhillips plays it. Brooks jamming up hard in defence. In fact, that was Garzoli. Pack off the right foot. Dancing feet. Pack opens up something out of nothing. And he's pulled that from the top shelf. 3 tries to 0. The Vipers lead the Falcons. I'll tell you what, he's more than made up for that early dive. Sam Pack. Great footwork. Walker once more getting things underway for the Falcons. Quick play comes from Batten. Batten once more drops it off. Good pace about this play. Once more the speculator is thrown from the Falcons. Just need to simplify things a little bit as Pack comes forward. McPhillips. Pack again, heavily involved in this match. Hinch. Good metres on offer here. Semple. Straightened up now from Lynch Ridley. Semple, dancing footwork from him, but the touch just came in time. Good work there from Laverty. This match being played at a rapid pace so far. Very flat ball out of acting half. That one seemed to be more than flat. Both will let go, though. There's bodies all over the place. And that was a oh, no. Oh, dear. I was just about to say that's a very cynical play there from the Falcons, but it somehow has produced results. It didn't even hit the defender. I'll get another set to play with here, so back-to-back penalties. Huge question marks over the first indiscretion, though. About 9 minutes into this one. Good field position here for the Falcons. Walsh turns it back on the inside. Quick play the ball, and now Walsh wraps around once more. Caught on that 7 metre mark. Quick hands again. Oh, great work in defence. Jamming in from out wide was Hayden Hinch. An important play from him. Here's Brooks, touching it down now on the 7 metre mark. Walsh, quick hands, and another wonderful piece of jamming in defence there. From the Vipers, it was Harry Hayes who came in to do all that good work, operating as a middle on that occasion. Long pass. I don't know if they were able to keep the width in time. No, they weren't. It was a very difficult one that left Jet Lucas with nowhere to go. Tried desperately to fling it back in time. 3 tries to nil, though. The Vipers still with a good lead here. But they've begun to offer a few chances here for the Falcons. Brooks comes forward now. Walsh diving low, trying to get between a few defenders. They got down quickly, though. Brooks waits at dummy half and receives it back now. Walsh. Quick play. They're all offside. I think they're also calling a forward pass, though, and that's why they've opted for the penalty in favour of the Falcons here, because it was forward out of acting half, but no advantage with offside defenders. Walsh. Off the right foot. Dives from a fair way out. They did a good job, though, to close him down. I think that might have been Semple again, actually. In fact, it's Beer. It is Beer indeed. He makes another touch here. Walsh again, threatening at the line. Cut out pass came. Good defence in that link position. Brooks. Walsh. Brooks wrapping around. Oh, good little ball at the line. This time it's all good for the Falcons, who start their descent. Or should I say ascent. Falcons are looking to soar. They're on the board 3 tries to 1. Margin just reduced by a little bit now. Good work throughout that set. In the middle there from Brooks. As a Tigers fan, that's something I'm not used to saying. It's been a very, very tough 10 years for us fans with Luke Brooks as our halfback. Here is Pack. Heading towards that 7 metre line. Pack, great right foot step. Pack still flirting with the defensive line. And he's in fact done a lot more than flirting. He's taken them out on a date. And he's sealed the deal, baby. Sam Pack goes in for a try. 4-1. He's just got such great footwork, Sam Pack. Work to do here for the Falcons. Batten. Big touch coming in. Pope is out there now. He flings it across from left to right. Hinch makes the touch. Back here to Laverty. Drops it down about 8 metres shy of the try line. They work it all the way forward. Oh, they'd opened up half an opportunity. Pack wants to take it quickly. No one at home at the moment. Here comes Pack now. Oh, big contact there too. I think that's a good call as well from the referee. It was incidental from both players. Although Pope on this occasion's come off second best there. He's a little bit smaller than a bunch of the other players. He goes in hard though, does Pope. Lovely delay on that pass. They've worked a nice opportunity here. It's play on so far for the Vipers. Last now. No one in an acting half. Eventually they play it. Chance for them to get up quickly here on the likes of Semple. They've done a good job there. The Falcons, good pressure. Changeover comes. Lucas. Good touch coming in. Walsh. Slowing things down. No one there as an option on his outside. Brooks tried to get away from them. Last play now. 3 metres into enemy territory. They want to kill this one in a corner if they can. It's a real mess of a last play, though, here for the Falcons. A changeover in good field position and in the centre of the field. For the Vipers, here is Hinch off the left foot. Very messy play, the ball. Ooh, and an unlucky call there. There was certainly some pressure there from Walsh. Hinch arguing the point a little bit. Now it is Walsh that works it forward. Brooks. Great evasiveness. Picks up another 10 metres. Good momentum about this play as well. Atkins out there. And he has a little run at them now. Once more, Garzoli going to the line. They weren't back on side here, the Vipers, so another chance with a full set in close proximity to the try line here for the Falcons. Atkins goes to Garzoli, back on the inside. Atkins is there. Lost his footing. Garzoli. In at acting half, and now Atkins. Atkins threatened to go bang off the left foot. Nowhere really to go, though, as Atkins once more looks to open them up. Oh, straight into the hands there of the waiting defence of Harry Hayes. And had he taken it, he could have been off for the prize. He knows how crucial that might have been. 4 tries to 1, though. His side is in the ascendancy. Atkins. Lovely cutout ball. Did well to reel it in. Did Jai Langford. They get another set here, and surely another penalty, you would imagine. Someone might be sitting down. There's been a number now in a row, and that was a real mess up there from Langford. Just threatening to touch it without doing so. This time he does on the first attempt. Atkins in at acting half. Not a great ball at all for Langford, and despite having oodles of possession, in good field position, they asked very few questions. And that penalty there has gone against the man with the balls. Hinch, who wasn't happy with the pressure he received from Langford with the touch, had a chat about what had transpired with the referee, who warned him, and he continued the point there, Hinch. So changeover, but once more the Falcons will relinquish possession themselves very easily. So nothing comes of it. As Pack picks up plenty of metres, easy metres for that matter, and a heavy touch. So frustration's just starting to boil over here, and that will be a forced substitution for that particular touch. So they'll play with a man down just for a moment here. Back to their full complement now, the Falcons. Pack shifts it on here to Connolly. Pack again. Crabbing across field. Now Pack threatened to step off that right foot, as he does so well. Back to the 7 metre mark they come. All sorts of pressure coming on the inside, so Pack was no longer an option. Last play now, Pack. Once more, good touch coming in from Laverty, who has been very strong in defence for the Falcons. Pike losing his footing, then playing it. Couple of dummies here. And still alive now for Laverty. Pike, off it comes. Centre field now with Walsh, who drops it back on the inside, but Pack read it beautifully, closed it down. Howell. Last play now. Walsh running it offside markers. Pack got there in time, though. He did a very good job. A big few moments there for Sam Pack, who's been probably the star performer so far for the Vipers. Seven metre mark, they play it now. Brooks comes in with a touch. Walsh jammed up out of the line. They've gone long again. They've left him with nowhere to go once more, Jet Lucas. It's a couple of times they've done that to him, the Vipers side. Walsh left to right to Brooks with a giant goose step. Well, that goosey was so big you could actually hear it go honk. A couple of dummies are now caught about 7 or 8 metres away from the try line, but they didn't press up enough for the referee's liking. So another set to come, and if you're new to touch footy, you must continue to move forward off of your defensive line and up to meet the side with the ball, or you risk a penalty being incurred against your side. Beautiful cutout ball that is, and hitting the hole with a beautiful angle. Lovely play from the Falcons. It's a ripped pass by about 15 metres. I think it was Walsh who delivered it. And that gives them a little sniff here, the Falcons. 4 tries to 2. Certainly not done with yet. With around about 10 minutes remaining. So 2/3 of the way through this fixture. Gradually, they're warming their way into the contest. The Vipers started red hot. Here they are now through Lynch Ridley. Caught 7 metres away. Flat ball the line looking for Semple. And he got to ground very quickly. Too quick for Atkins. He goes in. A big match here for Ethan Semple. His second try of the game. 5 tries to 2. Just when they started to put a bit of pressure on themselves, the Falcons, they are back to square one. Need to be next to score. 10 metres into enemy territory. Played now from Batten. Stepping off the right is Laverty. Picks up another 5 or so. Batten tries to open them up. Heavy touch there. Play on is the call. Long ball. Would have been ruled forward anyway. The wind really is starting to cause a few problems for both sides. As McPhillips touches it. Now back towards the middle. First attempt evaded there from Semple, who picked up another 5 or so. McPhillips. Off now to Schultz. And up over halfway they come. Beer straightens things. Cole in at acting half. Cole with the big dummy. Cole still going forward. He evades the final touch. Beer is there. And I'll tell you what, based on the quality of that one, those two might be celebrating over his namesake later today. It's a great effort from the Wagga Wagga side. Six tries to 2. Quite literally a case of 1 step forward and 2 steps back for the Falcons. In the blink of an eye, they've gone from 4-2 to now a margin of 4. Walsh with the short ball. Brooks. Walsh again. Goes from right to left. Little wraparound play now. Just trying to work a few extra numbers, but they've been excellent. Marking up in defence so far to date, the Vipers. Walsh with a great long ball here. Oh, and the idea was a good one from Nimmo. Wanted to catch and step off the right foot in the one motion. Really opened up a little opportunity down the sideline. I think he's a little bit unlucky there as well with that penalty. They had stopped on the run. And in fact, it's going to be a forced substitution. So from bad to worse here for the Falcons. Hinch gets away from the attempted touch there of Brooks. Good metres on offer. Playing at a real pace here as McPhillips goes back to the middle with Pack. McPhillips again, running at Brooks, who's offside. Ball over the top to Hinch. Gets it down quickly. Now just check here. And no advantage, so no try for that matter either. I think they might have ruled a forward pass. Another referee coming in as well to discuss things. And he's calling out the captains here too, our lead official. And there'll actually be a timeout here for Brooks. So I'm not sure 100% what's gone on, whether he's said something or if it's forceful contact. There has been a few tempers beginning to flare over. But they'll now play with a man down for a period of time here, the Falcons. So rules do differ, but typically we either see scoring play or a certain number of sets, typically 2 apiece. If it is the set issue. They managed to stop him there, but Brooks still waiting down the other end of the field. So 5 on 6 at the moment. Can Pack create something out of it? Stopping on the run, no touch. And they got to ground nice and quick there. Jackson Connolly gets the try. 7-2. You can see down the other end of the field as well, Brooks is still in the in-goal waiting for his chance to return. Be interesting to see what the referees might have ruled was the particular indiscretion there to force Brooks from the field. Had a couple of forced substitutions as well, I think, for both sides from memory. So Walker. Now Atkins hopping into acting half as Garzoli. Here's Walker now. Oh, he just opened up half a gap. It was touched, though, from the Vipers intentionally, and it had to be made, otherwise a try was looming. Roll ball comes. And now back here to Garzoli. Drops it off on the 7-metre mark. Atkins looping around. Walker couldn't find the pass, though. They jammed in very quickly. McPhillips was one of the defenders. Walker. Garzoli loses his footing. And they can play pretty quickly here. Pack. Thought he might have had a crack himself. Hinch is still an option there. They don't use him. Walker makes the touch now. Here is Hinch. You can certainly motor up over halfway. Very close to the sideline too. Hayes. Straightens. Now it comes to Lucas. Then Semple. Once more. Hayes driving forward into the in-goal. Looking for support. They keep the width beautifully and put it down. Jet Lucas is taking off. 8 tries to 2. Brooks looks despondent in the in-goal. He can't help his teammates at the moment. He's been sitting down for some time. It's turned out to be a rather crucial piece of ill discipline. Very little time remaining. It's quite a dominant victory here from the Vipers, although they will get another set here. And I think we've now got another player who's been told to go and sit all the way in the in-goal. So yes, we'll actually now play with 5 on 5. So referees ruling with an iron fist in this particular match. So 5 on 5. There'll be plenty of space out there for both teams. Quick play comes. Batten with the shimmy, stepping off both feet. Around about 3 minutes remaining. And Brooks is still having a word here, is he? He'll have to be very careful. Last thing you want to see is the referee walking up to you when you're already in the in-goal. And Brooks holds his hands out. He's somehow given away a penalty despite not even currently playing in the match. It's gone from bad to worse for poor Brooks here. Still 5 on 5. Up over halfway they come now, the Vipers. Hinch, the nice dummy. Hinch takes off. Oh, what about the pace from Hayden? Hinch, way too quick. He beat 3 or 4 of them on his way to the line. He absolutely put on the afterburners. And now we have a big margin here. And finally, Brooks will be ruled to be fit to return to play. I don't even think he wants to anymore. He's looking very despondent out there. He heads straight towards the sideline, in fact. It's been a rough old period for poor Nicholas Brooks. The Falcons go on the attack once more here. About 2 minutes remaining with Walsh. Semple comes up to make the touch, and they're caught 8 metres away. Pope back to Walsh. They keep marching forward in defence. Here is Pope trying to use his pace. An interesting pass there, just flinging it away towards his winger. Forward and knocked on, so take your pick of indiscretions. I won't say that to Brooks because he probably will. Another touch comes in. They are still a man down, of course, though, here. The Vipers, as Beer comes forward. Touch made out there from Nimmo. Off the right foot comes Noonan. In fact, Connolly it is. Pack, there is the sound of the full-time siren. And at full-time, it is a very, very dominant victory here for the men from Wagga Wagga in the men's 20s division, the Vipers. Big winners and plenty of players being told to sit down, whether it be forced substitutions or out-and-out timeouts. But at full time, it is the Vipers 9-2 over the Maxville Falcons. Coming up next on our main field here for the Regional Country Championships, it will be the Newcastle Knights and the Central Coast Dolphins in the men's Masters division. Now that match will be delivered to you without commentary. We will still have all the pitches here, so make sure to keep watching right here on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV.
Two minutes, please. Referees, 2 minutes.
Coach Captain, how long? Oh, Nossi, how long did it take? 2 weeks?
One minute, please, referees. 1 minute, please, referees. Please take the field. Just a reminder to everyone, to the spectators, if you could be back behind the fence or 5 metres from the perimeter of the sideline. Thank you. 30 seconds. Waves every second. There is to be no use of the stop boxes between wheels 4 and 5. Attention all participants, you might check your personal address because there's been a number of lost items control.
Great job! That other link's got to be fucking Get up, boy!
Just as those teams as you leave in sub-boxes, you could please clean up any rubbish, place it in the bins provided. Just a reminder in regards to hydration. Ensure that you're hydrating yourself throughout the day.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the touch football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours playing on muddy ground, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local touch association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s, they're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try, because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love touch. The organisations ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know that they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore hidden, obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
should hopefully just, yeah, we got power now, so that's good. Just want to see if the mixer will come on, which it should.
This is no crowd mic either, is it? Like sound effects mic. Well, hello and welcome to the Country Championships for 2022. Apologies for the lack of audio last 15 or so minutes, just having a few technical issues with the generator, but we should all be good to go again. We are indeed confirmed. So this match is the mixed seniors division here between the Albury All-Stars and the Gunnedah Goannas, and so far a very dominant display from the Goannas, but Albury are looking to go in for their first, but it's been left behind there. Stevens had the line wide open, waiting for their first try of the match, but instead remains at 4-0. A very good performance so far from the bulk of the Goannas players, as Woodhouse comes off the right foot. Now overlapping down the short side and just trying to get a few extra players pushing forward as they head towards that substitutions box. Played about 8 metres away from halfway. Dummy comes up and then linking in before Stevens affects the touch. Now Mackay. Last play now. Whitney. Short ball. Oh, beautiful evasive technique there. Mooney has made them pay once more. And at the moment, it is an avalanche of tries in favour of the Goannas. 5-0. So a big start to this match for the gang from Gunnedah. Plenty of work to do for the All-Stars. Back underway here as they touch it off and head towards Stevens. Rolls it back. Purse Semple hopping in and acting half and now receiving it back once more from Goman. Comes wider still now to Andrew Stevens. Caught on the inside. Back to Stevens here. Slowing things down and links up with Shelby Sands. Goman. Stevens. Beautiful roll ball. Goman for the line. Was that played at? Yes, it certainly was. So it's Whitney who put the touch on. Played at the ball, knocking it down. So another set to play with here for the Albury All-Stars. Stevens. Goman now in at acting half. Stevens and Goman just slowing things down through the middle. Now it comes out to Kate Stevens. They get a strike dump here. Quick ball out wide. Great cover defence coming across though and getting the touch on Purse Semple. Couldn't go anywhere. It was a lovely play from Tom Mackay, who crabbed across field. Goman back to Stevens. This time they exploit it beautifully. And I think she's managed to do enough to avoid the touch of Mackay. Yes, certainly the case. The All-Stars are in for their first try, and it comes through Louise Purse Semple. 5-1. Plenty of work to do, but still early on in this fixture. Been a red-hot start from the team in red, Gunnedah Goannas. Referee gets us back underway as the touch comes from Peter Joseph. He's caught about 8 metres into enemy territory. Touch comes up there from Mackenzie. Slowing things down here with Brady. Brady back to Joseph. Joseph picks up another 5 or so. Nice strike dump. Here comes Brady now into the backfield. Evades the defence. Beautiful cutout pass. Caught with aplomb above the head and then put down right into the turf there from James Perrott. It's a great try from the Gunnedah Goannas, their 6th of the match. Great turn of pace on display there from Paul Brady. Picked a beautiful time to run. Went straight at some of those offside markers. Approaching that halfway point in this match now, about 13 gone on the clock. Goman. Back to the middle they come now. Mackenzie straightens things. Quick little pick up here as Goman gets further towards that try line. Oh, thought that could have gone either way for potentially having a loose foot in the ruck, but not ruled as such. I said play on for Mooney, despite being involved in that play the ball. So they head towards their subs box. Bit of a slow transition though. They take a while to get back out there. Centre of the field now, and off the left foot comes Perrott, who just scored that try. Perrott opening them up, evades another touch. Perrott with a clean set of heels, nearly got away from them. He'll now play it about 10 metres away. Numbers back towards the middle. Brady delivers early for Mackay. Mackay trying to use his pace and get around them. Back to Brady. Flicked on to Brady. Oh, it's the Brady bunch. And here's the story of a lovely try. And they're going again here, the Gunnedah Goannas. 7 tries to 1. In fact, they've called it back. So it would have been quite spectacular. I think they've ruled touch pass at the death there. Flat ball coming out from Mackenzie, and now hops into acting half as they pick up further metres here through Stevens. Last play now, Mackenzie out to Goman. Goman the in and away. Goman still marching upfield, but Mackay once more came up with a very important touch. Mackay to Brady. And now working through Perrott. Brady once more heads towards the interchange area, tries to get away from the touch of the All-Stars defender in that link position. Mackenzie steps up and makes it. Flat at the line. Now Woodhouse drives forward. They want to get the quick touch on. The tip. Looking to find the winger, went forward. Probably would have been called a touch pass anyway. Stevens drives upfield now. A little bit slow to begin this set here. Mackenzie might try and step things up now. Doesn't quite get the strike dump though. Goman. Stevens is then caught from Mooney. Back to the mark she comes. And of course, such a crucial part of touch footy is getting that quick play the ball right on the mark so you can keep the momentum pushing forward. Mackenzie does exactly that. Now Goman off the left foot. Goman holds it for an eternity. Great hands on display from Perth Semple. Really good defence tracking across from Simone Brady. Nowhere to go, but took it with the 1 mitt. Reeled it in beautifully. So they come to the middle of the field. Costello. Easy metres on offer for her. Mackenzie threatened to come forward and put on the touch. Good step from Mooney. Picked up another 5 metres. Up over halfway they come now. The Goannas, very sloppy play the ball. That's allowed to continue here. Joseph drops it off. Brady now on the last. Mackay, probably the quickest out there. What can he conjure up? He looks to offer the wraparound here. Mackay popping a pass late for Brady. But it's a touch pass. So 7 metres away is where the changeover will happen here for the All-Stars. Mackay comes in with the touch. Purse Semple. Upfield she marches now. Goman. Good metres about this set so far. Goman navigating a short side. Purse Semple calling players back underneath. Finds one in the support of Andrew Stevens. Still live here, Stevens. Last play, gets the strike dump. Here is Goman. Stevens in support. An attempted intercept there from Joseph. Not reeled in, so another set to play with. And they'll start this one from 7 metres out. Kelly Gomans. Scott back towards the middle. Now for Sands. Gomans drops it down. Sands again. Slows it up as Brady pushes forward to put on the pressure. Stevens at the line. The cutout pass comes. The width is held beautifully in defence from the Goannas. No option to slither down a short side. Stevens fires a long ball back in there. Mackay was out quickly though and shut it down. Nobody waiting at acting half. Purse Semple was coming a long way in from the link position to try and get there. And that's a real breakdown of communication on the last play. So changeover here in favour of the Goannas. Joseph to Brady, promoting it further from left to right. Dummy comes in, but it doesn't fool anyone. Brady, away from the first touch, picks up another 5 metres, and oh, that is an absolute shocker out of dummy half. That ball will keep rolling all the way, hopefully, until the earth swallows it up. Such was the quality of it. So change over to come. And now the All-Stars have pretty good field position here, but they still trail by a great deal. 6 tries to 1 on the scoreboard. Gomans sends it wide now to Stevens. Purse Semple to Gomans once more. Purse Semple out to Andrew Stevens. This is a bit more expansive now for Albury. Here is Stevens getting off the right foot, got away from the first attempted touch. Ball back towards Purse Semple. Gets to ground pretty quick, but the touch is affected, I believe. No, they're going to call to ground first, so Purse Semple has a second. She's tracked all the way across field, coming in from that far right-hand side, and it's reaped dividends for her. With about 10 minutes left, they might not be done just yet here, the All-Stars. They trail by 4. Tries have been hard to come by for the Albury side. That might give them just a little bit of hope, though. Mooney, then Brady and Costello. Working here with Simone Brady. Costello again in at acting half, and now on to Paul Brady. Options out wide, but Mooney turns it back towards the middle. Nice little roll ball as well. Mooney holds it up for an eternity. Beautiful pass from left to right, right into the waiting hands of Jess Slade. And that makes it 7 tries to 2. A well-worked option through the middle, just creating a bit of space out towards the commentary side of the ground. And the Goannas back into cruise control. Just a slight little blip on the radar, that previous try from the All-Stars. Sands comes upfield. Woodhouse is there to meet her. Mackenzie, all good pressure coming in from Mackay. He's been very energetic all match. Goman. Back to Mackenzie. Goman will slow things down. Such a hard middle defence to break down this Goanna side. There's plenty of energetic players in the form of Joseph. And of course also the likes of Mackay with that great speed of his, and Woodhouse has been a man mountain in that link position in defence. Here he is now at acting half as the changeover comes. Joseph caught there from Mackenzie. Woodhouse from left to right. Mackay trying to use his pace. Does manage to get a little overlap occurring. Won't take full advantage of it though. They did recover enough there, the All-Stars. Simone Brady up off the left foot and over halfway. Brady. Wider still now to Whitney, back on the inside of Paul Brady, wrapping around now is Perrott. Perrott hit it at pace, but unfortunately couldn't reel it in. Last play, so not a huge error. There was trouble looming there for Albury. So they'll play it now here for Mackenzie. Up they come as the touch is made from Paul Brady. Long ball wide, Perth Semple once more does a great job to keep the width. Drops it off directly on that halfway line. Sands in at acting half. Straightened from Mackenzie. Goman. Out now to Kate Stevens. Picked up from Goman once more. Long ball comes across. Unfortunately, though, in between Link and the wing. It's another changeover to come here. They're at least trying to ask a few questions here, the Albury All-Stars. Unfortunately for them, the Goannas have got plenty of answers in defence. It's Brady. Steps off the left foot. Another jinking run. And perhaps tried to bite off a little more than he could chew. Not a great pass at the death. A changeover to come here for Albury. Goman shifts it on nice and quick here. Mackenzie, for some reason, pointing at the grass directly in front of himself. Now the dummy comes for Sands. He picks up some easy meters there. Sands again, now slowing things down, wants to go back to that 7 metre mark. Goman into the in goal. Oh, he's delivered it straight into the waiting hands of the opposition. Change over there on the intercept. That'll, of course, be a zero touch as Woodhouse puts the foot down. Nearly got away from Mackenzie, and unfortunately he was acting half, so change over. He saw the opportunity. It was an all or nothing play, and he hasn't got the result he would have liked. Good news for him, of course, is that still a healthy margin so that he can indeed try such a thing. Stevens. Now Perth Semple. Close to a touch pass, but got it away just in time. Nice strike dump there as well from Mackenzie, but he stepped a little too far forward. And there was nothing Perth Semple could do with the ball. No support. He kept driving towards the try line himself. Ultimately overran the play. Mackay shifting it on now to Brady. Short ball. Here is Paul Brady straightening things. Now Simone comes for a little run. Off the left foot, but watchful defence there from Gomans. Here's Paul Brady. Back toward the middle. Last play out of acting half he comes. Oh, the quick tip on was attempted. Jamming in off the wing. Nice defence. Jess Slade had been isolated out there. Clear passage to the line was on offer. They will get another set to play with here. Mooney drops it off. Perrott caught about 10 metres away from the try line. Mooney once more happy to slow things down. As is Brady. Mackenzie and Gomans slowly getting up there. Mackenzie makes the touch. Nice little wrap-around play here. Perrott at pace. Good cover defence, though, from Mackenzie. Back to the 7 metre mark. They'll be marched. Simone Brady out of acting half. Has to get rid of it. Did so very late in the piece. Perrott turned away. Mooney drops it off here for Paul Brady. All the patience in the world at the moment from Gunnedah. Now they launch the strike dump. They try to find an opportunity back towards Brady. Touchdown once more here from Stevens. So another set to play with. How much longer can this defensive line withstand? There are hands on hips, hands on knees in the case of Mackenzie. It's been relentless, this assault from the Goannas. And Brady is happy to head almost all the way to the sideline so they can try and jam them into a corner before unleashing on a wider passage. However, it's a touch pass and that will be a changeover. So they've done well to survive there, the All-Stars. So they spread it nice and quick and pick up some extra metres through Stevens. Still operating now down a short side. Trying to run at some offside players. Back towards Andrew Stevens off the left foot. So the hat is flung away there from Goman. Scott Plays it right on halfway. Stevens overran it. Scott, quick hands and fires it across. Now hopping in out of acting half. Stevens. Off the right foot, the touch comes in there from Perrott. Last play now. They haven't worked the strike dump. This will be hard to conjure up anything. Off the right foot again comes Goman. He's throwing dummies left, right and centre, but no one is falling for them. And the changeover comes. So fatigue really beginning to set in here for the All-Star side. They're trying, but nothing is quite working at the moment. Brady goes deep. Finds Whitney. Threatens to link back up with Joseph. Does so eventually. Played just into enemy territory here. About 3 metres. Other side of the pitch. As Lois plays it. Joseph drops it around. Threatened to go the open side. Instead went to Joseph once more. That's been knocked down here from Stevens. Been the double digits. The All-Stars playing at the ball. To be fair, most of the decisions have been the right one. Certainly put a lot of pressure on the Goannas in terms of working those overlaps. As Lois plays it. Fires it off now. Into the hands of Whitney. Dropped off for Joseph. Wants that strike done. Gets a pretty good one here. Mackay at the line. Floating pass to the link. Beautiful ball, but the last pass leaves a lot to be desired straight at the feet of Jess Slade, and they've got away with one there. The All-Stars. So Stevens works it away. Quick hands as Mackay once more chiming in from that defensive line very quickly. Shut any opportunity down. So they drive forward and up towards halfway. Quick hands come out once more. Stevens, oh, a risky ball. He knew it the moment he threw it. Far too difficult for Perth Semple to reel that one in. Slade was already standing in the line. So another change over here from Albury. Mackay, always busy with the way he approaches his work, and here he is once more. Speculator pass out to Joseph, who takes it in nicely. Whitney drops it off. Back to Joseph, who waits for the supporting cast to arrive. Brady to Joseph, the dummy. Then the strike dump. Does very well here. Brady into the backfield. Needs to find support. Does so in the form of Simone Brady. No touch there. And it's Brady to Brady. It well and truly is the Brady bunch. 8 tries to 2. The Goannas now with a healthy margin right on the stroke of full time. And the Gunnedah Goannas very happy with that performance in the mixed seniors and for the Albury All-Stars. They'll need to do a little bit of recalibration before their next fixture. And at full time, it is a very, very comprehensive performance from Gunnedah. 8 tries to 2. Coming your way next, we move to the men's 20s division. The Central Coast Dolphins will take on the Maitland Redbacks in about 5 minutes' time on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV.
looks like women's.
No, that's... Well, a very warm welcome to Tuggerah for the Country Championships for 2022. James Preston and Carly Banks with you in commentary. And Carly, these two sides, the Central Coast Dolphins and the Maitland Redbacks, really will be looking to make a statement here in the women's 20s division.
Yes, two Hunter Western Hornets regional country teams, and they'll be. This will be very keenly contested, I would say, James.
100%, and we are just awaiting our final team list here, so you'll have to bear with us to begin this match, as it is the Redbacks who work it up towards that halfway line. Fortunately, I've got Carly Banks in here, who does have a pretty good understanding of the players across these two sides, so it's great to have you back on deck here, Carls.
Yeah, it's a wonderful day for touch, isn't it, James? And so good to see everybody back at the Country Championships after an enforced hiatus for us, so fantastic to be back.
Last play here for the Redbacks, first set of the match. Now spread it nice and wide, but good pressure jamming in off the wing, nowhere to go whatsoever. Now a chance for the Central Coast Dolphins to work it away from their own end. Flat ball there at the line. Shifted on once more.
Yeah, they're working really hard to get that ball over to their sub-box, so really good tactics from the Redbacks to finish the ball over this side of the field, and took the Central Coast girls 3 touches to truck the ball over to their box. So really good tactics from both teams so far.
Last play now, and really moving at pace here, trying to work some sort of an overlap. Nearly did so, but once more, good pressure coming across, sliding in defence from the link position. So of course, Carly, you do have quite an extensive association with the Hunter West Hornets. A lot of these players would be featuring for that side when it comes to those high levels of representative touch. And who are some of the players we should be keeping a key eye on across both sides?
There's some really good young players out there. Like the Central Coast Dolphins have their youth teams, and they take them to the Vorden Cup. So a number of these girls will be playing youth or Division 1. So yeah, it's really good to see the Central Coast, who are a very, very strong club, really dominating out here in this tournament already.
I do have a very choice selection of quality middles in particular. That's one thing that we know about the Central Coast region. They can certainly produce some great talent in that respect as they once more encroach upon that line. I think they got their back in time. Yes, suggested that the touch was affected, and certainly both feet back behind the line. So the Redbacks survive. They'll work it away now from their 7-metre mark. Jamming in from the link position to make the touch. Followed up by the wing here, and now the Redbacks just looking to open play up a little bit here. They've taken a little while to get those fresh players on during the subset, but now a bit of momentum starting to click into gear. Last play now, though. Unfortunately, they've overrun the play on that occasion there, the Redbacks. There was no one to pass it to.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tussle end-to-end, isn't it, James? They're sort of just trying to battle for the ascendancy here in the early sets in this match, but both teams have been playing out the sets of 6, so quite impressive for this age level.
So no try scorers as of yet in the women's 20 division. Step back off the left foot, trying to open up a gap through the middle here. Very well watched in defence, though, and ultimately out of acting half, so a changeover to come. It's nice play from Maitland.
Yeah, they're trying really hard to get this ball to the box on early counts, which is really good, and they've saved a touch there. So they're only on touch 3 here, and they're looking for their latch play coming now.
Let's see if they can conjure it up. Not quite on this occasion. They can continue to move it away now. Short pass at the line. Still a couple of plays up their sleeves here. Oh, the dummies come across. Looks beautiful. Linking up. Space out wide. They go to ground. I think they have managed to keep hands on it just as the dive came in. Yes, ball spilled after the act of scoring. And the Maitland Redbacks are the first team on the scoreboard list for this match.
Yeah, that's been coming for a while, James. They've been really, really good in completing their sets and then putting pressure on the Central Coast. They got a quick transition. They went down the other end and read the numbers really well, and a nice little long ball over the top, and the winger did the rest.
So the Dolphins with work to do, and you can just see the wind really starting to take effect there. It's even starting to blow the ball off the particular mark, and once more causing havoc in that particular play. It's a real mix-up there from the Dolphins. Fancy they would love to be next on the scorers list. They don't want to give themselves too much ground to make up, as up towards halfway come the Redbacks. And over it now, stepping back off the right foot, pick up an extra 5 or 10 metres here. They'll continue to shift towards their middles. Great pressure coming out there from the 35 for the Dolphins. Always playing at pace. A nice option to jam in off the wing there as well to really put on the pressure in defence. So they've recovered quite well here off the back of conceding the first try. And they can now work it away themselves. Heading towards that interchange area. Not a bad subset so far. And get the fresh players onto the field. The transition is smooth midway through the count. Still a couple of plays now for the Dolphins. Here is the last. Now out of acting half they run. They've got a retreating defensive line. Quick hands, but however they've numbered up very well in defence there, the Redbacks.
Yeah, they definitely have, and but that's a better set for the Central Coast Dolphins. Yeah, they'll be looking to just build some pressure here, James, and make sure that they're trying to limit this ground that the Redbacks are getting at will here, because they are a very well-drilled rucking outfit and they're getting great field position nearly every single set. So that's a little bit of work there that the Central Coast have done, and as we speak, they get the turnover. Great midfield pressure. Yeah,
credit to them. They were up quickly in defence, shutting things down and preventing any of those wide options there. A very messy play of the ball. Could have gone either way, but referees rule in favour of Maitland, so the changeover comes just after they've done all the hard work to earn themselves some good field position with the turnover. I'll offer it right back here to the Redbacks. Get a really smooth transition coming on. 4 players in one swift movement. They can keep marching upfield now. Off the right foot they go. Good pressure out of acting half. The touch came across. I'm not sure if she was onside. Surely that pass has floated forward at one point there. I'm not sure if they will award this. Certainly suggestions from the defensive line. In fact, they have. Well, I thought there could have been a litany of reasons why that one was pulled back, whether it be the touch for getting back on side. I thought it might have happened to have just got the 2 feet behind the line, or the pass potentially. But there is a lot of wind floating around.
There is, and a fortuitous call there for the Redbacks, and they go out to a 2-0 lead, James.
It's the Dolphins with plenty of work to do. Good news for them is they still have plenty of time on the clock. Of course, 30-minute matches, no halves. Simply change ends once one of the sides scores. The Dolphins will be hoping next time they do that, it'll be off the back of their own try. The head back up through the guts once more, operating with their middles. Pace here on display from the 35, who dives from a long way, but really nice touch. They're getting down very low to prevent the try.
Yeah, definitely. Not bad attack, though, from the Central Coast Dolphins on that occasion. They ran their sweeper plays, and they're asking some questions of the Redbacks, but this powerful drive that the Redbacks have coming out of their own end, I mean, at will, they're making 10 metres quite easily, James. So the real question is for the Central Coast coaching box, and over there I see Paul Farah in the coaching box over there for the Central Coast Dolphins, New South Wales men's 20s assistant coach. So he's very, very experienced, and I'm sure that Faz will be working overtime to find some solutions for the girls.
I don't think you'll have to look too far though. Both sides looked very well drilled in this opening little stanza, but certainly the Redbacks, as you mentioned there, Callie Banks, are dominating that rucking play to start their sets. They're really quite smooth when their transitions are coming into effect.
Yeah, they certainly are, and yeah, the Dolphins just have to create a bit of back-end flow here. Their first three are not as sharp, and yeah, it's just a coach killer over there for Faz.
Yeah, not playing the ball squarely. Of course, that's one of the key rules here in touch footy. Play it on the mark and play it facing the correct direction. Otherwise, you will be pulled up, and the referees are always pretty good with that. Touch comes in from the wing as they head back towards the open side now. Still numbers in motion. Nice little strike dump here. They can go hard at the line, getting all the way through. The pass is not a bad one either. They link up, and the Redbacks add some more pain to the scoreboard. 3 tries to nil. It's a great start from Maitland.
Yeah, and that's off the back again of this powerful rucking game that they've got, James. They create great back-end flow, which was the thing that I was saying that the Central Coast Dolphins have to try to get going. So if I'm over there in the Central Coast box, I'm probably trying to, get the players to get on their transitions a little bit quicker and try to, create some momentum on the first 3 and try to put, the Redbacks under a little bit of pressure defensively, because at the moment they're controlling the attack and the defence, and as we speak there's a penalty there to the Central Coast Dolphins for offside. So let's see what the Dolphins can do with this repeat set here, James.
Now, you might be able to hear it in the effects mic, but the wind is really picking up here at Tuggerah. It's very chilly. I don't know how Carly Banks has only got the t-shirt and shorts on. I've gone into the winter gear.
Mate, I'm a Toowoomba girl originally, so it's very cold up there, so yeah, this is a walk in the park, mate.
And here I was thinking the Sunshine State was warm everywhere. Here come the Dolphins off the left foot. Oh, just losing the footing too. That could have been an awkward collision. Did well to pull out of it, did the Redbacks defender. Back towards the middle and trying to open it up now on the short side. Geez, that's great work, sliding across from the 36. That's just a real hound dog sort of approach, not letting the play die.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously the Central Coast Dolphins were trying to finish the ball as close as they could to their box side to make life hard for this juggernaut that is the Redbacks, team in this division. Their rucking is really good, James. And the Central Coast Dolphins are no slouches defensively, so this is real quality rucking from the Maitland Redbacks.
Time and again, they're managing to continue that momentum with very smooth subsets, and once more they can really click into gear with the turn of pace. As I mentioned at the start of the call, if you are wondering where the names are, we are too. That's the unfortunate dilemma that we sometimes find when there's hundreds of players, many teams across multiple divisions. But we'll do our best here for you. Hopefully we can get some updates moving forward into the back end of this match. But it is the Dolphins once more driving forward. Very easy meters on offer in that particular play with a retreating defensive line now, but once more shut things down from the middle. A real nice effort there from the working middle.
Yeah, no, it was a really nice strike dump, and they sort of picked up, and if they were a little bit more direct on that run from half, then it may have paid some dividends. So there might be something in that for the Central Coast to have a bit of a look on those strike dumps and sort of get the acting half runner to maybe run a little bit more of a direct line between the two middles, and they might get a result, I think, James.
Heavy touch there on the previous play from the Dolphins. Just managed to slow momentum a bit, but that's a great pass. In fact, speaking of great passes, there's a beautiful floating one over the top. Nearly caused all sorts of problems. Last play now here for the Redbacks. Nothing opening up for them though. Once more, great work from the defensive middle for the Dolphins. Jammed in, shut down any opportunity there for the Redbacks, who were looking dangerous in the previous couple of plays. The Dolphins though still not quite able to match it with the Redbacks in terms of those transitions. This is a slightly better one, but still nowhere near as smooth as we're seeing from Maitland. So they straighten up. Pick up a further 5 metres. Last play now, ball out in front. Did well to reel it back in. Firing it back towards the centre. And then continuing to march wide. In fact, they'll beat the cover defence here, the Dolphins. They'll just check to see, with our honesty system, there is no touch whatsoever, and they are on the board, the Dolphins. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, beautiful little in and away line there from the Dolphins winger. And that's got the Dolphins back in this contest, James, so fantastic.
So a big little shout out here to our admin staff back in the tent. They've come through with us with the team sheets here, Cully Banks, so we'll slowly write those out as we do see things unfold. Will be the Maitland Redbacks with the use of the ball here for now. As they come centre field. Now through Stella Nichols. Nichols still an option there through the middle. Oh, good touch comes across. Not onside though. Oh, and then it's bombed at the death. Well, there was a try gone begging. They just had to reel it in. I don't think it'll be the end of it though. No, they're going to play advantage here.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really good call from the referee out there. She played advantage and there wasn't any. So, yeah, they came back and now they've gifted them a set of 6. So let's see what the Redbacks can do. Strike dump on the 7.
They come for it once again, and unfortunately that pass somewhere in between middle and link, but ultimately not where it needed to be.
Yeah, but if I'm the Redbacks coach, I'm not too unhappy about that play. The execution was off, but the idea was right. There was space out on that wing, so, you know, I wonder if they'll go back to that well a little bit later on in the game, James.
You one to watch, and I mean, you mentioned, of course, the coaching staff of the Dolphins. So far, I think the Redbacks coaching staff, though, would be very, very happy with what they've seen.
Yeah, they're very well drilled, aren't they? Like they go through their patterns and their processes, and yeah, and they're quite good defensively as well, James. Like they're working really hard for each other, and yeah, I've been super impressed with what I've seen so far from the Maitland Redbacks.
Of course, I know you're predominantly looking after the men's divisions these days, but I'm sure there might be a few players catching your eye here, and I'm sure some of the boys will be telling you, you know what, you need to have a chat with some of the women's coaches as well, based on what we're seeing out here. There's some very strong performances. Last play now for the Dolphins. They'll come to the centre of the field looking to work from left to right. All good step back off the right foot. But good pressure jamming in from the wing there from the Redbacks, and that's something they've been doing very well, is just not dying with the play, even when the ball is, I suppose, in mid-air. Just because the ball is floating doesn't mean you have to.
Yeah, definitely. No, they've done very, very well, you know, for the entirety of the game so far, James. So, and here they go again, taking the ball to the box. Really smart play. She pushed the pass there, but it was definitely, you know, on and just couldn't be taken. But, you know, the Central Coast have now got a turnover in pretty good field position. So let's see what they can do with this repeat set.
So they come to the middle now through Highland. And Highland finds the support of Westerman. Westerman, oh yes, lovely little ball, short one here, and they will produce a result. Walkerton dives in for the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yeah, so that's a 3-2 scoreline now, James, and that sweeper play was something that the Central Coast coaching staff had been trying to get the girls to do a little bit earlier, and I thought that strike dump was inside the 7, so they fortuitously got away with that one, but a lovely dive from Walkerton, and yeah, the Central Coast are back in it, and it's game on, James. 3-2.
We like that. Nice tight fixtures, and we are gradually getting this team list to you, so occasionally you might hear a new name popping up. That's what we love. This will be another turnover favouring the Dolphins, though. And we talk about going to the well when something works in touch football. So far, what have you, I suppose, identified for the Dolphins? They've managed to gradually get their way back into the match. Is there a particular play they need to keep relying on?
Yeah, they're very good at their sweepers down on the line. It seems to be, you know, their go-to play and stuff like that. So I'd also like to see them, as we speak, looks like Erica
Here come the Dolphins all the way into the in-goal and finding support in the form of Sarah Highland. She beats the cover defence, gets it down quickly, and Carly Banks, you were saying we've got a game on our hands. We certainly do. 3 tries apiece.
Yeah, that was number 35. Was that Erica Stoddard?
It was indeed Erica Stoddard at the 35.
Yeah, no, I did some skills work with her a little while ago, a few years ago, and she's worked really hard, you know, on her game, and her game's picked up in leaps and bounds. She's playing Vorden Cup on a Friday night with the Central Coast Dolphins in the Division 1, and played some Premier as well. So yeah, she's a good young player, and she just showed why. She ran straight between the two middles and set up that touchdown. So yeah, good to see the Central Coast really clawing their way back into this one. So let's see how the Maitland Redbacks respond, James.
Been a wave of tries for the Dolphins. Now come up with a few clutch plays to really make this one a tight contest, but the Redbacks looking to hit back immediately here. Ball over the top. Oh, it was nearly a good enough ball to beat the cover defence. Squirting across there was Squires, who tried to shut it down very quickly. Still pressure against them though here. Squires was watching once more, but good support from the inside link. That was Lucy Stringer that made the touch. And that will be the change over there, Carly Banks.
Yep, again, we're into a bit of an arm wrestle here, James, as both teams are battling for the ascendancy here. Next 5 minutes will be really, really important, James, in terms of who can really sort of kick clear, complete their sets, get down the other end and really, really put some scoreboard pressure on if they can.
So Dolphins with ball in hand. Here is Stoddard managing to work half an overlap there. They nearly capitalised on it. Mullins, though, is caught just at the death. Now say, what have they ruled that? Is that the last set they ruled?
Yep.
Yeah, it is indeed. The girls certainly lost count for a moment. I might have too. It is infectious. Towards halfway they come. Great driving run there as well from Nichols.
Yeah, they're already there on two. If I was the Maitland's Redbacks coaching staff, I'd probably say, look, we're already over halfway on two. I would have kept the flow going towards the middle and maybe, get a little bit closer for their strike dump.
They might still get an opportunity here. Ball out in front. Just evading the grasp there of, I think it was Walter back, it certainly was.
Yeah, because what we often see, James, is there's a big accent from heaps of teams on, sub-box patterns, etc. And they seem to just go through the motions of, on three, we always take the ball to here or we do whatever. So when you see people playing some eyes-up footy and, changing up and going, well, we've already got the field position, now we can go to something a little bit earlier, it's a real sign of maturity, in plays. And when you see that in young people, you get pretty excited about that type of ability.
It's always great to see maturity beyond the years, of course. This is the Women's 20 division. Good pressure coming up from the link position, so the changeover to come here for the Redbacks. And one thing they've done particularly well, of course, has been getting those fresh players onto the field. They're all lined up, ready to go. Bit of a slow play the ball there. In fact, more than slow, and there's a reason for it. It was a stray foot. Managed to dispossess them, so they'll get another set to play with here as Turner shifts it away. Forward they drive now, up through the centre of the pitch. Still pressure on here for this defensive line. Good touch though made from Ball.
Yeah.
It was Ball and all for that matter.
Yeah, clutch play there from the Central Coast winger.
Floating back to the middle. There's no way they were going to beat the cover defence though of Trasler. She was in there to close things down. Still a couple of plays left here for the Redbacks. I haven't asked too many questions so far in this particular set though. This is the last now. Don't quite get the strike dump either. And that's great defensive pressure from the Dolphins.
Yeah, really good. The Redbacks threw the kitchen sink at them then and really couldn't breach them there. And the Central Coast Dolphins looked very, very, composed and at ease dealing with that set of six. So, holy
Carly
Mac.
Banks, that's one of the greatest commentators' curses I've ever seen. They look extremely composed. They've passed it to a player who's already running to the substitutions box. Well done and welcome to the commentary booth.
Geez, I think they won't want me up here anymore, James.
Well, the Redbacks play it about 15 metres away from the Dolphins line. Crabbing across field is Nichols. They link up here. Oh, good pressure coming across in defence though from Highland. She shut it down. Still an option here back to the middle. Was that touched? No, they managed to get hands on it themselves, the Redbacks. Back towards that 7 metre mark now. Now fire it off here for Murdoch. Murdoch drops it off. Late at the line, trying to work something beautifully watched in defence though. I think that is Stoddard. Yes, it is.
Yeah, they have composed themselves really well. They've had two almost back-to-back sets defensively, and the Dolphins have handled everything that the Maitland Redbacks have thrown at them there. So then, that's a fortuitous penalty there for the Dolphins because it looked like a bit of a loose carry to me. But they get the penalty and they get a chance to get down the other end now, and this would break the hearts of the Maitland
Redbacks. I'll help you out there, Carly Banks. There's not a worry whatsoever.
Sorry, mate. I drove 10 hours from Queensland overnight. So,
absolutely.
From just
Toowoomba?
struggling a little bit. No, mate. From Brisbane, I was at the Metro Cup up there last night, and finished my coaching commitments and jumped in the car, and here I am.
You're a glutton for punishment.
I am.
And also an absolute passionate fiend when it comes to touch football.
Mate, I just have to get a life, I think. But anyway, moving on.
I can help you with that. Now, off they shifted here, the Dolphins. About 10 metres shy of the try line. They've still got them backpedaling, coming up for supporting pressure through the middle. Yes, she did indeed make the touch. There was certainly some concern about her that it wasn't going to be awarded initially, but the touch definitely made.
Yeah, definitely. This has been such a good contest though, James. Both these teams have really toiled hard. You know, they've worked hard to try and get the field position. You know, everything they've got, they've earned, and you know, it's a real, really good battle, and really hard to pick a winner, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, still locked at 3 tries apiece here. It was a very strong start from the Maitland Redbacks, but they've worked their way into it here, the Dolphins, and they nearly had an opportunity to capitalise there, though, the Redbacks.
Yeah, the Redbacks were nearly through there, and it was just last-ditch defence there from the Dolphins to save the day. So, yeah, it's all happening here.
Now the big news we've got for you is that the team list is officially through. We've got every single player playing in this one, so big thank you to our staff back in the admin tent there for New South Wales Touch Football. It's a million miles a minute. There are games happening left, right and centre across this massive complex here in Tuggerah as the Dolphins go on the attack. Now that Stringer plays it quickly, rushing out of the defensive line. It was good pressure from the Redbacks. Still live here. Oh, the big dummy comes out. Such a massive dummy that it's fooled everybody, and they might have gone all the way across here. Did the cover defence get there in time? No, it didn't. And the Dolphins, out of absolutely nowhere, have taken the lead 4-3.
Walk it in again. She has been a dominant player for this Central Coast Dolphins outfit. She skived through there from acting half and linked up with Squires, who dotted down for her second touchdown of the game, James.
So a real turn of fortunes here for the Central Coast side. Started very much on the back foot, but they have come home with a wet sail, and perhaps fittingly, the wind has picked up as well as their performance has. Stoddard making the touch as the Redbacks now have the work to do. Out of acting half here is Sunnerton.
Yeah, I don't think the Redbacks are finished just yet, James. I think we might see some more scoreboard action coming very soon.
We certainly know they can launch a raid. They'll try and do another one here. Great cutout ball.
There it is.
Oh, beautiful width held as well.
Perfect.
And I don't think they're going to rule that one forward. It was beautiful out of the hands. Yes, back into the in goal they go. They'll point to the spot, and that is a try. We're locked up once more, 4 apiece.
Yeah, that was a beautiful piece of play. Got around on the sweep and instinctively threw long to the winger, who ran a lovely little J line to dot down. That was a fantastic piece of play, James. And, 4-4.
So Walter back, collecting the try. That's a welcome back to level peggings for this matter. So here come the Dolphins up over halfway. Picking up easy metres up through the middle at the moment. Although they will have to head back to the mark there. Walkerton once more receives it, then popping it back on the inside for support. Walkerton now wrapping around. Oh, was she onside or not? I don't think so. Yes, Walkerton has taken full advantage of a marker who didn't get both feet behind the line. And those are those little 1%ers that can be absolutely crucial in a game of touch.
Yeah, strike dump on the 7 where they wanted it, and that sweeper play has been money for jam for the Central Coast Dolphins outfit today, James. And they've certainly got that aspect of their game on point. So let's see if the Redbacks can come back here.
So the Redbacks with use of the ball now. Here's Beckett. Back towards the middle for Stacey.
Yeah.
Beckett once more. Stacey in an acting half as they wrap around here. Carr at pace, trying to link up with her link for that matter.
Yeah, both teams throwing similar shapes attack-wise. Lots of sweeping plays from both teams. It'd be interesting to maybe throw the cat among the pigeons and throw, a rooster shape at them, or something a little bit different that sort of forces the other team to shut down. Because in women's touch, traditionally, there's a lot more advent of chase out and shut down defence that we see a lot more than in the sort of men's games that tend to be a little bit more man on and competing sort of defences. So yeah, I'd really like to see both these teams maybe get a little rooster play, wrap around behind, and but we've run out of time, James. So what a game!
Well, that is full time there, Kelly Banks, and I was going to ask if we had one further play to just put another animal in there. I mean, you're talking about a rooster play, cat amongst the pigeons. We've got Redbacks, Dolphins.
It's all happening.
Oh, Now I'm just getting hungry. I already had lunch, but who'd have thought? Who'd have thought I'd be here needing to eat again? But at full time, we have finished here with a level game. So, of course, no drop-offs, no extra time on day one here for the pool fixtures. 4 tries apiece between the Redbacks and the Dolphins. And ultimately, very, very high quality match. But that's not certainly where it finishes. We still have plenty to get through. Another match coming your way in about 5 minutes' time right here on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son. I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together. And Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team. And they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well. And the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it. How professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kalen and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Kalen Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me actually, but did play against them. But yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and yeah, without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because
back here to
Joel
Central
Kane's
Coast
playing
Sports
and
Complex
Cliffy
in
Lyons,
beautiful Tuggerah. The
Scott
wind has most
Prince,
certainly picked up.
Nathan Fiend.
We now move
Could we
to
maybe
our
see you
men's
joining the
seniors
Cronulla
division
Sharks?
between the
Without
Bulls
doubt,
and
I'd love
Wolves
to. I actually
in
had
the
a
blue
game the other night. Joel
and the
told me
Mudgee
that
Buck
his team was
Crabs
short.
in
Joel
the
didn't
purple and
play,
black.
but I actually
James
turned up and had a
Preston and Kelly
game
Banks with you
and got a
in
couple of
commentary.
tries. It was
Kelly,
with the marker though, so it
few
wasn't a
players
whole
across
lot.
both these
Paul,
sides that you're
Cronulla-
aware of, particularly the Wallsend team. For you, obviously, the players you've probably worked with for some time now at different capacities, and what can we expect from the likes, for example, of Cam Maxwell?
Yes, Cameron Maxwell, he's current assistant coach for the New South Wales Mixed Open. He is a very, very accomplished mixed player himself, so stepping up and playing in the men's seniors, interesting to see how Cam goes. He's a big, lanky guy. His nickname is Noodle. So we'll see how the Noodle goes today. He's
goodness me.
Big rangy character who talks himself up very well. So in his own mind, he's the man. So it's all on you, Noodle. So hope you play well, mate.
Well, see, typically they say a legend in their own lunchbox, but I think on this occasion, given his Noodle, he might be a legend in a boiling pot of water. So he will start for the Wallsend Wolves. He's pointing out here to the commentary booth in the middle. So having a bit of a chat with the referee, so very much lively. We'll see how this one does feature, of course, in the seniors division. Pretty much the only rule surrounding things that I suppose myself and Carly are aware of is it's over the age of 30. There's no real restrictions outside of that. And of course, if you're just joining us for the first time today, 30-minute matches. And then after a try is scored, the two sides will change ends. There is no extra time, no drop-off. So if it is a draw at full time, all counts the same in terms of our final fixtures and results. Referees are in place and we are very close to getting underway with this one. So far, across most divisions and for both women's and men's, the Mudgee sides have been very strong in this tournament today, Carly Banks.
Yeah, and it's really, really good to see, all of New South Wales country represented here. This is such an important tournament, James, for our country regions because for our country affiliates because often, they don't get a chance to come to Sydney and play in the Vorden Cup, and so when they get an opportunity to come to country championships and play at this event, it just means the world to a lot of these teams, and it's a great preparation leading into the New South Wales State Cup in December. So this is one of those tournaments that is always going to have a place, in the history books of New South Wales touch.
Now, it's been a while since I've seen that. The old-fashioned mousetrap play emerging just in that set there from the Mudgee Mud Crabs. About 7 metres away from the opposition try line. Great ball fired left to right about 20 metres. There's no touch. And Mudgee are up and off the bench. And the Mud Crabs are crabbing across field celebrating. You got to love that one. The boys are in.
Yeah, Robert Hudson with the left to right long ball. Just wound up and went bang and hit his winger, running a great in-out line, and yeah, that shocked the Wallsend Wolves early. 1-0 to the Mudgee Mud Crabs.
Now, I hate to be biased, but based on that celebration, I would like a lot more in the way of Mudgee getting across the try line. I'm not sure if you saw it, Carly Banks, but they were all crabbing across field quite literally. The pincers were out as the Wolves now go on the attack. Wonder if they might start howling if they score. Cole out of acting half. Nice little flip on there. Still alive. Oh, the big dummy comes out. It fools them all. Matt Cole with a couple of moments of brilliance. First the flick and then the giant dummy. That makes it a level ball game, 1 try apiece.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be a high-scoring affair, James. If the opening 60 seconds is anything to go by.
It's been frenetic pace. Of course, 30-minute matches, and we're only a minute down into this one and already 1 try apiece. So very much beating the clock at this point in time. Will be the Mud Crabs once more to tap us off from halfway. They'll try and launch a raid here. That comes through Channon. Now away to Stoddart. Stoddart being caught about 7 metres away from the opposition line. They'll slow things down here through Sutherland. Back now to Stoddart. Drop it off around 10 metres away. Sutherland. Once more, very patient, calculated with his motions and movements. The wraparound play comes. Unfortunately, nothing occurring there. I suppose there's a fine line between being patient and ultimately stifling your own attack with just how slow some of those plays were toward the end of that set, Carly.
Yeah, definitely. And you've got to remember that we haven't had a lot of touch in New South Wales, James, over the last 2 years, to be exact, and to have everybody come out here and jump straight into the tournament. Oh,
here
Cameron
comes
Maxwell,
the noodle, floating it over the top. A beautiful pass too, and then stepping off the right foot with a bang was Jared Forbes. And Wallsend, despite conceding first, are now in front 2 tries to 1. And there is the noodle himself. And that was like a 2-minute specialty with a bit of chicken flavouring.
It was, and that's an old combination. I coached both those boys many years ago when I first came down to Wallsend and had the men's open side. So, both those guys combining for the try. So good to see Jared Forbes get himself over for a try there.
For a moment there, I thought the great combination you were going to talk about was the chicken flavouring seasoning with the noodles, but sure, just leave me out to dry, unlike noodle. To the middle they come now. Here are the mud crabs. Turn back away there from Sutherland. They're all offside there, the Wolves, so another set to play with here for Mudgee. Now, thoughts, of course, do go out to all those people affected by the floods, which are really impacting Mudgee at the moment. So it'd be good to see if the mud crabs can get a win. Almost ironic that they are called mud crabs today, actually. There'd be plenty of mud floating about Mudgee at the moment. Here's McPherson. Fires it on. Options here through the middle. They'll try and get the strike dump, and in fact, they'll take it inside that 7 metre mark. Still live here. Oh, he's thrown it directly into the hands of Forbes. It's gone forward anyway, though, so won't have to worry too much about that. It'll be a changeover, and it will be Noodle to tap us back underway. Cam Maxwell. Dummy comes in, picks up about 5 metres. Nice start to the set, too, as they head towards the transitional area. How is the subset looking? Yes, it's not too bad at all. So 3 plays, they're there already. However, I've put the mocker on them. I think they might have even stepped into touch here.
They have, yeah. They just stepped out as they were making the interchange, and that's one of the perils of running a sub-box pattern. That you have to be really careful. You want to bring the ball as close as you can to the box, James, to the sideline, without sort of going out. Sometimes the winger puts their foot out, or the person playing the ball, sort of does that. So you need to be really, really careful to make sure that you give it a sensible amount of distance so that you can get a nice clean dump and you can get off the field quickly.
Well, Bennett from right to left now, linking up with McPherson. McPherson a long ball, but they were watchful once more in defence here, the Wolves.
Yeah, great read over there by the winger. Did a really, really good job to contain that situation very well.
It's McPherson again. Finds Sutherland, who's very happy to slow things down at the moment. Oh, great hands as well from Sutherland. Reeled that one in from behind himself. Now, he was thinking that was the changeover. He's thrown it to the Wolves here. In fact, he's got another opportunity. That's Reynolds out there, actually. Now, simply opt. That's a bit of a strategy coming into effect there. They've decided to kill the play as far away from the subs box as possible, knowing that there was no real try-scoring opportunity there. So smart play from the Mud Crabs. But very quickly they are working back towards their interchange area. The subset is pretty good, all things considered, here from the Wolves. So up over halfway they come. That could have been touch pass, but it'll go to ground anyway. So
yes, Tommy Taylor won't be happy with that pass. Tommy Taylor, a Hornets junior representative coach, and one of our best young coaches. So the coach will be giving himself a bit of an uppercut after that one, I think, James.
Very graphic indeed, Carly Banks. The uppercut's coming out, the self-inflicted one. Out it comes here for Sutherland. And now wider still with Hudson. Hudson back to Sutherland. Slowing it down now as Stoddart plays it. Sutherland once more. Slumming things down, looking for that strike dump. And also tried to get in the false touch. The referees have simply waved things on there. That's an interesting little ruling with the arm.
Let the boys play, that's what he said.
Usually we see very stoic deliveries in terms of the physical rulings from referees, but that was, it's fine. Just carry on, boys. Nothing to see here as the hat comes flying off as well. The Wolves up towards halfway. It's all happening here in Tuggerah. The wind is very strong.
It is.
So the fire on the ball here is Maxwell off the left foot. Now final play here for Baker. Baker tries to get the pass working, and I can only imagine, outside of losing the footing, he's probably a right to left passer on that occasion there, Carly Banks.
Yeah, maybe the wind got a hold of that one, James.
That's certainly what he'll be claiming.
Exactly.
The step comes across, and it's much to the delight of the fans. I think that was a tongue-in-cheek kind of step, actually, as Sutherland comes forward. Touch comes in from Forbes, though. Worked off out of acting half there from Berridge. Berridge once more, popping in at acting half. Nice delivery. They can keep the momentum flowing. Little speculative pass over the top, but it was coming after the touch anyway and went to ground. So change over here. And I think a bit of back chat too, so they'll be marched further, will they? No. Simply changing position is the referee. He did signal for the 10. That was interesting. There was no call after it. Smith heads towards that sub-box, as does Maxwell. Popping in at acting half. So the roll-on is pretty good here for the Wolves. 10 metres into enemy territory. Had an option to keep promoting the ball out to the left. Decided against it. Now trying to carve up an opportunity through the middle. He's managed to work his way all the way through Gray, and then he does indeed link up with some supporting players. They'll have a little chat here, the referees, though. I'm not sure this one will be awarded.
Yeah, I thought it looked like a play-on situation, but no, he's calling the touch.
It was an interesting one because
penalty,
all the...
he played advantage, and yep, I get it, there wasn't. But Jason Gray did really, really well. He's a very talented player. Had played representative rugby union as well, so yeah, he's got some skills about him.
Well, here he is again, Jason Gray. Well, he's absolutely carved them up there. That is black and white. There's no grey about that. He went straight through them for the third try of the match here for the Wallsend Wolves, 3-1.
Yeah, it's a nice little step back off the quickie, got between the two middles, and it was all Jason Gray from there. So yeah, the Wallsend Wolves are starting to assert their ascendancy a little bit here, I think, James. I think that Mudgee have got to try to hit back here, and at least if they don't score, just finish, down deep into the Wallsend Wolves half, just to make sure that the Wolves don't get away, because their ruckings looked a little bit better these last few minutes. So yeah.
It's interesting as well. I mean, they took a very early lead within the first 30 seconds or so, and since that point, it's just been the Wolves more and more.
Yeah, and you can see now that the speed of both teams is markedly different. The Wallsend Wolves are flowing down the field like they're at halfway now on 2 touches, and as opposed to the Mudgee set before, they were walking the ball over towards the sub box almost. So the boys are a little bit tired, and they need to be really careful here, or the Wallsend Wolves are going to open them up again.
Nearly got away from them there, did Smith, and decided to drop it inside that 7-metre mark. A very inspired choice because he follows up in support the very next play, and Tyrone Smith has gone in for the Wallsend Wolves. Now we're beginning to see just a bit of an avalanche in terms of points being scored.
Yeah, and this is the danger now, as I was pointing out, James, for Mudgee, that they've got to stop the rot a little bit here. So they need to make sure that off this next tap off, they get the ball, they play out their set, they get the ball deep at the other end of the field, and they make the Wolves truck the ball 70 metres to score a try, because at the moment, all the momentum is with the Wallsend Wolves.
100% right. It's pretty much turned on its head since those early stages as Gleeson comes forward, and now back to Sutherland throughout the middle. Gray steps up to put on the pressure. They'll get a nice little strike dump here to try and launch a raid. Down the short side they go. Oh, and they drifted across beautifully in defence to shut things down very quickly there, the Wolves. Back to the 7-metre mark come the Mud Crabs. Out here from Gleeson. Looks a likely customer. Shannon, last play. Surely that'll be another set to play with. Yes. Not clearing the ruck correctly.
And that's a really opportune call for the Mud Crabs now. They need to make sure that they play out their set, and if they were to give themselves a touchdown here, they sort of would rewrite the scales a little bit, or readjust them to put themselves back in this contest.
They've still got plenty of time. We know they are good enough. There's about 18 minutes to go in this one. Of course, no halves. Simply have the two sides changing directions after a try is scored as Gray goes for a big barrel roll. Great little change of pace as well. However, the pass is anything but. Shannon tried to do a little bit too much there and well over the head of his supporting winger. He was never going to reel in that one. Way too big for Romy Berridge. It's now the Wallsend Wolves bringing away from their own end. Smith out of acting half. Gray wrapping around and picking up good metres too. However, he's played that one incorrectly, so a changeover to come here. And this is good field position once more for the Mud Crabs. But you fancy, given this has been a few sets down here now, they've got to come away with something.
They do. They really do, James.
So Berridge taps it. Gleeson it is. Now driving forward. Up comes the pressure. Sutherland to slow things down. Further on it comes now to Channon. And now this is Romy Berridge. Berridge tries to get away from them. Good cover defence though. Forbes was there. Berridge once more slows things down. Heads towards the middle of the field with Sutherland. Sutherland dropping off. Hitting it at pace is Gleeson. Gleeson! No, they just got the touch in time. I thought they were potentially going to call that the 2 feet weren't back. It was very close.
Yeah, it was a really close call and a really awesome play there from the Mudgee Mud Crabs. They're asking some questions here, James.
Berridge off the right foot and the big dummy too. It's worked.
Show and go.
To perfect effect there. Well, that is the kind of stuff you see from the likes of Sean Johnson or potentially even Benji Marshall. But the pincers at the end, well, that's the thing you can only see right here at the Country Championships. The Mudgee Mud Crabs are celebrating after a great try there to Berridge.
You'd pay money to see that post-try celebration, James. What a champion.
I love it.
He's loving it. Look, yep. He's my new favourite.
This is what I've said to you, Carly Banks. I didn't want to be biased at the start of the match, but after that first celebration, I want more tries from them. I could happily see this one end up 10 tries apiece. All the Mud Crabs on display. So the Wolves get another chance here to launch a raid. Hopping out of acting half is Arbuckle. Good short ball, Arbuckle wrapping back around, and straight away he makes them pay. It's far too easy in the end for the Wolves and Wolves. After all the hard work for the Mud Crabs, they just take their foot off the pedal a little bit in defence, and straight away results come for the Wolves.
Yeah, nice hit back from the Wolves, and you know, every time the Mud Crabs threaten to take control of this game again, the Wolves just do enough to keep them at bay and you know, assert their ascendancy again.
Carly Banks, you might not have a great chance to see any further of this mud crabbing. You've got to head off. There's more matches to coach. Of course, you're very busy today, as always, but thank you so much for joining me in the booth so far.
Yeah, no, I look forward to coming back. The Doyleson Dragons, my boys are up against the Beresfield Bandits, and that should be a really good game coming up next, James. So hopefully both teams will put on a really good contest for the viewers at home.
Absolutely, and of course, if you are enjoying the action, let us know where you're watching from in the comments. If you're watching via New South Wales Touch Football on the Facebook page, as once more, Mudgee Mud Crabs try to launch a ray, but it's prevented from crossing that line. Good hands here. Smith has an opportunity to move. He'll come back and play it now. Wilson hopping in at acting half. Ball played nice and quick there. I'll have to slow things down just a little bit now, though, through Cole. Cole opens up the play once more. Comes back to him, almost wasn't expecting it. A very messy play, the ball. There was multiple players who didn't clear the ruck cleanly. So they'll get another set to play with here. 5-2. The Wolves in charge. The Mud Crabs needing to hold out on this occasion. Gray linking up here with Wilson, who drops it off a nice strike dump. Cole, short ball, beautiful ball for that matter. And Gray got to ground extremely quickly, but a lovely little deception about the pass there from Cole. Makes it 6 tries to 2. The Wolves are howling. Unfortunately for the Mud Crabs, there is no further pincer movement, so to speak. There's celebrations, at least not for now. So Sutherland touches it back off here. Time is also beginning to become a factor here for the Mud Crabs. They need to score pretty quickly. We're into the back end of this match. Just over 13 minutes remaining. Driving at the line, and all too easy there for Reynolds. No touch coming. It is a try, and the Mud Crabs. Will we see another pincer display here in celebration? Oh, come on, boys. The people at home are wanting it. The man in the commentary booth is wanting it. Paul, our cameraman, is wanting it. Pumping the fist, but unfortunately no pincers are coming out. So 6 tries to 3. The Wolves still lead the Mud Crabs here. They are keeping touch, though, with about 13 minutes remaining. Certainly plenty of time to still work their way back into this. The Wolves once more driving forward. Strike dump. It wasn't a clear ruck either. Coming through the play, the ball was Gleeson. So another set falls the way of the Wolves and Wolves. Arbuckle is called around for a bit of a rooster play. And they're not playing it squarely. There was a bit of extra pressure in the touch, but that's fine. Referees will always be looking at whether it's heavy contact or simply a case where a penalty should be blown in the event of forceful contact. Touch coming in as Berridge offers it away. Berridge in an acting half once more. supplied here for Stoddart. Stoddart, nice roll ball. Off it comes now to McPherson. McPherson offering long to Berridge. It was a hard one to pull in. He was under all sorts of pressure and it was down at the bootlaces. A little too difficult for him to collect. So the Wolves now with Smith. Try scorer himself. As they head towards the interchange area. Not a bad subset. They keep marching forward up over halfway. Late release on the pass too. It's a nice one. And now Cole picks it up and launches at pace. Gray is there through the middle. Oh, Jason Gray. 50 shades of excellence from him. Another try to the Wolves then. Wolves 7-3. They've gone into overdrive with about 11 minutes remaining. The assignment just got very difficult for Mudgee, who have been pretty exceptional really across all divisions and men's, women's and mixed. So Gleeson taps it off and now supplies a pass there for Bennett. Bennett once more emerges as an option out of acting half. Bennett again. Gleeson shifts it from left to right. Hitting the ball at pace and playing it within that 7-metre mark. Oh, here we go, stepping up in the defensive line. He's taken the intercept, getting well up over halfway. There's no one within Kui. Berridge is coming late, but he won't get there in time. Tommy Taylor goes all the way. A beautiful defensive read. He stepped up and ran the length of the field, 100 metres. There's still some life in those hamstrings yet. (8-3). The Wolves and Wolves in cruise control now. It wasn't too long ago we were looking at a 5-2 scoreline with a fair bit of play running the way of the Mudgee Mud Crabs. They'll touch it off again here through Stoddart. Plays it about 8 metres into enemy territory. O'Brien is caught. Here he is again with ball in hand. Maxwell comes up with the touch. Stoddart once more. Looking for that strike dump. O'Brien diving from a long way out. He's done a great job to get down as quickly as he did. But Maxwell likewise did a wonderful job just to prevent the try being scored. Back to that 7-metre mark on the last. They won't have a strike dump to work with. Stoddart decides to deliver very long. It's a floating pass out in front of the runner Fitzgerald. Not much he can do about it. Change over to come. So from the 7-metre mark, they look to work it towards their interchange area with a big subset here. 8 minutes and 40 seconds roughly on the clock. Maxwell drops it off towards that halfway line as the transition is a very nice one too here from the Wolves and Wolves. Quick hands. Cole's in support. Cole puts the foot down. Cole has gone all the way through. He's having a big match, Matty Cole, and he makes it 9-3. So the Wolves really starting to bite down on their opposition. Just as fatigue begins to set in too. They seem to be getting stronger and stronger as this match unfolds. Turning it back on the inside here for Bennett. Nice strike dump. Playing short at the line. Pushing forward was Reynolds. They were back on side though, so the touch is completed in defence from Wallsend. McPherson delivers wider still to Andrew Channon. Dropped off now, Channon. Still an option there, not utilised. Touch comes across though, just in time there from Tommy Taylor. Back to the 7-metre mark they go. McPherson slowing things down. Last play now for the Mud Crabs. O'Brien diving from distance. lost his footing and crashed into one of the defenders. No try forthcoming, but he's a likely customer, is Nathan O'Brien. Taylor, 10 shy of the halfway line as they work it towards the interchange area. Quick play the ball too. Smith is out there once more. On it comes to Baker. Baker out to Cole. Cole, great agility. Twists and turns. Lovely ball there to Smith. Smith gets quick hands working. They head towards the sideline. A big dive from a long way out. They get underneath the cover defence. And that's a great try from the Walsam Wolves. 10-3. And it's not quite the mud crab afterwards, but a nice big point to the 13 on the back there of Matt Gooley. This one really has gotten away from Mudgie's side. With about 5.5 minutes remaining here at Tuggerah in this men's seniors division. After this one, of course, we do move to the Doyleson Dragons and the Beresfield Bandits in the men's open division. Carly Banks will be involved in that. In terms of coaching, she's done a great job with us a little earlier up in the booth. Berridge supplies to Gleeson. Now O'Brien taking forever to finally get that touch on him. Stoddart off the right foot and then heads back toward the middle. Touch coming in here from Maxwell. Oh, that's a coach killer there, though, from Gleeson. Maxwell coming forth. Smith drops it off. Back to Maxwell now. They're just picking up easy meters here. The Walsam Wolves. So over halfway they go. With little fuss about the defensive work here of the Mudgee Mo Crabs. Wilson dropping it down. Now Cole drives forward. Good pressure coming in from Gleeson. I'll play this one here. 7 metres away for O'Brien. Time very much running out here for the Mud Crabs to get a few consolation tries. The match is well and truly run and won in favour of the Walsam Wolves. They won't be able to make up the margin. Clock will most certainly beat them with about 5 on the clock. Straightening now. Here's Fitzgerald with that run. Berridge then hops in at acting half. Strike dump comes. Last play now. Couple of goose steps there. Just threatening to split them was Andrew Channon. He wanted to unleash. The defence did enough. Baker off now for Taylor, and then hops into acting half on the following play. Dummy, and then release. They'd all overrun the ball itself, though, so there was no way they could promote the footy further upfield. But easy meters on offer for the following play as Gray marches forward. Smith now out of acting half. Smith still an option. Back to Gray. Gray, quick hands. Oh, it's beautiful play here from the Walsam Wolves. Jared Forbes goes in. And that is the 11th try for the Wolves. For a match that started with not only the Mud Crabs claiming the first try of the game, but then within the last 6 or 7 minutes being as close as 5-2. It's really blown up here. 11-3 is the scoreline. Certainly wouldn't have predicted this after the first couple of minutes of this match. Stoddart comes forward. Stoddart once more here, now to Hudson. Hudson looking for some sort of opening. Reynolds slowing things down. Stoddart caught inside that 7 metre mark. O'Brien once more. He's been trying it a few times, and on this occasion it's worked for Nathan O'Brien, getting nice and low and diving from distance. He picks up the 4th try of the match for the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Haven't quite seen the crab come back out since Berridge scored, but I'll be pleased with that particular piece of play as we come inside the final 2 minutes here. Well, this one, 11-4. Wolves leading. Maxwell restarts things. Receives it back from Smith, who hops in at acting half, and now Maxwell once more. Shifts it on further here to Baker. Maxwell, quick hands, Arbuckle, Baker, great ball. Oh, they're in again here with Jared Forbes. Or have they ruled that one forward? They have indeed. Geez, it must have been marginal. Couldn't have been too much in it. Berridge with a step off the left foot. Arbuckle makes the touch. Acting half from Berridge. Working hard so far through this set. Hudson. Stoddart. Straightening things up. Last play now for the Mud Crabs. Quick hands. Stoddart. Oh, he wanted the little flick on to Hudson. But they did a great job to jam in from that link position. I think it was Arbuckle that closed it down. Maxwell. Arbuckle loops and collects it now. O'Brien makes the touch. Smith, a very flat ball. Probably lucky to get away with that one. Taylor up over halfway. Quick hands as Cole wraps around. Off of the big dummy. Had Wilson coming late in support. Now drop it off nice and quick here. Taylor. Taylor, ball in two hands. Oh, the big dummy pops out and keeping the width once more. It's a great try out there for Gooley. Beautifully worked there from Tom Taylor, who's had a big match himself. 12 tries to 4. There is the siren, so right on the stroke of full time. Another try there for the Wallsend Wolves. And at full time it is 12-4. And we move to the big one next. The men's open division. Wonderful showcase of touch footy is coming your way in about 5 minutes' time, so don't go too far. The Country Championships 2022 live from the Central Coast. Next, the Doyleson Dragons and the Beresfield Bandits do battle in the men's open division. Well, we are set for a big one here. For the Country Championships 2022, we move to the Men's Open Division. An absolute ripping fixture on offer here for us between the Doyleson Dragons and the Beresfield Bandits. Carly Banks, of course, coaching the Doyleson Dragons. And joining me in commentary, a man who has got plenty of experience with coaching, certainly at an origin level for that matter as well, is none other than Stoney himself, David Stone. Mate, welcome to the booth.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's good to be here with you. And we have a ripping game here between Central Coast and Beresfield, two of the heavyweights of the country region, so really looking forward to this game.
Now, it might be a little tough for our viewers at home to exactly see the difference between the two sides. However, we do have a try straight away here for the Beresfield Bandits, so it is the side in black taking on the side in black with some gold trim. It's a very tough one to keep a track of. But the first try, nonetheless, comes the way of Beresfield. A beautiful ball right the line there, Stoney.
Yeah, it was a good ball. Dug into the line, a little short ball, which has been the theme of the day. A lot of front door action today with hitting the lines and stuff like that. So a really good start by the Beresfield Bandits.
It's one try to nil as Doyleson now get a chance to try and launch an attack of their own. Thompson, the man in number 12, here he is now. He's certainly one to watch. Kelly Banks is full of praise for this man in particular. Very quick customer. He's worked a lovely little short side raid there. Just couldn't find the finishing touch, though. That's a try gone begging, Stoney.
Yeah, it is. And we'll see there a lot. We've got Thompson, but also Fitzpatrick. He's a very smart football brain. And them two boys will really work well together. They've been playing together for a lot of years.
So up over halfway now comes Beresfield. Long ball here out to Jones. Jones back on the inside. Options through Howard, who drives it forward, and now out of acting half comes Jones. The long ball, the tip on. Oh, it's all absolutely sensational, superb. Every superlative in the book, use it for that one. That was special.
Yeah, that was a good little tip on there. I think it was Isaiah Olsen, had the tip on. But nice little dig in the line there by Jones. He's a good little player and plays a fair bit of mix, but also got a nice little left to right ball on him.
That might be the biggest understatement I've ever heard you make. A nice little left to right ball. It was a ripper there. So Doyleson have got all the work to do. They find themselves down by 2 early on in this fixture. As forward they come here through Lincoln Little, another player we've become very familiar with. He's done a lot of football at higher levels. Little drives up. Thompson now looking for support. Big dive from both attacker and defender, and on this occasion attacker wins out. They've gone in for their first try of the match, the Doyleson Dragons, 2-1.
That's a typical setup there by Thompson. 4-on-3 platform. The saver middle just tucked in too tight and ripped the out ball, and it's just a foot speed game then.
Plenty of speed on display, of course, across both sides. This is premium action here for the Country Championships, the men's division, as the Beresfield Bandits now go on the attacks themselves. Oh, geez, jinking run and then diving from distance. They just got there in time, though. A good touch. Back to the 7-metre mark they come. From left to right. And find out here to Edwards. Now Connor Edwards. Long ball. Just in between middle and length, though, but not a particularly bad option on that occasion.
No, it wasn't too bad option, and it did open the Doyleson Dragons up. They were caught in tight. He went for the sinker pass to the link, but maybe the bomb ball was on, but it was a good read there by Jesse Jenkins.
So Langbridge plays it now. Thompson back onto the field. Hopping in at acting half now. Flat ball at the line. They've still got them retreating. Thompson on the last. Off the left foot. Opens them up. Opportunities here. They're marked up very well. Oh, it's a falcon off the back of the head. And nearly still arrived into the lap there of Jesse Jenkins. But Mario Fennick would be very happy with that defensive play.
Yeah, bring back the old falcon. But well refereed there. It did hit him in the back of the head. He didn't actually play the ball. So it was never 6 to go.
Would have been interesting, and it really would have added fuel to the fire of having eyes in the back of your head if that one was ruled to be 6 again there.
Yeah.
So Beresfield now with a chance to march upfield. Good metres on offer here once more. Forward they drive now through Jones. Jones, however, is caught, and the turnover comes, so Doyleson survive. This one being played at a frenetic pace as another very famous name in touch circles takes that previous run. That was Jared Rodimer.
Yeah, New South Wales mixed opens player, and I believe he was captain of the last series. A very experienced player.
Here he is now, Rodimer. Great line ball there right at the face, but jamming in off the wing. It was good defensive pressure. Might have picked up a little injury in the process too there. Just a bit of a hobble. So we'll keep a good eye on that there. It's a little bit of a problem there for, unfortunately we don't have him on our team list at the moment actually. So we'll have to keep an eye on the number 2 for a variety of reasons there for the Bandits. As the long ball comes from Jones, jinking and darting forward. They'll pick up a few more metres, but miscommunication in the attempt of getting those fresh players on the field. And we talk about how important transitions are. Well, you've got to get the basics right to begin with.
Yeah, you got to play the ball down the other end. I can see here Beresfield's really recycling the ball around. They're trying to get the Dawson Dragons really retreating and find that man in behind space. So I wouldn't mind seeing the Beresfield Bandits just drive the ball for a set or two here.
Thompson promotes the footy further on, then waits at acting half. Here he comes again, looking for a short side raid. Beautiful effort to get low.
I think that's ball down. Yep, I think we've got ball down. That's a good slide dive there.
100%. Now, I was at a wedding last night, Stoney, and they decided to bring out the old limbo. I'll tell you what, nobody would have done a better job on that occasion than our man just there, who's gone in for a great diving try. It's beautiful stuff there from Riley Johnson.
That's true. He's just facing the other way when he does the limbo, though. He was going forward, so he can get low. It's a bit different when you're going backwards.
I'll tell you what, I can't do anywhere near half as good either direction I'm facing. Even if I go sideways, we just had the Mudgee mud crabs on, and they were all doing the sideways pincer movement. Every single player out here can get lower than I can, that's for sure. I've got the knees of a 90-year-old. Through the centre they come now here. The Beresfield Bandits back to level peggings. 2 tries apiece. Got off to a firing start. But Dawson have managed to drag their way back into it. Jones out of acting half. The long ball comes. Nice big jump up as he released it. We often see that in touch circles to get that extra momentum when you're at a standing start.
Yeah, good defence there by the Dawson Dragons. Much more comfortable from their right to left.
Rodimer plays it, and now they keep coming forward. Great flow about this set so far. Flat pass at the line. They keep marching. They've got them backpedaling as well. Little comes forward. Oh, straight into the hands of the waiting Beresfield Bandits defender. The chase is on. Across they come in defence. Clune might get there in time. No, he's going to beat them all. It's a beautiful effort from Declan Keegan. Way too much pace. I thought we might have a bit of a foot race at the death, but he's just too quick.
Yeah, just in the middle there. I thought he was on a treadmill, but no, he kept going a long way, and it was a good intercept there. I thought it might have been a late pass. I thought it might have got called back, but referee said play on and took the intercept, went the full length of the field.
Big moment there from Beresfield Bandits. Declan Keegan gets his name onto the try scorers list. 3-2, back in the ascendancy. Off the left foot they come now. Slumming things down here is Little. Now Thompson. Oh, geez, that was close to being forward. No touch there at all. So, I mean, there's certainly some concerns out here from the wing for the Beresfield Bandits. And, yes, they have called it late.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion there, I think. But at the end of the day, I think they got the right call, forward pass.
And they were spot on the money there. And certainly that was the assertion from the defending side in the form of the Bandits. So they head up over halfway now. Pressure coming in. Jones back out there. Gets a quick receive and then distribution himself. Jones, long ball. Oh, well done. They jammed in nicely from the wing. There was an opportunity for the flick on there. They just couldn't get it away in time, though, as Little comes forward. Now they drive up through that middle passage. Langbridge back out there now. He hops into acting half on this play. Sets it up here for Wilton. Langbridge at acting half, goes short side, the in and away, gets a late release there. Oh, the hop, skip and a jump to try and get over the defence, but they did enough. Great stuff in the slide.
Yeah, it had to be a late pass there. It'd be interesting to see how the Langbridges are going to go. They've had a very successful year at rugby league with the Maitland Pickers, and now they've transferred back to touch. So it's good to see them come back to their grassroots, and hopefully they bring that good form for them into the Dawson Dragons.
So here come the Bandits now up over halfway. There is Daniel Langbridge trying to put on the pressure. However, the touch is ultimately made by Clune. Last play now. They've still got them. Oh, at 6s and 7s. The delay on the pass was really tantalising, but just perhaps a bit too much weight about it in such close proximity.
Yeah, maybe a little bit hard, but they're having a lot of success off this left to right platform, the Beresfield Bandits. The Dawson Dragons just seem to be struggling a little bit. I don't know whether it's their reads or just their shape they're getting, but Beresfield's having a lot of success with that platform.
So Thompson hops into acting half and then supplies it here for another run up through the middle. They'll slow things down though, the Doyleson Dragons. Back to Thompson. Touch comes in. I'll try and work that short side right. Oh, losing the footing with a big dummy and then a step back off the left foot. Last play now for Doyleson. Thompson in an acting half. They look to kill this one out wide. Not a bad play overall because ultimately they didn't have many options in terms of try-scoring plays.
Yeah, no, that is a common theme in touch at the moment. If there's not much on, it's just a fake pass to the ground and let's get set for defence and try and have a really good hard press set.
So ball arrives back and we get back underway here with Edwards. Puts on the big dummy. Fired across to French. A real mix-up on that play, only about 2 or 3 plays into it, and they've put themselves under all sorts of pressure. They'll go early here, the Doyleson Dragons. Dummies left, right, and centre. They nearly opened something up there. Clune is back out now for the Dragons. From right to left they come with the pass. Johnson slowing it down. Oh, Johnson! If he somehow managed to get there, that would have been incredible. It's like a jack-in-the-box, how he launched himself.
Looked all arms and legs there, but he almost got the ball down.
Seen things like that in movies like The Exorcist, but on a touch field before. Oh, here's another intercept. They just catch him in time, though. However, a nice little, I was going to say reversal of fortunes, but straight to ground. It's frenetic action. The pace is intense out here at the moment.
Yeah, there's a really good read there by Connor Edwards up in the passing lane, but it's just them 1%ers that seem to be killing the Beresfield Bandits, just coming out from their own end.
So the touch comes in, though, from Dent. Now slow it down once more here. The Doyleson Dragons. Thompson, short side raid. Another good touch coming in, though, from Connor Edwards. Fatigue already starting to set in, though. That's quite an interesting thing here for the Dragons. We haven't seen a great deal of this in the men's open division. Usually you're expecting in the last 10 minutes or so we start to see the play slow down to this level as it is right now.
Yeah, a lot of the guys, I think, preference league this year. So touch league and touch fitness and league fitness are 2 different things. So I think by State Cup, you'll really see the boys firing from Doyleson. Speaking to a few of them, they're only really just starting to click into gear and get set for that State Cup preparation.
Of course, State Cup coming your way December 2 up in Port Macquarie. Hopefully we can get some beautiful sunshine there like we are enjoying today. I say the wind has picked up a fair bit throughout the day, though. It is quite chilly. I've reverted to the winter gear, Stoney. You're also in the long skivvy.
I'm not too bad. In the sun, it's fine, but when you're in the shade, that breeze is a little bit cool, and hopefully the sunshine stays. That's what we want. We want good flow and touch. See a lot of good long balls and fast feet. Got a good chance here for the Doyleson Dragons with another repeat set.
Here come Doyleson again, diving from a long distance. Got a number of defenders down quickly to shut it. Very, very quickly for that matter. Now 10 metres away. They'll launch once more here with a strike dump. Driving forth into the in-goal. No way to link up though, and a good cover touch as well.
Yeah, it's a good diving touch. I'm not sure who that player is, but Langbridge is a very fast player, and he done really well to keep with him there.
So Beresfield on the charge now up towards halfway. Rodimer came jamming out of the line, and he really put a bit of fright into the Bandits player, who went straight to ground. I think it was Connor Edwards, actually. Last play now. Doyleson retreating. Jones has them at 6s and 7s. Oh, thought he nearly got away from the touch. It was a good effort there from the link. So they keep promoting the ball now. Little. Ball at the line. Rodimer. You can just see the wind really taking effect there. It was actually not too bad out of the hands, but the moment it released, it was all gone.
Yeah, it was a good idea there by the Doyleson Dragons. The Beresfield Banders are really flooding the box channel, and Doyleson Dragons went away from their box. But yeah, just that ball getting caught up in the wind.
So French out of acting half now. Connor Edwards. Edwards, oh, that's a spectacular movement, but they were waiting for it. Big dummy, then off the left and straightening. French in an acting half. Once more, Jones has a crack himself. Good touch, though, coming in from Doyleson. Both sides have been really, really on the spot when it comes to getting down low and making that touch.
Yeah, and they're getting off the line, which is good. That stops that slide dive. Once again, another 1% error. Good chance here for the Beresfield Bandits, bringing on new troops.
Both sides have been very much guilty of turning over some easy possessions so far. They're trying to play at breakneck speed, and sometimes that, of course, results in a few errors that might be otherwise uncharacteristic. All the big dummy comes across. Well tracked, though, from Lincoln Little. It's a 3-2, the Beresfield Bandits out in front at the moment.
It was a forceful touch, so an early cheap turnover here for the Dawson Dragons working off their line. Playing directly. This is Rodimer. Lincoln Little, direct straight. Langbridge here coming on. Both Langbridge brothers on together here.
Well, there is Daniel now playing it. Alex hopping in at acting half. They'll get another set to play with here. So they weren't quite back the required distance. 15 to go, so exactly halfway through this match. If you are just joining us for the first time today and wondering where on earth half-time is, we're doing 30-minute fixtures where we change over the direction we're running after a try is scored, so no half-time in the process, and also no extra time or drop-offs. Eagleton, another player to watch. Here he is at acting half now. Langbridge, a beautiful floating cutout ball straight into the waiting hands of Jesse Jenkins, and we are back all square, 3 tries apiece.
Yeah, that was really well held up there by Langbridge. He read the winger coming in and just floated the ball straight over the top. I think he nearly had me fooled, to be honest.
Stoney, I won't rag on you here, mate, but that's not that hard.
No, it's not. No, that's why I'm coaching now, not playing.
That gives me grave concerns for our Origin Shield. Now, that should be in 2 years, I believe, from this point. We've had back-to-back seasons, but of course one of those was due to COVID impacting things.
Yeah, we've had a back-to-back. There is a bit of question around when it will actually be, whether it could be a 2-year or there is talk.
Oh, geez, that didn't look good. That could be ankle or knee, but there was a bit of a buckle in there from Riley Jones.
Yeah, we haven't had confirmation whether it will be in 2 years. Normally it is, but there is a bit of whispers around it could be 3 years, but Jones does not look healthy here.
No, he tried to have another crack at it there, but still limping on that left foot, I believe it is. Might be the ankle, so he's coming to the sideline now. We'll keep an eye on Riley Jones. Up over halfway they come. Thompson in at acting half. A nice little flow about this set so far. Thompson quick hands once more, and in acting half again, then popping it back through the middle. A beautiful little play. For all money, it looked like he was going to go to the open side, but turned it back through the middle, and it's reaped dividends. The Dawson Dragons lead for the first time in this match.
That's the Fitzpatrick and Thompson combination there. Just a nice little quickie boy play. Thompson went to go from half and go short side and just split the middles up the guts.
So 4-3, the Dawson Dragons lead. Now Beresfield have a bit of work to do with about 12 and a half remaining in this one. Flat pass out of acting half from French. French again. Centre of the field. And now out to Jack Edwards. Well, French did well to pick that one up. Nearly overran it. Had to do a barrel roll in the process. Off the left foot came Reece French again. Last play now. Dent. Firing it from left to right, out to Jack Edwards. Edwards with the flick pass. Wondering when the first one was going to be produced so far in this match. There it is now, and the boys also getting a little bit frustrated out there.
Yeah, there is men's opens, but I think the Beresfield Bandits, they don't have many in their box, and I think it's starting to maybe take its toll a little bit in this game. The Dawson Dragons are starting to look really comfortable. They're getting their flow on really good.
Of course, Carly Banks, such a huge proponent of smooth transitions from the box, loves her subsets.
Yeah, that's one of her pet things as a coach. She loves the flow, she loves her rucking sets, and she's really good at them. They're well structured. She does a lot of work around body positions and that with her rucking sets.
Here is Langbridge providing a ball and then receiving it back inside that 7-metre mark, so he'll head back towards that dotted line. Thompson feigns to get the touch, goes again. Oh, Thompson's opened them up. Nice pass, but they get the touch just in time.
Well defended by Jack Edwards there.
So nearly opened up there for Hodges, I believe it was. Thompson, again with ball in hand, finds a pass here. Beautiful width, kept it all. Looked a little bit too easy in the end. Dafter goes in, 5 tries to 3.
Yeah, I think the winger's pulled up. I don't know whether it's a cramp or whether he's done his hemi, but that's twice they've got him on that floater ball. He just gets caught either ball watching or in a little bit tight, and just that floater ball over the top's got him twice now. I think he's cramping up. I think he's probably played a few games without a sub.
having a look as well. I think Riley Jones might actually be back out there too, so that's a good sign for them. Yes, he is in the 14, so he's back on deck. Operating a little bit wider though. He's been doing a bit of work through the middle, shifting out to a link position here, potentially just to test things for the moment. Howard. And now out to Edwards. Edwards has a crack at him himself. Good touch came in though from Mitch Wilton.
Yeah, good defence there by Langridge, holding space as well for Wilton to retreat.
Long ball comes. Oh, it's another wobbly one. You can really see this breeze is causing all sorts of havoc for the long passing game for both sides. We saw a difficult one before from Rodimer.
Yeah, we'll play a bit of havoc there towards the end of the day. If it sticks around, hopefully the wind does die off so we can see them good long passing, but at the moment it's playing a bit of havoc.
So Thompson provides short. Forward they drive once more here, Doyleson. Thompson on the last now off the left foot, has numbers in motion. Thompson getting into the backfield, looking to link up with support, pops the pass over the top. They get to ground nice and quickly. It's another try here for the Doyleson Dragons. That makes it 6 tries to 3.
Well done by Jesse Jenkins, the men's open state of origin winger, to get rid of his man there. It's very hard when you're face to face with another player, but he done well to get away from his winger defender. But once again, Thompson just with genuine speed. That's something you can't coach as a coach. It's just genuine speed, and he's got it in bundles.
So now it is the Beresfield Bandits working away through Hutchison. And off now to French. Well, losing the footing as he was trying to play it was Edwards. Still live here though for the Bandits. Touch comes in. That will be a change over here. So they're still surviving at this point, Beresfield, but having got out to a nice little 2-0 lead early on. 6-3, there's now plenty of scoreboard pressure being applied with just over 8 minutes remaining. Where do they need to go to, Stoney, in order to find some results?
For Beresfield, I think they need to go back to their left to right platform. They were getting a lot of success there. Although they didn't complete some, they were opening the Dawson Dragons up, but they've seemed to gone away from that at the moment. But I'd like to see him get young Jones, if he's okay, coming from that left to right platform again.
Let's have a look at Jones, and I think he has recovered reasonably well as Langbridge heads back towards the middle. Langbridge wrapping around. Edwards is there waiting in defence. Touch on Johnson. Johnson once more goes for a very long slide dive. He might have hurt himself in the process there. Yeah, just clutching at a shoulder. Hopefully that's a burner.
He gets low on, for a big man, he's a tall man. He gets very low on them slide dives, and he's a bit of a weapon in that link for that play.
Yeah, certainly emerges as a little bit of an X factor as they feign to go long, instead find Langbridge. Still live here for them though. Wilton slows things down. Wilton with the long ball. Oh, this time I thought they were going to be caught once again there. He might have hurt himself in the process too. Yeah, he has. So there's a few injuries we've seen so far in this match.
I don't think it's just cramp. Or he's done his shoulder there by the look of it.
Well, clutching at everything. I mean, there's shoulder, there's ankles, there's...
I think he's had a hard day for an early time of the tournament. He's had a very hard day by the looks of it, and I think he needs a well-deserved rest by the looks of things.
Well, for the Wagga Vipers, oh, beautiful ball that one is. They're going to rule it forward, though, in the end. In the Wagga Vipers 20 side, there is a player by the name of Beer, so he might be needing to catch up with that man himself.
Yeah, I think they might be best mates by the end of the day.
So forward they drive now, the Bandits. Up towards the halfway line. They pretty much need to be next to score, and they have to do so, I would say, reasonably quickly. There's not a great deal of time remaining now.
They've got Jones in this left and right platform, but they've lost all their momentum.
So Jones still there, waving the arms, and now he suggests that they just need to go forward. He gets the strike dump here. Jones sends it long. Can they get the pop back on the inside? Oh, nearly. It was a very close run thing. Did a great job considering how heavily it dipped right at the death.
Yeah, that's that wind playing havoc again. It just dropped the ball on that pass, but I think that's their play. I'd like to see him hit the link, try and condition the winger to bring him in.
So Little comes centre field. They've only got 3 out there at the moment. There's still one short, and finally, we get another player out there in the form of Jesse Jenkins. He's a wide option, but he's a little too wide on that occasion. Would have been marked up quite well anyway by Keegan. He's gone in for a try himself already today. Left to right pass there from French, Jacob that is. Towards halfway they come now. Playing it directly on the halfway mark for that matter. They come forward through Jack Edwards. Quick hands now to Hutchison. Dropped off. Edwards once more. Was that played out there from Little? No, they're going to rule no play.
I think they just called the touch, to be honest, and then just a drop ball.
Interesting, because you often see that then called as a touch pass.
Exactly right, yeah. Playing at the touch and touching the ball. Normally it's 6 to go.
So Langbridge plays it now. Daniel Langbridge offering it to Wilton, who works an easy overlap here. Oh, and that was a very purposeful pass, I felt, back into the hands there of Reece French. He's unlucky to see that ruled 6 again.
Yeah, he is, but he had his hands up, so I think that's why the referees called 6 to go, but really good cover defence there by Frenchie. They had the overlap, the Dawson Dragons, but he did cover well.
So Johnson, once more, now plays it off. That could have been a forceful touch. Yes, it was. Jamming in very hard there. Ball came spilling out.
Fair call. I think Olsen's a little bit worried about that slide dive here.
When you consider that he potentially can do so from the 7-metre mark, why not? And there was a bit of back chat there as well from Isaiah Olsen, so he's been forced from the field with a forced substitution. Langbridge with a couple of big dummies. He doesn't take long to take full advantage of the extra man. 7 tries to 3. That could be the straw that breaks this Beresfield Bandits back.
Yeah, they've worked their will into this game really well. They were a little bit scrappy at the start, but once they got their flow, they're the old sort of Dawson of old that we know. So real clinical in their rucking sets and very hard to defend when they get repeat sets as well.
Let's have a look on the sideline as well. Coach Carly Banks looking very happy now and much more relaxed. She started pulling out the phone, taking a few happy snaps.
Yeah, and she'll be checking the time as well. She very much likes to keep an eye on the time and how long to go. And
interesting to see that nothing changes whether she's in the booth or on the sideline. It's all about the time calls here, and for that matter, there's about 3 minutes remaining in this one. Jones darting around, so he seems to be mostly fit again, although the moment I say that, he starts limping once more.
Yeah, I think he's still carrying a bit of an injury. It'll be interesting to see how once he cools down, how he pulls up. That'll be the interesting factor for them.
Edwards crabbing across field, drops it off. Surely that looked to be a forward pass. No advantage though, they're up very quickly, so they'll get another set to play with here. Edwards, off now to Dent. Dent in an acting half, and once more Connor Edwards finding a gap there for Dent, but shut down very quickly from Johnson, who's had a big game today actually. Comes away here for Jacob French. Here he is again. French, just trying to open up some little passage there, but Wilton was on the spot. From right to left, they come out to Jones now, the X factor for this side. He hops into acting half. Jones, beautiful ball at the line. I think the first touch came from the Bandits. Yes, it did. So that will be a changeover. Loose little possession there as Johnson has a run himself. So Langbridge now heads centre field, 5 shy of the halfway line. Good metres on offer here for Wilton. Thompson charges forward. Thompson again in at acting half. Surely they weren't back on side. No, they certainly weren't. Ruled out, so it's play on here for Thompson. Oh, they've lost the footing. However, it won't matter too much because arriving late is Jake Fitzpatrick. And how often have we seen it for this match? It is the Thompson to Fitzpatrick scenario once more.
Yeah, it's the same setup there. Fitzpatrick down for Thompson, and Thompson burns short. Showed the inside ball, and the middle just held that enough for Thompson to get away from his defence. And once again, just genuine speed. It's something that you can hardly defend. If you've got a player that's running a lot faster forwards, I can't run that fast backwards, so he's always got to get the numbers.
Another injury here as well for the Dawson Dragons. It's Alex Langbridge, who's clutching, I believe, at a wrist there, potentially even a finger.
He's got his wrist strap there, so he may have carried a little injury into the game.
Play on here for the Beresfield Bandits, and play on to great effect as Reece French hops in. The referees will confer, but I think that should be fine. No.
They pulled it back. Forward pass, maybe?
Just see what they rule here.
No sick.
Yeah, forward pass.
I was going to say there was no signal. There was a nice punish link play there by Edwards, but that concludes the game.
I think the big takeaway from this particular match, other than the fact that Dawson worked their way into the contest quite nicely, would be a number of injuries for both sides. So certainly, as you mentioned, it'll be interesting to see how Riley Jones pulls up following what looked to be a rather awkward little stoppage when he pulled up, and then also for Alex Langbridge with the wrist there.
Yeah, then the most concerning thing about Jones's little injury, there was no one around him. So normally when you see no one around him and the knee goes, that can be a little bit scary for some players, but it was good to see him come back onto the field, so hopefully he's okay for a young man to have no injuries, and yeah, see how they go when they cool down and then go to warm back up again. But the Dawson Dragons really build well into that game, and I think they'll build them well for tomorrow's finals, and I dare say both of these teams we'll see tomorrow at some stage.
No, I think you'd be spot on the money there. David Stone, of course, current Origin coach at the moment. 8 tries to 3, the Dawson Dragons ending up rather comprehensive victors. Our next clash, we move to the Mixed Opens, another very enticing fixture here between the Newcastle Knights and the Maxville Falcons, number 2 side. So this one should be very intriguing indeed. All the action coming your way on New South Wales Touch Football on Facebook. So make sure to leave your comments as to where you're watching from, and also on Bar TV. Kick-off in just a few moments. Welcome back to the action here at Central Coast Sports Complex in lovely Tuggerah. Beautiful conditions here for touch footy. So we move to the mixed opens division between the Maxville Falcons with ball in hand up against the Newcastle Knights. Falcons encroaching on that try line. Good touch coming in against the run there of Brodie Bartlett. Back to the 7 metre mark. Bartlett slowing things just for a moment. Wanting to work for a strike dump. Bartlett fires a low and very solid pass there. Good defence sliding across from the middle position. And once more they're up to the task here, so that will be the changeover. The first test is passed from the Newcastle Knights. No look pass back towards the middle. Results in a further 10 metres or so that they can pick up. They'll keep driving. 10 metres into enemy territory here, the Knights. Miller. Now off to Daniel Ellis. McSpadden. Slowing things for an eternity here before he links up with Ellis. Now wrapping around. Oh, beautiful cutout pass. Ava Simpson completely unmarked, and she goes in for the first try of the match. Newcastle lead. Wonderful work there from Jack Smith. Wrapped around and then delivered a nice early cutout ball. So the Falcons with work to do. They touch it off from halfway. And good metres on offer here as well for Lenthal. Wassons called back. And a late call as well for offside from the Knights. So Wassons plays it off, has another crack at them. Back to the 7 metre mark he comes. Smith to Wassons. Wassons, ball over the top. Just not finding the link position though. Bateman came looking for the ball. A little too high for her to reel in though. So the draw and pass happens here for the Knights. The supporting link was a little far away for the run there of Daniel Ellis. Fresh players onto the field. Erin Clark is out there. Not to be confused with the Gold Coast Titans hooker, of course. Troy Hicks drops it off. Running at the line now. Floating ball over the top. A tough one to take and just behind the run there of Logan Redmond. It's a changeover here for the Falcons as they come forward. Heading close to that interchange area, and that pass, for that matter, is forward. Wassons overstepping the mark. And instead of pulling back, they decided to run with it. And that has, of course, resulted in a changeover here in favour of the Knights. Touch comes in. Hicks slows it down. Off now to Hardy. Hardy with a heavy touch on him. Not forceful contact though. Hardy at the line. Opens up a gap and hitting it at pace. They've gone in again here, the Newcastle Knights. It's a great start for them. 2 tries to 0. The Falcons with work to do. Beautiful, beautiful ball there from Hicks. Touched off, and Ronan now on the run. Here he is again, receiving it for the second play. Bradshaw. Bradshaw again, slowing it down. Now looking to work a little wraparound Rooster play there. A little bit of miscommunication in the play the ball itself. Bartlett with a shimmy and a jinking run. Back to Bartlett now. Once more, finding the support there of Bradshaw, but he's caught on the last and probably lucky not to be penalised for not releasing the ball directly where he was caught. Big part of touch, of course. Now that seems to be a rather cynical play there from Tamika Bull. She won't get away with it. The referees will say that's Bull something. And changeover comes here for the Falcons. Ronan driving at them now. Fresh players arriving late. But a good charge onto the ball from Carriage. Smith slows it down. And offside there. Here's the defence from Nick Bale. Weimer. At first receiver. Now he gets it. Smith. Dropping it down. Weimer hitting it at pace. Oh, just couldn't open up the passage. They were waiting for him nonetheless. So the Falcons starting to ask a few more questions of the Knights' defence. They will need to do so, given the start that Newcastle have made. Short ball there to Tamika Bull. Bull releases here for Clark. And further wide they go. Ball back through the middle for Logan Ellis. One of the two Ellis boys in this side. So midway through the count. Good field position too. Touch comes off. Once more. Hardy. Hardy with it. He's caught again. Hardy slowing it down. Hicks. Hardy. Over the top. That must have been a touch pass. Yes, it was indeed. Watchful defence on that occasion there from the Falcons. The ball's managed to find its way all the way through the fencing. So eventually we'll get back underway. But it was good defence there from Georgia Dent. One of the two Dents in this side, of course, Georgia and Charlie. Hicks with the touch. And then followed up with Brendan Hardy making the next one as Weimer comes up towards the halfway line, losing his footing and then clutching at an area that already has strapping on it. It's the hamstring, so you don't want to see that have any issues. We've got another set to play with here as well, the Falcons. Bateman. Wassons. And now out to Brody Bartlett. Bartlett, that could have been a touch pass. Ruled to be play on. Wassons is caught now. In at acting half comes Bartlett. And then they slow things down. Trying to draw in those middles from the Knights. Was Brady caught offside there, or was it simply a loose ball? I'm going to say loose ball here. So going the way of the Knights, as has much of the early running so far. Newcastle heading towards that interchange area. A nice subset so far, however, no support arriving on this particular play. Begun quite well, certainly didn't finish that way. So they managed to pick up some extra metres here, get back on the right track. All offside, surely no advantage, and yes, very smartly pulling up on the run was McSpadden. And that way he was able to incur another set for his side. The big dummy comes. An even bigger one there. Not quite sure if he could sell ice to Eskimos with that one though. And they'll get another set to play with here. So once more, Wassons being the man who was caught offside. Wassons makes the touch. McSpadden had a crack himself. No opening though. At the moment it's just a match-up between him and Wassons. Here is McSpadden again, being caught by Wassons again. McSpadden attempts to go for the long cutout ball. Bartlett did a great job though, not only to prevent that ball being fired away, but then to reel it in. It's Wassons now off the left foot, straightens up. Bartlett follows in like kind. Eventually they get support back out there. Very, very messy play, the ball. I'll say both sides are at fault. No, in fact, all the fault of the Falcons. I think that's a rough call on them. Supplying it wide and then straightening. Fresh players under the pitch now for Newcastle. As the touch comes in. Short ball here for Simpson. Simpson touches it down. Now Bale. Slobbing things just for a moment. Working towards that strike dump. Don't get a great one here. And the footing is lost. The end of that play as well. Good touch coming in there from Georgia Dent. Last play now. They won't get the strike dump to work with. A very long pass will make sure that it doesn't matter though. What a ball that is. It's about 20 metres right to left into the waiting hands of Aaron Clark. And she goes over with a ball that bamboozled the entire Maxville Falcons defensive line. It's an absolutely brilliant ball. Results in another try here for the Newcastle Knights. 3 tries to 0, so plenty of work to do for the Maxville Falcons. About a third of the way through this match as Weimar comes forward. Nice little play there to pop the pass. Smith then links up with a supporting runner. They just got her in time though. It's Charlie Dent who went for the try line. Weimar to Lenthal. Lenthal, still no touch on him. He wanted the false touch to potentially get another set of 6 to work with. Weimar, a long loping pass. It's not a pretty one though. I don't think he can blame the wind on that occasion, of which there is plenty. Of course, if you are watching via the New South Wales Touch Football Facebook page, let us know where you're watching from. A few comments coming through as well. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today, courtesy of Bar TV. Stepping off the right foot now. Here's Hardy. Well, good pressure from Weimar back through the middle. They caught around about 10 metres into enemy territory as the big goose step comes out from Troy Hicks. They've got them backpedaling. Hardy goes through. Hicks is there in support, but a great touch right at the death has denied a certain try. Wonderful job there from Lenthal, who kept tracking, made it in the in-goal area. Lenthal now promotes the footy and then hops into acting half the following play. Smith, Bartlett, straightening. Wasson with the dummy and then told to go forward. As Bartlett now hits it at pace. Oh, there was an opportunity back there for Wassons if he had released it. Unfortunately not quite getting the result they were after there. They had worked just a little opening as the touch comes in from Georgia Dent. It's ruled to be play on there. Wassons has plated it, so that'll be another set of 6. The goose step comes and then a change of pace. I think they just made the touch. Yes, Bartlett did a great job. Clark waits at acting half and now fires it across here to McSpadden. Wassons, as always, comes out to meet him. McSpadden and Wassons again. Swatting him away there was McSpadden. Want the strike dump here. McSpadden off the right foot, then off the left. Nothing opening up. Still a few plays up their sleeves. McSpadden drops it off here for Clark. McSpadden, long ball, what a pass it is, above the head and taken beautifully from Jack Smith, but put it down to an absolutely ripping ball from Jamie McSpadden. 4 tries to 0. It's a glorious ball. The Falcons just can't contend with some of the ball playing from these dangerous Newcastle middles. Work to do for Maxville now. Weimar calling players back underneath. Now straightening through Ronan. Ronan is caught though, no opening for him. Back to that 7 metre mark he goes. Carriage. Quick hands. Weimar, they've worked a little overlap here. Oh, way too difficult for Dent to try and reel in. The idea was right, execution not quite correct though. They'll work it away from their own line once more. Dent comes in with a heavy touch there on Curtis Ray, which has left him reeling a little bit here. Ray will eventually make his way to the sideline. So Georgia proving well and truly she can mix it with the boys. Even cause a bit of pain for that matter. McSpadden, lovely cutout ball. Hardy, back to the middle. Now Hicks, Hardy, McSpadden. straightening. The touch comes in. Still a couple of plays here. McSpadden, they've lost the footing there. This could be dangerous for them now. McSpadden decides to fire long. Well, he had an option short there, and he's completely missed out on a real glorious opportunity. But Dent will give them another bite at the apple. It fell in her chest, but she still couldn't reel it in on that occasion. Hardy off the left foot, and now supplies to McSpadden. Flings it back here to Hicks. Midway through this match. Around about 14 and a half left as the touch came in to deny the run there of Hicks, who went for the try line. Here he is again now. Hicks to Hardy. Hardy jinking, trying to find an opening. Great ball across here for McSpadden, who steps off the right foot. Beats them all, ends up. And it's another try to the Newcastle Knights, 5-0. They are in cruise control. "14 minutes remaining, and they've pretty much got a score right now, you'd imagine. The Maxville Falcons, we are halfway through the contest. 5 tries is a rather large deficit. Wassons. Here he is again. The scything run. Nearly lost the footing. Wassons with the dummy. In they come now. Short ball here to Wassons, who has a crack himself. Good touch, though, from Hicks. Last play now. Wassons back to the 7-metre mark. This is it for the Falcons. Delayed pass to Wassons, but it wasn't fooling any Newcastle defender. So Newcastle work it away. Beautiful ball back towards the middle there. Just trying to open up some play. But Lachlan Smith stepped out very quickly. There's no one there in support, though, for the Knights. That was very close to being forward as well. Bale comes onto the field. Here he is now. And supplies a pass before hopping in at acting half. Curtis Ray, who's recovered from that little bump before he copped from Dent. Great turn of pace here from Redmond. But Redmond is just caught in time. I think Wassons made the touch. Yes, he did. So Newcastle will get another chance here to start with the ball in enemy territory. Good field position. The Falcons can hardly afford to keep offering such an opportunity to them. Held out for an eternity in the one hand before finding the path of Ray. Little run out of acting half before finding Ray. Now the wraparound play comes. Here's Redmond. Redmond, well watched though in defence from Tana Bradshaw. Back to that 7-metre mark. They are in no hurry at the moment, the Knights. They're in complete control and dictating terms, especially the pace of how this match is being played. Redmond once more lost his footing. Bale in an acting half now. Bale turning it back to the open side. And it's another try here for Erin Clark. She's claimed a double. 6-0. Newcastle on fire here in the mixed opens division. 11 minutes remaining. There's a big deficit, that's for sure. Beautiful day across most of New South Wales. Lots of sunshine. Barely a cloud in the sky, but if you're just joining us, and potentially you can see it in those flags that are on the far side of the ground, it is still very windy though, which has caused a few problems for some of those long bombs that either side has been looking to throw, including sinker passes as well. Pretty much anything that's floating in the air for some time. McSpadden makes the touch there against the Falcons. Now Smith. Weimar drops it off here on the 7-metre mark. Smith has nearly taken off the head of one of the Newcastle defenders with the ball. And give her the intercept, that will be a 0 play. So now this is the first touch. Hardy back towards the middle. Hicks picks up easy metres here. Hardy, however, not quite ready at acting half. He was thinking about heading towards the interchange area. They still managed to keep the roll on going though. Ellis, easy metres on offer for him. McSpadden. McSpadden drops it off. Now Ellis off the right foot. Oh, he's split them in half and then finds a beautiful ball out here for Ava Simpson. 7 tries to 0. It is like clockwork for the Newcastle Knights. Well, so often they have seen the attack beginning with Jamie McSpadden. All eyes were on him, but Daniel Ellis said, I'll do it myself. Split them open way too easily as Wassons comes for a run now. Off the right foot, crabbing across field and then losing his footing. Lenthal. Bartlett. Further still it comes to Charlie Dent. Bartlett drops it off inside the 7-metre mark. Then is caught from Clark. Last play now. Once more, they won't get a strike dump. That is the risk you run with trying to complete some sort of attack on the line on the second last. Touch off will come here. Smith. Big dummy with 2 hands. Now Tamika Bull. Lovely movement. Stepped off the right foot and picked up a further 5 metres. Miller. A one-handed dummy comes out. Scott Prince. We've seen plenty of those kind of plays. Both the NRL and, of course, also touch footy. Scott's still running around these days and doing a great job. Featuring at Origins level, of course. Ray holds it out. Almost teasing the defence. Back through the middle. Oh, Ray just couldn't reel it in. They're all looking quite gassed at the moment, the Falcons players. Changeovers come, but no one really putting their hand up for the ball. Touch comes in from the Knights' defence. Bartlett drives towards that interchange area. Fresh players onto the field. Not a bad transition on this occasion here from Maxville. Bradshaw up over halfway. Still very much struggling in terms of field position though. Little wraparound play is not executed particularly well. Carriage couldn't find the support there of Ronan. So 7-0 the score remains. Can they get themselves on the board here, the Falcons? Just under 7 minutes remaining. Hardy straightens up. Ellis back to Hardy, and now Hicks gets a bit of a strike dump working. They recovered pretty well though in defence though, the Falcons. Hit that line very quickly. Now Hardy back to Hicks. Hicks steps off the left foot, finds Hardy who straightens and tries to get to ground, but Carriage came across nicely from the link position. Long ball over the top. They'll look to pop the pass back on the inside. Clark is there, but they've made the touch. Great stuff from Damien Carriage. That's 2 crucial plays back to back from Damien. So the score remains 7 tries to 0. Real mix-up in the play the ball, and also a bit of problem here too for Bradshaw, who's not 100%. He hasn't left the turf since he arrived there, and he's writhing a bit too in pain, so hopefully he's okay. Have seen a few injuries today. Memory serves me correctly, that left leg is already pretty heavily strapped as well for Tana Bradshaw, so hopefully whatever it is, he's all right. Back to his feet now. Here you can just see the strapping around the knee. And a bit of a hobble too, so our thoughts go out to to Tana and his friends and family. This good sportsmanship is also on display from the Newcastle side, and the bench claps him off. So the Falcons still will get use of the football here. Wassons, long pass, floated across field. And that might be an old-fashioned shepherd, they say, play on. And he pulls up on his run there, Lenthal. Now Dent, out of acting half. Lenthal, once more. Carriage. Wassons, out of acting half. Running it offside markers. They retreated the required distance by the end of it, though. Made the touch, and that will be the changeover. McSpadden. As Tamika Bull makes her way back onto the field. McSpadden up against Wassons. As always, those two have had a good running battle. McSpadden out for Smith. Smith, too much pace. He took off very quickly. Burnt them from the inside out. And that now makes it 8-0. Newcastle absolutely dominating. You would like to see the Falcons get on the board here. Just under 4 minutes remaining. So we can look at Tana Bradshaw as well, just to see how he's faring at the moment. Certainly not 100% on that leg. Played here. Weimar now. Out to Ronan. Dent caught just shy of that 7 metre mark, and then Georgia Dent provides it for Charlie. Touch comes in there from Redmond. And then once more, great pressure from the inside there in the form of Erin Clark is enough to force the error. So 8-0. From the get-go, it's been a very dominant display from Newcastle, but Georgia Dent comes up with a beautiful play there. Stepped up into the line and took the intercept. So that's 0 play. This will be the first now. So a full set to play with from that 7 metre mark here for the Falcons. Bartlett hopping in at acting half. The long ball comes. This is the moment for them. Georgia Dent gets it to ground in time. I think they'll award this one. There's no touch being claimed from Tamika Bull. Yes, Georgia Dent gets the Maxville Falcons on the board, 8-1. Lovely long ball, and Dent, who started the movement with that intercept, she finishes it just a few plays later as Hicks gets us back underway. Hardy now driving forward. Pressure on immediately here for the Falcons once again. Miller to Hicks. Few dummies. Drops it off here for Hardy. Hicks pulls up on his run. Marshalling the troops. Hicks, nice right foot step. Plenty of depth about the play here of Ellis. Ellis has got all sorts of speed. Nearly burnt them. Watchful defence out wide though. I think that might have been Ellie Sellars. Hicks again to Hardy. Quick hands. But enough pressure from the inside there from the Falcons. So they've stopped the flow. They've also managed to put a try on themselves. The last 3 or 4 minutes has been much better stuff from the Falcons. Quick hands as Bateman promotes the ball on. Wassons, good meters. He hasn't stopped trying at any point here for them, the Falcons. One of their better performers today. Chapman drops it off now. Smith. Smith back to Chapman. Waiting for a gain there. Logan Ellis got the touch. Smith with the flick pass out to Chapman, but nothing doing there as we come inside the final minute. Between Newcastle and the Maxville Falcons, it's been a dominant display from the Novocastrians. Dent jamming in once more putting on a big touch. There is the siren in the background. Newcastle will pick it up for the very final play here. Handshakes all round. It's been a competitive outing from the Falcons, but ultimately outclassed Newcastle. We're on song from the get-go. And they run out 8-1 victors here at full time in the mixed open division for the Country Championships 2022. Out here in the beautiful Central Coast at Tuggerah. And of course, another great fixture coming your way in just a moment. We move to the women's division. All the action inside the next 5 minutes right here on Bar TV and of course on the Facebook page for New South Wales Touch Football.
One minute close referee, 1 minute close referee, please take the field. Just a reminder to stop and progress the game. Picked up on 9 sideline. Players ready.
Already turned.
Girls on the halfway. Girls from there, one else. First, here.
Alright, girls. Next couple of minutes, all I want to do is complete sets. Right? We get to the box, we set structure at pace, we sweep on, we run Why did that happen, though? Why did it happen? Girls, I'm asking a question. Why did that just happen? You like this?
The time slot of the day will get underway at approximately 4.5 minutes. Just a reminder to the team as you're leaving the sub-box, if you would please pick up any rubbish placed in the bin provided. Also a reminder to the team to check my sideline, playoff game.
Well, welcome back here to Central Coast Sports Complex in beautiful Tuggerah. Still lovely blue skies floating about. Our second last match of the day here, and it's courtesy of the men's 50 division for the Country Championships 2022 for New South Wales Touch. James Preston and Carly Banks in commentary with you. And Carly, very interesting match here between two sides that are from very much a long distance apart, but potentially when it comes to the skill stakes, quite closely intertwined in terms of what they can bring to the table, Taree and also Dubbo.
Yeah, definitely. We've got some people who've played a lot of touch for a long time in this men's 50s age group, and we see a lot of old school skills, that great ball handling skills, and the ability to defend really well, which seems to be a bit of a dying art these days, James. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Well, they don't make them like they used to, as they say. Now here we come with the Dubbo Devils' first use of the ball as it's shifted on here to Davis. Davis drops it off. Now forward they come through Rick Davis, so a couple of Davis boys in there. Now march it back here, trying to invite the defence up to meet them. Of course, if they don't, penalty is what might well occur. Firing it back here and outside of, potentially becoming complete tackle. I would dare say that's a touch.
Yeah, I think you got him. Just.
A little bit ginger after that one as well, so certainly haven't held back in that first defensive set there. Have the Taree Flames, who's a little bit fiery to begin with. But they'll get a chance to launch and attack themselves here from 7 metres out. So they play the ball, and up comes Steve Davis to make the touch. Back towards that short side. Fired from right to left from Hemming. Hemming now shifts it on once more. Options out wide. Touch coming in here on Northam. Another little scurry looking for the likes of Pracey. Away now from Thorne. And Thorne, unfortunately, that ball's been left behind off the back of his pass. A chance for a quick counter-attack here from the Dubbo Devils. Ooh, an opportunity back on the inside. They decided against throwing the ball. Now Crowley is caught. Good touch coming across there from Peter Lake. Ball out in front here of Webster. Webster with the goosey, which you don't see too often in the 50s division. Got to love that.
Yeah, he's one of the more experienced players for the Dubbo Devils, having represented Hunter Western Hornets for a very long time, and had a long stint as the president of the Dubbo Touch Association. So they're lovely people out at Dubbo, and they really put a lot of time and effort into every age group. And yeah, I'm actually going out there in December, James, just before Christmas, to do a school holiday clinic. So I'm looking forward to working with all the kids out at Dubbo. But it's yeah, it's a wonderful touch and nursery. We've had many players come out of Dubbo. So yeah, just shows you how much this sport is all over, like New South Wales, in terms of the talent spread. It's quite exceptional, isn't it, to see so many people from so many different regional areas and locations making their mark in the game.
100% right. It's a wonderful community as well, the touch community. Everybody's very much interconnected, intertwined, and as you can see here today, there's no such thing as being too old to play one of the greatest games that you'll ever discover. I think they might have even said, no, for a moment there I thought they were potentially going to march them 10. Certainly 10 fingers came up as the signal, but play on is the call here.
And I think at the moment the Dubbo boys, they're a little bit lateral on their transitional touches, so now they're starting to get a bit more direct and go forward a little bit there. Yeah, I thought that penalty was going to come for the over-vigorous sort of touch there. He came in and he initiated touch and was a little bit too hard sort of in that. But it's a little bit difficult sometimes because, a lot of these guys would have been used to, not getting their hand out and getting the ball down. And that's been something that's, evolved in our game, over its sort of rich history. So, they're relearning a lot of skills at the senior age level. And what I love is that they're all really happy to embrace, some of the modern tactics and things that we're doing. So we're seeing the Dubbo Devils were going to their sub box, which is obviously a modern day tactic, and it's really good to see. But they're not losing that whole old school ability to be able to use the football and pass and hit holes and and contribute to the attack.
Absolutely, and here wrapping around to make that extra man is Ian Burns. hitting the ball at pace, and this is a good little set here from the two, working upfield quite nicely. Davis drops it behind, and now Thomas with good metres on offer. Once more they charge hard here. It's a lovely little run on this occasion. It will be the last play now, though, 7 metres away from the try line. So a good position to try and launch an attack here. Davis fires it off here to Crowley. Crowley looking for an opening with Burns. Once more they promote the ball. Little dummy comes in. Oh, good cover defence there from Ether.
Yeah, the Tari Flames are holding their own defensively, aren't they, James? They are really, weren't too perturbed by the attack that the Devils threw at them in that set.
So ball played very quickly there from Ian Wilson as he heads to the interchange area. Fresh players onto the pitch now for the Flames. Good metres on offer here too for Thorn. They keep marching forward. They've got a nice little roll on about this set. Last play now though. Oh, geez, that's going to cost them though, just falling off the mark there. Momentum was with them. And in the end, because they've lost a bit of that flow, they just tried to force the issue at the end there.
Yeah, 100%, James. So as you can see, both teams tend to sort of shift the ball sideways a little bit. I'd like to see them straighten up a little bit, and I think they get a little bit more value for their rucking. But they're working really hard in the back end, and this is really good. I mean, that's really good rucking. I think, on 4, they've made that ground. But now when the players come on, it's very important, as you know, to keep the flow and keep going. But they've recovered that situation nicely. Shame he didn't get his hand out and get on the mark, because that was looking like a very promising raid.
Might still be promising here, though, for the Devils. They work it away through Bray, who gives a late flick off, and now Crowley in at acting half on the last. Running out a couple of offside players. Surely that's got to be a penalty. Wow, that's an interesting call there. I didn't think he retreated the required distance, and I would have said equal force applied on that occasion.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, definitely the 7 metres was quite short then, but it's getting late in the day, so the referees have had a very, very busy day. And as we said earlier in the calls, James, like a lot of New South Wales participants hadn't had a lot of touch, so this is a really good lead-in event for everybody coming into the New South Wales Senior State Cup, which is one of the premier events in the world of touch football.
Yeah, it's a terrific event. And of course, you mentioned there in December, it'll be in beautiful Port Macquarie once more. December 2, that's when we start heading up there. And certainly when the day of action is finished and we have those long summer nights as well, we can even head straight from the stadium to nearby Lighthouse Beach. It's a beautiful little spot. Great little place within the world, as is, of course, the Central Coast. And we are live here at Tuggerah with the Dubbo Devils taking on the Tari Flames in the men's 50s division. They'll get another set here, will they? They're just being told, yes, to go back onto the mark and play it. So no extra set to come. Thomas now receives it. Charges straight ahead. Nice quick play, the ball here. Davis into the backfield. Oh, if he had a little look there, Thomas had wrapped around late as a very, very good option to hit a gap, but he just didn't see him and instead opted for that link position once more.
Yeah, he's a likely customer, Rick Davis. I'd love to see him just pin his ears back and just run more a direct line between the two middles and, get himself in the in-goal there, because he certainly shows he's got a bit of toe there.
So up over halfway now come the Tari Flames. Of course, Tari not too far away from where that State Cup will be held in Port Macquarie as they crab a crossfield here with Pracey. Eventually they're caught. Last play now. Wiseman comes forward, but they're there to meet him once more in defence. And that is one thing, of course, you mentioned at the start of this match. If there's one particular facet of the game that has always been very strong, it's the defensive side of things as the Devils go on the attack here. Thomas is an option back through the middle, but it just misses him. But that's why it's so hard for these two sides to break one another down. They've had, a good 30 years of playing this sport at the top level. They know exactly how to close off the holes.
Yeah, as we said, there's a lot of experience out there, but both of them are very willing opponents, aren't they? They're throwing the kitchen sink at each other here, which is great. I'm loving this game.
It's expansive footy, that's for sure. Wilson drops it off inside the 7 metre mark. You don't see that too often. They've said play on here, have they? Just a little interesting call here for Northam. I thought potentially, in fact, Burns, he might have not quite been onside, but it is the touch pass being called. Now play that on the 7 metre mark.
And this is really good defence now, from the Tari Flames. They're keeping a nice, straight, flat line, and they're really making life difficult now because the Dubbo Devils have changed their point of attack to come through the middle on a direct set.
Well, speaking of coming through the middle, pouring through a gap came Stanger. And he just couldn't find the supporting run there. Popped the pass, was just a little out in front.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they stay with those tactics, James, because that was a really nice direct set from the Dubbo Devils. So here we go, Tari, anything you can do, we can do better. They're coming through the middle as well.
I think both sides might have just discovered the way through and the way forward. It's held out in one hand here from Thorne. Great little release as well on the roll ball from Thorne. Now he's caught last play, and he's decided instead of going for the quick play the ball, he'll just throw it away.
Yeah, he's going home. He's had enough. I hear you, buddy. I hear you.
Tony, we've just given you a rap, mate. And unfortunately, that's ultimately crushed the end of their set there. They actually had something brewing on that particular play. Had they got the strike dump, it would have been on for Tari, but I don't know if he's potentially lost track of the count or what's happened there for Tony Thorne, but decided that was it. I've had my day in the sun. Off I go to the sideline. Here come the Dubbo Devils, though. Neither side able to trouble the scoreboard so far. We've had around about 9 minutes of action to date.
Yeah, they've gone back. This is a really clunky set, isn't it, James? They they get a fortuitous penalty here with their foot in the ruck. But yeah, that set of 6 wasn't going too many places. So I think they'll be very thankful to get that penalty. And let's see if they can do something with this repeat set.
It was Newby who was pinged for the Tari Flames, not releasing in a nice manner, and then instead walking all the way back through the ruck and getting a foot on the ball as it comes out now to Crowley. Crowley, nice quick roll ball. We've overrun the play on that occasion though. So Davis was looming in support. We've identified him as a likely customer for the Devils. Here he is now, Rick, hopping out of dummy half. On to the link in the form of Crowley. Quick hands here. Was that a touch pass? It was a very close run thing.
Here he goes. Here's
Rosenbaum.
the setup.
Once more they go.
Davis
for Crowley.
Work.
Crowley with a cutout pass. Oh, that's beautifully worked. They just managed to strip them for numbers, and Anthony Barnes, nice and wide, puts it down. The Dubbo Devils are on the board.
Yeah, great little piece of play there. They got a bit of flow. It was quite a static play, and then they got themselves into some flow, and then Eugene Bray threw a really nice pass, and found the winger unopposed, and here come the Devils again.
It's interesting as well there you mentioned about just the flow of a particular set. It's not all about managing to work your way upfield with quick momentum. Sometimes you do need to just slow it down a play or two before you launch that final raid with the strike dump.
Yeah, and it's, differing sets, different tempos, different teams like to play, in different styles. But definitely when you create flow and you're running, it makes it so much easier to be able to, get the defence, not in a shape that they're comfortable defending. So you're always trying to move them around like chess pieces on a board, mate.
Certainly there is a bit of a chess about this one. Plenty of strategy across both sides. I don't know what strategy that was, though. It looked like tunnel ball for a moment, taking me back to year 4. However, the Devils now have a chance to work it away from their own end. This is Webster with easy meters on offer. They keep marching forward here through Holland, who's caught about 10 metres shy of the halfway line. Crowley provides it off just for a moment. Thought they might have been pinged for an offside player. He just got back in time. It was Ether who made the touch, and he follows up with the second one in a row. Good pressure coming out of the line, but they promote the ball pretty quickly. Here is Burns. Burns, all good footwork.
Yeah, he's been impressive, as has Steve Davis. He's been one of the main playmakers for the Dubbo Devils. And that was a promising attacking raid that come to naught there. Unfortunate there because they were looking the goods.
So Stanger was caught on the last there, so changeover comes as Wilson rolls it back. Now they look to spread it further wide. Wilson wraps around, gets the head bobbing and puts the foot down. And feigned to call a touch there, trying to just ping their opposition defenders. Weren't falling for it though as the touch comes in from a hard-working middle. Another touch on that occasion. So they're trying to work something here, the Flames, and they just can't quite do so. But geez, that's a rough call there. I felt they were shooting up nicely out of the line, but still making that 7 metres.
Yeah, and that is definitely a relieving penalty for the Tari Flames. Let's see if they can mount some pressure down here in the attacking end. They've got plenty of touches up their sleeve, James, so they need to be patient here, and they need to get the right play for the right person here.
Midway through the counters, Thorne drops it off, and now it comes the way of Lees. Lees, and now Thorne again driving hard at the line. They were called to be back on side. Referee right on the spot there. Good call indeed. That's going to be play number 4. So a couple still up their sleeves here, the Taree Flames.
Yeah, and I like the way that the referee explained her ruling there to the players. She was very direct and very firm and explained that the player had gotten back on side. So, yeah, really good comms there from the referee.
Last play here for the Flames. Lees has gone all the way through, has he? And I think he's got the ball to ground.
Yeah, that's a beautiful textbook Rooster play. He took on the offside defender, stepped between the two middles, dived, went himself, and came up with the points. So we're 1-1, James.
Certainly are. Graham Lees with a nice little raid of the line there. Managed to get the ball to ground very quickly. So the pats on the back happen as he comes to the bench. They're all very happy, the Taree boys. Off they are running once more here, the Dubbo Devils. And they'll play it about 20 metres shy of the try line. Hitting it at pace once again. I wish we had the number 6 on our team list here, because he's probably been the strongest performer so far. As Crowley manages to find a gap and goes all the way through. Cameron Crowley, beautiful little deception in the run. He feigned to throw it out to his link partner, just kept it in the 2 hands, and he bolted.
Yeah, it's old school ball playing, isn't it, James, at its very best. And something, a lot of these young kids, it's good looking over in the stands and seeing the, looks like the Maitland 20 boys over there having a bit of a look, and it's good if they're cheering on relatives or friends and stuff like that. It's you can learn a lot from watching a lot of the old school heroes of our sport play the game. So it's always educational, I think, to watch and see just the way that these people are playing, because there's plenty of really good athletes out there who look one-handed pick up there. He's one of my favourites. I love him. He goes to the line, he picks the ball up with one hand, like big mid of his, and off he goes. Love him.
David Hemming, certainly
a
is a very talented player.
It's a very good skill.
Something that I certainly can't do, so he's doing one better than I. Can't even run anymore based on my knees. So hats off to every one of these players out there as they drive forward here, the Dubbo Devils, up over halfway. Quick release of the ball as well. Webster is out there for them. Now it finds its way further wide still. I think they might have played at that ball and pulled it out. Yep, this will be another set to come here for the Dubbo Devils. So they'll get the reinforcements back onto the pitch.
Now this is a very important set of 6 here right now, James. The game's evenly poised between these two, and be interesting to see what happens. Oh, he's gone straight through.
Yeah, great turn of pace there. Coming through was Andrew Stanger, and he just clicked into another gear the moment he arrived near the defender and really put on the afterburners, and now we see the score go to 3-1, and they might have started a little bit slow here, the Devils, but they are now heating up as if they are in their very own kitchen in hell.
Yeah, they've come good, James. Like the first couple of plays that they had that earned that penalty were, really good rucks. They got their hand out, they went forward. Earlier on in the game, they seemed to be going to their sub-box a fair bit, and they were sideways on their first 2 touches. So, full marks to the coaching box over there in the Dubbo Devils dugout there. They've worked it out, and they realised the best way for these guys is to get their field position and go direct in the early count. So well done to them.
So Wilson in an acting half now, fires it off for Hemming. Hemming back towards the middle and then hopping in and acting half himself. Wilson always looking to ask questions of the defence. Last play now. They've got a stacked short side here. Oh, they had an opportunity to keep going if they wanted. They'd actually worked the overlap but didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, he was looking for a little switch play there, and you'll see in the older age divisions, in the seniors, they throw a lot more switches than what the younger age groups do, because a lot of these people cut their teeth on playing 7-a-side touch, James. So you used to have to be able to throw late switches and do things like that to be able to breach the defensive line. So yeah, you'll see a lot of really, really cool skills like that when you watch these older age gentlemen.
Oh, Crowley off the left foot and then putting the afterburners on. Cameron Crowley is killing them out there. He's made them look foolish, and that's a great try.
Oh, he is a dead set superstar. Two tries in quick succession for Cameron Crowley, and he's definitely the heartbeat of this Dubbo Devils lineup.
He's Mr. Cool. He's even got the shades on whilst he's running out there. I don't know if I've seen too many players play with the sunglasses, but if you can pull it off like Cameron Crowley is doing, then go for it. More power to you. Now, here's a little trivia question for you as well, Carly Banks. I mean, you mentioned a lot of these players are used to playing 7-a-side touch. When exactly did we go to having that full transition to the 6-a-side?
Yeah, it began, I think, in 1996 we played, 1995 we played State of Origin with, 6-a-side. It was very interesting. Here we go. Oh.
And very much in the style of NBA, says, get that rubbish out of here,
Yeah,
bats it
it was
away. Looking for a ball
rejection.
pack to pop back on the inside. Rejection indeed. It's like me trying to score on a Friday night. It's rejection left, right and centre. Doesn't matter what dance moves I pull out. So they'll still get another set here.
That's where you're going wrong. Just go back to the side-to-side school dance shuffle.
What
It'll
on
serve
earth
you
is
well.
that?
I'll show you later.
Are we going back to 1995 for dancing as well now, are
That's
we?
exactly right. Show my age.
Oh, no. No comment. No comment. The quick touch comes. Here is Taree now. With Graham Lees, who's looking to go all the way through. However, the touch is called. So back they come. You're right, it is late in the day. You know it's late in the day when you and I start getting a bit silly.
Yeah, no.
Happens every time.
You're silly. I'm just here to
Oh,
try
here
and
we
correct
go.
you.
Here we go.
Keep you on the straight and narrow, James.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a stitch-up. Carly Banks knows exactly what she's doing, what she brings to the table. I'll hear nothing of the sort. Here they come now, the Dubbo Devils.
Great meters. Neil Webster took the team forward again, and Drew and Crowley. Cameron Crowley is getting himself set up again. Oh, he's leaving the field. I thought he was going to stay. He was going to have a little crack out of acting half, but no.
Instead left it for the likes of Rick Davis. So they've got plenty of big weapons out here between Webster, Davis and Crowley. They're causing all sorts of problems for the Flames defence. They are very much fanning the Flames at the moment. Touch comes in here against Northam. And now with Thorne, who drives forward. Good meters on offer here as well for Thorne. They'll pick it up nice and quickly. A couple of dummies here as well, hitting the line short. I'm looking to work for the strike dump. They won't get it on this occasion. Long pass comes, does well to take it over the head, but I think they might call touch pass.
Yep. Yes, definitely.
So the changeover to come here for the Dubbo Devils. And as we take a quick little look at the clock for this one, we are beginning to run a little bit out of time here. So inside the final 10, the margin is 3. Dubbo Devils leading 4-1. Taree, you feel, need to be the next to score. The blueprint has been set by Dubbo. I know the best course of action is straight up through the guts. And Rick Davis is back out there now to try and capitalise on that, as is Peter Thomas, who puts on the big dummy and then picks up a few extra metres. Now the touch comes in. Thomas again, slowing things down. They'll look to work for that strike dump again.
Yeah, they really need to try and get as close as they can to that 7 if they can, just to put the Taree defenders under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, he's trying to get him out. No, last touch. We got to get a touch count right.
Eugene Bray certainly didn't on that occasion
Yeah.
either, so he's left it behind to allow the Taree side little chance to work it away from their own end. Good footwork here, close to the line. As it's dropped off from Cato. Looking to link back up with him, just couldn't get the wrap around in time though. So they drive forward through Peter Lake.
That's a really good drive forward. They're getting a bit of momentum here. Coming to the back end, last touch.
Nice play now. Wilson is short side. He wants some support outside of him. He's dummy to literally no one. Maybe the referee can be on his team there because, unfortunately, Cato just couldn't get there in time. Wilson had tried to exploit a short side option and get a 2-on-1 situation, but the wraparound just didn't arrive when he needed it to as Crowley drives forward. Gets a nice little delayed pass. In fact, it's more than delayed. It's a touch pass. He's going to be pinged for that one, Crowley.
Yeah, it was a 50-50 call, but correct decision made by the referee on that occasion.
Well, the big dummy, and away they go here through Ether. And now pushing up through the middle is Rawwood. Touch coming in there from Burns. Still plenty of plays in this set here for the Taree Flames. As they head back toward the middle with Rawwood. Drops it off. Once more through Lees. Lees straightening things. Gets the quick strike dump here. Lees has them backpedaling. Great ball at the line. And a wonderful take as well from Hemming. Surely they'll award that. I don't think a touch came in time. Yes, they're all happy. And Taree, the Flames, are now burning quite brightly. 4-2. They've reduced the deficit.
Yeah, Lees and Hemming with a beautiful little quickie play close to the line. rolled him on, and he dived at the line and did the rest. And yeah, that's a quality touchdown, James, at any level. So well done to Tari, guys. What are we, 4-2?
Yeah, it just gives us a little bit of a sniff. It's 4 tries to 2, a margin of 2, and 7 minutes or so on the clock. They still need to be next to score, otherwise it might be a bit of a bridge too far.
He's
Crowley,
the danger man.
Yeah, there he is, back out there now. Crowley, the big dummy coming. Drops it off nice and quick. Throwing dummies left, right and centre. Most of their players here. Crowley once more in at acting half. Turns it back on the inside. Beautiful ball from Cameron Crowley, who has torn this Taree side to shreds.
Yeah, he's all class, isn't he, James? He picks up out of acting half. He takes on the defence short side, turns the ball back inside to the play the ball, who was trailing nicely to pick up the crumbs, and yeah, they've kicked out again.
I don't think I even have to ask you at this point who your man of the match is. I think we're both thinking the same thing. Cameron Crowley's really put his authority on this match.
Yeah, he certainly had a great game, but I also think we often see all the people scoring the tries, but the people that do all the work for them, like, that get them down the park, and everybody plays their role. And that's the great thing about our sport. If you're a winger, a link, a middle, everyone's got a function and everyone's got a role to play. And the really, really successful teams do it off the back of a total team effort. And these guys have been really good working for each other on both teams.
So Wilson provides the ball here for Wiseman, who dummies and continues to march upfield just by a few extra metres off the back of it. Long ball coming here once more. Into the hands of Wiseman, who steps off the left. Now Thorne. He'll go back to the mark and play it here for Wiseman, who's looking very likely since coming onto the field. Hasn't seen a great deal of time so far. Nice little evasive technique there from Watts. Wiseman tries for the short side. There's no one on his outside. He did dummy, hoping there might be a late call up for a supporting player, but no one arriving.
And you do see with senior men's and women's that there's a lot more running from acting half from a standing start than we see in the open and 20s divisions, because back in the day, again with those rules, you used to be able to score from acting half. So it's habits of a lifetime that you have to try to, break down in this, in this sort of modern game.
Might show my age a little bit here, but this is why I've decided not to pursue touch as a player, because I used to be nice and sprightly out of dummy half, and now I can't score from there anymore. Off it comes here to Webster.
Neil
Great
Webster.
Ball back on the inside. Oh, Webster, that is absolutely class. Eugene Bray follows through and gets the try, but put it down to Neil Webster. Beautiful play there, but they're not going to call it. They've taken it off him, the poor boy.
Let the boys play, ref. Wow, that's disappointing, but the Hunter Western Hornets connection there between Bray and Webster that's been honed over many, many years. It's that was just pretty to watch, James, and deserved the touchdown for mine.
Certainly did, but Webster unfortunately denied a glorious little try assist for Bray. Satari might still have a little opportunity here to try and snag this one out of the fire. It's not going to happen on this play, though, as they simply drive forward through the run of Lees, who's already scored a try himself. Here they come with Crowley with a bit of room to move. This is danger for them. Crowley takes off. Oh, look at the pace from Crowley. Off the left foot. Go, you good thing. We're backing him down the straight. Oh, forget Farlap. It's all about Graham. Should I say Cameron Crowley? I've got too excited there. Cameron, good lad.
Yeah, what another piece of individual brilliance from Cameron Crowley. Puts the icing on the cake here late in the day, James. And, the Dubbo Devils are now looking like they're going to run away with this one.
6-2 on the scoreboard, and believe it or not, Cully Banks, that brings up a hat-trick for the number 13, Cameron Crowley.
Yeah, and deservedly so. He's been something else out there for the Dubbo Devils. He's been the point of difference.
Hope this commentary isn't going to go to Cameron's head either. I know they're a bit more measured when they get into the seniors division. Sometimes we have a little feedback from some of the younger players who come and say, oh, did you hear that try that I got called the other day? But I don't think we'll hear that from Cameron. Although I wouldn't actually mind it. Take off the sunglasses and let us know what's what. So they'll roll the ball here. Tari, newbie, hops in at acting half and then wraps around. Quick play here for Lees. Short side Raiden, they've got plenty of numbers here. Oh, that's flick pass! Oh, yes, baby, but I think he's dropped it at the death.
Oh, no!
Oh, we've both gone up. We wanted it so badly.
That was champagne footy.
Oh,
I'm a big fan of the flick pass. It's my favourite pass in the game, and yeah, that was a beauty.
you and I were craving that like you've had about 5 schooners and all of a sudden you find a KFC at 12:30 at night after going to the pub. That's how badly we wanted that to be a try. Forward they come now, the Dubbo Devils, about 20 metres away from the opposition try line. Last play now. Out it comes to Steve Davis. They keep promoting the footy. It's on here for Thomas. Oh, let it go, son. He won't need support. He puts on the big dummy and the afterburners. He puts the hat backwards. Oh, yes, sir, you are cool.
He did. He looked your way. He looked your way.
He did.
He did. He looked your way, James, and he turned the hat backwards. And
How did you just become Miss Gangster with, oh, yeah, he did? Carly Banks, what's happened to you? You've taken some silly sauce. There is full time.
Thank goodness it's full time,
We
James.
probably need it. God, something happens when we get to the seniors division, I must say.
But what an entertaining game, James.
It was quality.
It was really, really good, and both these teams, they really gave everything they could out there, and yeah, looking forward to seeing them later on in the competition tomorrow. James coming into finals.
I'll tell you what, there might be a fun little highlights package from that game, that's for sure. And it'll be flick passes, it'll be Crowley going nuts, and it'll be the backwards hat to finish things. And at full time, this one does finish 7 tries to 2 over the Dubbo Devils. We're just having a little look at the attempted flick pass there. Oh, it nearly came off. It would have been truly beautiful. There it is.
What's wrong with that?
What a ball. What a ball it is.
What a beauty.
What have they called? It's a touch pass they might have called on that one. That's the only thing I can think of. It certainly wasn't forward.
Yeah, no, it was a beauty.
But look, they love that, and the boys are showing great camaraderie and also sportsmanship. Both sides meeting in the middle of the pitch. And we've got one final game to bring to you for day 1 here of the Country Championships in the heart of the Central Coast at beautiful Tuggerah. It'll be the Beresfield Bandits taking on the Newcastle Knights in the men's 20s division. Myself and Carly Banks to bring you that one in about 5 minutes' time right here for New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV.
Silly sauce, mate. Isn't he? He just led me astray. I'm good. I'm just trying to bring it back.
Rein me back in.
No, it's fine.
I love the backwards hat thing. That's great.
How cool was that? He had time to go. I know. How good did he look?
He's quicker than I am now.
How good he look? I feel like it's like, what's that movie when...
Benjamin Button.
No, the one when he goes to the Special Olympics and he's not...
With Johnny Knoxville.
Johnny Knoxville, yeah, that's the one I'm
What is
talking
it
about.
called?
You know the one? Now I'm gonna have to Google it because it's gonna drive me nuts. But yeah, that's what it's like, right? Because he shouldn't be out there.
He must be like 50 in one day or something. It's his 50th birthday.
You're exactly right.
I wonder if you remember my dad. He used to be a handy touch football apparently.
Yeah.
He used to play against Terry Lamb back in the day.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Peter Preston.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know the name.
The name is quite... Yeah, where did he play at, mate? Where...
Maybe Cabramatta?
All right, yeah.
It's been a long time though. He stopped playing a good 30 years ago.
Yeah.
It's like I've inherited my terrible knees from him. That's why I've got all my injuries.
Lame dad.
I do. Literally was said by my surgeon, oh, you've got elongated synapses. That's why you're prone to doing it. I was like, oh, it's nothing to do with it. You know, my knees were so strong that the bloody ACL pulled the bone off. It wasn't the ACL that snapped. I was like, I've literally been told by the surgeon that it's your fault.
It's hereditary.
Exactly. Oh. Where are we at? We're at 4:45, are we? Oh yeah, perfect. No, actually on time. Who'd have thought? Love how excited both of us got with that flick bar.
It was awesome. It was a beauty.
That was a genuinely good flick
It was
bar.
generally a really good play.
What did they rule on that?
Late. I think she said late.
That's a rough go. See, wait to see a flick past it. Just let it happen.
Let it happen.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let the magic happen.
Get a feel for the flow of the game. All right. Let's bring it home. Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back, or welcome once more if you're tuning in here via New South Wales Touch Football and also Bar TV. This is the Country Championships 2022 Day 1, the final match of the day that we will be broadcasting the men's 20s division. It will be the Beresfield Bandits in the black strip taking on the Newcastle Knights in that traditional red and blue. James Preston and Carly Banks to bring you all the action. Of course, Carly, the coach, the 18 boys Australian side. And Carly, we've gone from one end of the spectrum to the other, I suppose, where the previous match was all about defence. This will be attack-focused.
Absolutely, and these two teams will know each other very well from playing in various affiliate competitions in the Hunter Western Hornets region and also in the schools competitions. So, yeah, I expect this one to be a real cracker.
Yeah, real quick start here as well from the Knights. All good step up in defence there from Offen, who made sure to shut it down nice and quick. Okay, just shy of the 7 metre mark. They'll go for it once more here. The tip on, we could all see it looming. Unfortunately, it just didn't arrive in the breadbasket of Aoki there. So, of course, one of the two Aoki boys in this side. Take us through them. I mean, you know them quite well.
Yeah, there's some really good quality players out here on both sides of the halfway line, James. Logan Aoki is sure to be one of the stars for the Newcastle Knights team. Blake Goodchild's been playing some really good touch. Number 7, he goes well. Jalen Bishop, he's recently come off the back of the NYC and had a very impressive campaign for the Hornets 16 boys. So yeah, I expect the Newcastle Knights boys to be very experienced. Their men's open coaches over in the coaching box there, as well, Lindsay Brain, who will help guide the Newcastle 20s along with their coaching and their playing group. But see how easy they're making meters. And this is a very young Beresfield Bandits side, but they're one of the clubs that's worked really hard over the last few years. A nice passive play out the back.
Beautiful long balls were all nearly able to reel it in. Instead, it came off the foot.
Yeah,
just falling short there on that occasion, but it was looming for the Knights.
Yeah. So that passive play, that's very much a trademark Lindsay Brain type thing at Newcastle. So yeah, I'll expect to see that play a few more times this afternoon, James.
So here is Brain once more, using every part of it and trying to pull the strings in the centre of the pitch. Off to McKenzie. Quick ball here to Simpson. Simpson drops it off on the 7 metre line. Simpson again trying to come at them. However, incorrect play the ball. So a bit of a coach killer there. You've got to get those 1%ers right.
Yeah, definitely. And Nate Simpson, he'll also have an influence in this game. It's from the Hunter Sports High School in Newcastle. And, he works very hard. And, recently been at the NYC too, representing the Hunter Western Hornets. And he's very good on the 7 metre line. So expect him to have a few little dives at the line if he gets down in that territory.
Short ball provided here now. Aoki hopping out of acting half. Fires it off and it comes back to him now. Long ball across, but that's gone absolutely nowhere near any of its required targets. Instead, straight into the hands of the Knights, but hitting the ground first means that it will just be a simple changeover as opposed to an intercept. And that's a very messy play. The ball, it's picked up from the referees, and that will be a changeover. So both sides just feeling out one another at the moment. No real ascendancy as of yet. Nice little step away as they were coming close to the line. Langsford still going here. Great run from him. Wrapping around is Simon. Simon off the left foot. Simon has another crack at him. Oh, he's got the dancing feet like John Travolta. No one got within an inch of him, and he dives over and gets the first try of the match for the Beresfield Bandits. Take a bow, Joel Simon.
Yeah, big left foot step, went crack twice, and yeah, that's a quality touchdown. Look, he's happy with himself, the young man. We can see him down here, got a big smile on his face, and don't you love seeing that, James? Fantastic effort. As I said, the Beresfield Club have worked hard over the last few years to really build up their junior development program, and yeah, they're one of the really active affiliates in the Hornets region, and it's really great to see them, you know, here playing the 20s and you know, being really impressive. Blake Goodchild goes very, very close, and he again, as I said, he's someone on that 7 metre line. Yeah, he's a very dangerous customer.
So Goodchild plays it now on that 7 metre mark. And back they work now through Aoki. Plays it on the last here. Lovely cut out ball. Oh, it was in the right spot, but they jammed it nicely and just put him under enough pressure to make him second guess about taking that one in. Didn't want to cop the hit in the process.
Yeah, and he's a classy player, Jalen Bishop. Keep your eye on him, the number 13 from Newcastle. He's in the New South Wales 15 side. He works really, really hard, and he's come off the back of a really good NYC. So yeah, definitely a very good player of the future.
It's rather crazy to think he is only just 15. Of course, the under-20s division, you can play all the way up until, well, 19 years and 364 days, and he's there mixing it amongst them. It'll be a turnover here, though, from the Beresfield Bandits. So 1 try to nil they lead, but they're just offering good field position here for the Knights, who floated out wide. Look to get some extra metres and also those fresh players onto the field. The transition isn't particularly smooth though. However, they now arrive in the following play and they really can launch a raid here. They've got numbers in support. Oh, beautiful draw and pass. However, I think they got the touch at the death. Beautiful diving effort there coming across in support. We don't have the number 9 on our team list, unfortunately, but we'll play on with things here as the Knights go from right to left. Oh, good little step off the left foot there from Tyrese Gordon. Play on still here for the Knights. Filippo drops it off. Short ball, diving from distance. They got to ground nice and quick, though, and stopped it. That's enterprising play from both sides.
Yeah, wonderful defence there from Kyan Gordon, the number 8, and he's only 14 years old, so he's a tremendous young player, and he held his nerve really well to make that really big, important defensive stop. But fantastic play from the Knights. They ran a fly, release, they came back with a rooster. They asked all the right questions, and Beresfield were good enough defensively. So, yeah, really, really good contest between these two young teams.
Certainly is. Both sides are filling each other out quite well in this opening 5 or 6 minutes. It's played off here from Simpson, who's part of the reason they now have the ball. He shot out of the line and put him under all sorts of pressure. Simpson now wrapping around. Simpson, good ball. Oh, lovely cover defence, though, coming across from Hanson.
Yeah, it was a rooster early release play and fantastic link defence. He's been really, really impressive making that stop there. So we'll see what the Knights can come up with on the last play.
Not much is the answer because they had all the answers there in defence Beresfield, so Gordon couldn't produce a miracle. Nice quick roll ball here. They can keep marching upfield. Oh, nearly a mix-up. They just managed to reel it in, though.
Yeah, these guys are playing some really good eyes-up footy. They're really good athletes, and they're just letting the ball do the work, and they're really fun to watch. I'm enjoying watching this Beresfield Bandits team stretch this Newcastle team that's a little bit more structured than they are, but, you know, this natural athleticism.
Here they go. They've taken off again here, looking for support. Can they link up? Oh, beautiful late arrival there from Samuel Orton. However, they'll say he's been touched in flight, so it's an absolute try saver at the death there from Newcastle. Otherwise, we were looking at 2 tries to nil, and now they launch a counter-attack of their own. The touch comes in there from Curry. Still forward they march the Knights up over halfway. Players in support now. They've got a bit of room to move, but they'll finally slow the momentum just a little bit. Dropped off here to Jackson. Jackson on the last. Oh, that could be a set of 6 coming. Oh, geez, a 50-50 call in favouring the Bandits.
Yeah, and it's always a little bit like that, mate, and the referees can make call, but referee Dave Baggio is out there, one of the world's leading referees for over a decade. Isn't it good that these young boys get an opportunity to be refereed by refereeing royalty? He is an absolute champion. He's on the sideline closest to us here, James, and yeah, it's a great opportunity for these young fellas, you know, to have Dave controlling this game.
So here are Newcastle working away from their own end as Jackson hops in at acting half and now finds support in the form of Dan. And then picks it up the following play from dummy half. They work it up over halfway. It's a bit stifled though. Can't quite get all their players back on deck. They do so now. They straighten things up here through Geordie Harris. Oh, and they take off as well, looking for support. Oh, how about the footwork at the death there? Well, Bishop has absolutely confused the lot of them and then set up a ripping try. He's only 15, keep in mind. Jalen Bishop, what a play.
Yeah, he was very, very impressive up at the NYC, and he's a player with immeasurable talent. And, yeah, exciting things are going to happen. And he does everything, very economically. He moves well, whether it's in attack or defence. He's a very self-effacing young man. He's very modest. He's a real player of the future. He's definitely a talent that we need to keep our eye on over the next few years at every level, James.
I'm sure you certainly will be, of course, coaching the boys 18s Australian side. Has he had many training runs with you guys at this point?
No, he's not in our squad, but he's definitely on the radar, as are a lot of young players that we noticed at the NYC, and this is a great opportunity, whether it's Queensland, New South Wales Junior State Cup. Oh, he goes through. That's
he did a
try.
great job to straighten quickly there, Harrison Aoki.
Yeah, how good is that?
And just caught it, straightened in the one motion, arms above his head, and then landing and planting the right foot down. It really caused a dramatic angle change for the defence, and they couldn't recalibrate in time. So 2-1 now is the score for the Beresfield Bandits. They hit back nice and quick. The Knights have all the work to do, however they might conjure something up pretty quickly. Bishop unleashes them down the sideline, now hops into acting half. Thought about taking off once more, but instead went for the more conservative option. Centre of the field, it's Lath Brain. Slows it down, now hops into dummy half himself. A short ball here to Simpson. Simpson back on the inside. He's just dropped it at the death, though. It was a try that's gone begging for the Knights.
Yeah, beautiful little ML platform there from the Newcastle Knights. And, Bishop just couldn't handle that one at the end. But Nate Simpson, really, really good angle off his ML line and a really nice pass. So, yep, again, that'll be a very influential pairing for this Newcastle Knights team as the game unfolds.
So Brain comes in to make the touch. Just over halfway they are now, the Bandits. They'll play it on the last here, about 10 metres into enemy territory, and there's nowhere to go. Yeah, now, I was about to say, this could well result in a penalty. He didn't try and throw the ball away, but
there's
that's
a little
unfortunately
bit of
the bounce of the rugby league ball.
Yeah, like the rule says that, you need to give the ball back to the nearest opposition player or leave the ball on the mark. So anything like that, the referees are going to be all over. And like I said, when you've got Dave Baggio out there, best in the world, it's you're going to get pinged for that. But great defence from Lath Brain during that little foray there. He handled himself really well, and and he basically earned that frustration penalty because of his really, really good defence.
And then straight away, though, Newcastle have offered possession back to Beresfield. So
7 on, was it?
Both sides just trading a few errors there. Yeah. Not 100% sure on the call. Might well have been 7 on.
Yeah, for them to take it back to there.
So play on is the call here now for the Bandits. In fact, now it's not, because straight away they've resulted in another error here. So both sides just a little bit guilty of ill discipline the last few minutes.
Yeah, so if you're in either of these coaching boxes, you are saying to the boys, complete. That's what we need. And because, it's evenly poised, and often that maturity that we see in the older age groups, it's often just sort of lacking this thing because, they just want to attack. The boys just want to play footy, and obviously just being patient and maybe waiting one more play would have been good. But this is a great thing about these tournaments. They get an opportunity to play here, and the best apprenticeship you can get is by actually doing it.
So Cowperthwaite has left that one behind, so another error there. And as you're talking there, Carly Banks, about opportunity to try a few different things, well, at this point, the different thing to try might be to complete the set.
That would be nice.
But we'll see what Newcastle can conjure up here. Bishop dived from a long way out. They just got to ground in time.
Down to try.
Yes, so Bishop has done enough, has he? No, they're offside, playing advantage.
Yeah, nice decision by the referee. Mark. Yeah. As he deemed he was onside. I think we're going to see a little static play here again.
Touch comes in. Bishop is looming out on that left-hand side. They might not need him at all. It's a great little movement away from the cover defence, but they did get him just before he got to ground. So Newcastle still midway through the set. Bishop slows it down here. Once more an option on that short side. Bishop dives from a long distance, but they didn't play it correctly.
Forward pass. He's indicated there. Yep.
So straight out of acting
And then someone
half.
said something.
Yep, so they'll be marched even further here. So this is what we are talking about, Carly Banks. It's,
Yeah, and this is
I suppose
great.
youthful exuberance, but it's overshadowing what they need to actually get through within the game.
Yeah, and what I like here is Dave Baggio has now called out the captains and the players just to have a bit of a chat to settle things down. And this is a really good education, for these players, and very well handled. And hopefully we don't see, anything silly go on after that, because, the referees have given them the opportunity to address the behaviour and correct it. And, we can move forward and the game doesn't get affected by losing players to the sin bin. So, yep, well handled again.
So Harris came in with the touch, and now they drive forward. Or great footwork on display
he's got
here
the feet, hasn't he?
from the Bandits. Last play now, often.
He's the man you need to take dance lessons from, James.
Look, I would like to point out, last night I was at a wedding and I was the king of the dance floor. I'm not suggesting it was a particularly high standard, but in that particular context, I looked rather good. I can't compete with everybody, Carly. Not everything is a contest. I know you're very competitive. You like your touch football. I'm just here trying to commentate a sport, okay? They play the ball quickly, the Newcastle Knights. On the attack they go with Brain. So that's a big brain move from me, just to try and dispel any rumours about my dancing ability. They get to ground quickly once more, but not quickly enough. They're on the spot there, the Bandits.
Now, they've dived at the line a lot. They've got themselves live in a lot of these plays. I'd like to see them get around and release the ball now that they've
Might
got
do
them
exactly
coming up.
that here with Simpson, who, yes, responds in like kind. You've called for it, Carly Banks. The very next play, they must have ESPN or something. Not ESPN, ESP, that's the one. Could also have ESPN, though. But they've come away with a beautiful play there through Simpson and collected a try, the Newcastle Knights. It's 2 tries apiece.
Yeah, really, really nice play from Nate Simpson again. He is the ball player controlling a lot of the shots along with Jalen, and they're really having this Newcastle Knights team ticking along nicely now.
So once more, the fancy footwork coming out there. I believe that's Hanson. We've got 2 23s listed, Jake Langsford and also Addison Hanson. So forgive us if it might be a bit of a mix-up there, but there are literally 2 23s for the Beresfield side. It is play on here. I'm going to stick with Hanson for that matter. He's with it now. Last play. No options there. The flick pass comes out. I know you like him, Carly Banks, but that probably wasn't the time for it.
Yeah, no, but end of the set, not much doing James, so, he can be forgiven for that one.
Yeah, turning it over, of course, in the diagonal opposite on the pitch is always a good option as they spread it nice and quick here, the Knights. So despite the work of the Beresfield Bandits, won't really result in a great deal of frustration for the Newcastle side and getting those fresh players on the pitch as they keep marching upfield. Good meters on offer so far in this set. They straighten now. Last play. Goodman comes again for them all. Just left behind there. But no advantage, so they hadn't quite retreated the required distance. Another set to play with.
Yeah, that was a beautiful exit set from the Knights. They were smooth in their transition. They rolled down the park. They went with a middle strike dump, and they earned themselves a repeat set. So let's see what they do with this set, James.
So French offers it back here for Geordie Harris, and then French at first receiver. Gordon, a great ball over the top. They kept the width, but what a pass. He found it so well and delivered it perfectly. Tyrese Gordon, a beautiful assist.
Yeah, fantastic. And that's just a textbook set from the Knights. They were patient. They've done everything right, and they get the touchdown. And, they're now threatening to sort of kick away a little bit here, James. So it'd be nice to see the Bandits boys hit back here and just stabilise the ship and keep their heads up and keep working towards, the next few minutes of the game.
And they've been quality. The more this match has worn on, the Bandits now have the work to do. They trail by 1, 3 tries to 2. Newcastle in the lead. This could help them. Oh, they fell apart in defence. There's no touch, and straight away they hit back. Well, there was players skittled, should I say, like 10 pins, and they just had to dive over.
Yeah, nice little play there, nice little quickie play, and then a switch to Kyan Gordon, one of the youngest players in this Beresfield Bandits lineup. And yeah, nice for him to get a touchdown, a well-deserved one. And yeah, nice for the Bandits to hit back and just keep this game ticking along nicely.
So still plenty of time remaining as well. We now have a level ball game at 3 tries apiece. There's 11 minutes on the clock, so opportunities are plenty for both sides to put their stamp on this match. Simpson, beautiful little passive play out the back. That was touched, so they'll get another set of 6 here.
Yeah, off an ML platform into the passive. Yep, can definitely see the handiwork of Lindsay Brain here with these kids because they are well drilled. He's over there, he's talking to them in the box. I can see him directing them. So, yeah, and that's exactly what I'd expect from him. He's a quality coach, and, yeah, they're reflecting that in the style of game that they're playing.
So Bishop once more threatened to die from a long way out. It's Lath Brain supplies a pass here for Mackenzie. Brain in at acting half. Simpson once more. Oh, beautiful delay on the pass. Bishop was there. Nobody laid a hand on him. And that's another try for Jalen Bishop. He is looking red hot out there today.
Yeah, Braith, Simpson, and Jalen, the three of them have a lovely combination, and that's a really effective pod for the Newcastle Knights. And you know, they've been in everything. The three of them, their combination has been a real fillip for this Newcastle Knights team, and it's really tough for the Bandits to try and, you know, stop that, because every time they get an opportunity, something's always going to happen when those three players get their hands on the footy.
What might happen once again here for the Knights as they turn over possession. The Bandits up over halfway come Newcastle, around about 7 or 8 metres into enemy territory. Numbers in motion as they drive forward, dropping the ball off. Oh, big step coming out here from Aoki. Aoki, has he done enough to set him up? No, they got the touch just in time, but still very fancy footwork on display. They'll come back to the 7 metre mark. Here is Aoki again. They'll be watchful for those dancing feet. The quick hands. Oh, he just tried to get the flick away there. Good child. But the pass was just a little bit behind his wing partner.
Yeah, definitely. But the class of Aoki is there for everyone to see. He's a great ball player. He goes to the line. He's got good feet. You know, he's a very promising rugby league player as well. So, yeah, we'll most likely hear that name a lot more over the next few years, James.
So here they come now with Curry. Beresfield Bandits shifted on, and Orton back to the middle. Last play now for the Bandits. Here's Orton running it offside markers. Goodchild was one of them, but he got back in time. Did he? No. Referee says he didn't quite make the whole distance.
Yeah,
there is a suggestion, though, here from Dan that he, in fact, got him.
Yeah, so Simpson was in a great position, and he just chucked the hand out like a good link does. He held his space. He threw his hand out at the last second, and even though Goodchild was offside, Simpson was onside, and it was a correct decision by the referees at the end of the day.
Yeah, nice play there from Newcastle, and Caden Dan in the 99 involved in that defensive decision as Bishop straightens things up. Ball high and over the top, but well reeled in from Geordie Harris. They've got good momentum about this set. Last play now, though. Can they still find an opening? No, they shut it down very quickly. Nice piece of work there from Dylan Curry just to scather across the ground and just pick up the loose parts in that defensive structure. It's a quick little pop ball here, and up over halfway they come. Short pass once more from Offen. About 10 metres into enemy territory as they drive forward and hard there through Gordon, just 14 years of age himself, the number 8. Dancing footwork coming out once more. Late pass to Cowperthwaite. It's going to be a touch pass nonetheless, and then a forward pass after that. So take your pick. It's all indiscretions. It is a changeover in favour of Newcastle.
Yeah, they're both really probing and trying to find a way through here. It's been a really entertaining game, hasn't it, James? And, you know, there's still some footy to be played in this.
Yeah, end-to-end stuff. Both sides more than happy to throw it around. And a lot of those early errors that we were seeing plague the game have reasonably gone out the window, so to speak. 7 minutes to play still. So they have a little juggle, reel it back in. Last play now. Good pace about this set. Simpson driving hard at the line. Cowperthwaite caught in no man's land. Oh, Simpson nearly did enough, but they just recovered in time.
Yeah, the attack from the Knights has been slick and it's been on point, but the last ditch effort, defensive efforts of the Beresfield Bandits has to be applauded. They have stepped up and they've saved a lot of touchdowns just because they've been so committed to their defensive policy and not wanting to let down their mates. So yeah, full marks to the Beresfield boys as well.
So forward come the Bandits. They've got a retreating defensive line. Can they link up with an option here through Simon? Yes, they can. Simon looks to unleash his wing partner. It's still alive, and he beats a couple of them. That's absolutely brilliant from Cody Beavis, who beat 2 runners on his way to the line and put it down to a whole team effort there, really. Simon linking up, and then a beautiful pass, and Beavis does the rest.
Beautiful athleticism again on display from the Beresfield Bandits combination. These guys are just natural footy players who love having the ball in hand. They love to run, and it's really exciting watching them play.
So all level once more. 4 tries apiece. The Beresfield Bandits with a real specialty there. 5.5 on the clock. Oh, and he's been sent for a timeout here. So it's a big call. He must have said something. The referee has already indicated that he's marching him upfield. And this is not a forced substitution. This is a full-on timeout. So, Carly, for those who aren't 100% familiar with how this works for touch football, what exactly has happened and how long is he going to be out of the action? We'll come to that in a second because it's still live here for the Knights.
Yeah, 2 completed sets of attack and defence is the duration that he's going to spend down in the bin. But Jalen always goes through there. So, yeah, that's very disappointing outcome there for the Bandits. But let's see if they can hold out the Knights. A very difficult proposition, 6-on-5 for anyone.
It's a good child. Rolls it back. They've worked an overlap here all too easily. And yes, they've made them pay just about straight away. Isaiah Aoki goes in. 5 tries to 4. That could really come back to haunt them, the Bandits.
Yeah, and again, Logan Aoki, pivotal, and Nate Simpson combining to be able to give their winger a saloon passage down that wing with a 6-on-5 advantage. So yeah, let's hope that the Bandits can get down this end of the field, and if they can't score, can leave it down there and can hold out. Newcastle when they get the ball back, because as I said, it's a really tough thing trying to defend 6-on-5.
Well, this will certainly help. They'll get another set to play with here. So that takes care of at least half the equation with ball in hand. So Auden will be the man to touch it and get things back underway. Hansen waiting there with him. Doesn't use him just yet. Now comes to Hansen, who gets the quick roll ball. Auden once more. Hansen at the line in pace. Oh, geez, there was an opportunity, but by the end of it, he probably just had to take it himself.
I would have loved to him have a little squirt at the line, dive himself and back himself.
Oh, here come the Knights, nearly opening up a big gap too. Bishop was there in support, but the Link did a great job just to position himself between a couple of players there for the Knights as Aoki provides a short ball. Now Simpson. Hansen comes up and makes the touch. Wrapping around, and now Lath Brain is caught. Good pressure in defence coming from Riley Slee. They're off once more here. Gordon with a long pass. Oh, Aoki just losing his footing. There's good work there as well from Beavis, who came charging across to put the pressure on. And that's enough just to survive for now for the Bandits.
They've just got to work out of their end, and it's tough work when you've got only 5 players out there, and you've got to truck the ball all the way down the field. But these boys are not giving up. They're running as hard as they were, from the opening whistle. So yeah, fantastic, great strike dump from Kyan Gordon, and just unfortunate on the pick up. But they get their full complement back now, James. So yeah, they've done well to only concede 1 touchdown in that period.
You can just see the referee indicating that it's time for the full complement to be back on the pitch. 6-on-6 once more. So the Knights get fresh players in from their interchange area. Driving forward now is Kynan Jackson. Drops it off. Here's Goodchild. Goodchild at pace. Numbers in support. Oh, well covered across.
Yeah, fantastic defensive effort from, was that Aoki?
Yeah, it was indeed. It was Harrison Aoki.
Yeah, Aoki and Kyan Gordon handled that very difficult situation off the fly very well.
Well, here's another Aoki causing all sorts of problems to another Aoki. It's an Aoki-a-thon. All we need now is Steve Aoki on the decks, and all of a sudden we've got a full complement.
It's all happening. Fantastic pieces of play. They're really, really good footy. This game has been a real quality effort, James, and late in the day for the boys to turn this one on for us. It's been a treat for us here, and hopefully for the viewers at home as well, watching on Bar TV.
Yeah, it certainly is a great way to wrap up day one of the action. Of course, tomorrow, all the big finals. So that's the one you really want to be tuning in for. Today is just the appetizer. Main course is coming for you on Sunday. They might still have a chance here if they can snag a late try, but time is very much running out. About a minute and a half on the clock. They pretty much have to score this play to be any chance to get a result of some sort. Here they come once more through Dawn, who hasn't seen a great deal of footy. Back now to Simon. We know he's got fancy footwork. Simon an option. Out to Dawn. Dawn's left it behind. And that'll just about do it here. So the Knights are basically home. 6 tries to 4 is the score. They just need to complete the set. And that should do it for them. Hopping out of acting half is French. Just pops a little pass as they head towards the substitutions area. Aoki follows in like kind, and up over halfway they come. Deep in the count now. Brain drops it off. Last play here as they drive forward through Mackenzie. Ball out the back here for Gordon, who loses his footing. Play on for Brain. Brain still with it. Nice draw and pass. Still alive. Mackenzie. They've worked an overlap. Oh, beautifully covered in the end there from Jed Dawn. Great work in defence.
Yeah, you've got to love, as I said earlier in the call, the Beresfield Bandits' last-ditch efforts. Their scramble defence has been unreal, but they haven't panicked. They've stuck to their policy, and they've been really impressive in terms of that. And yeah, these guys are a very, very good young team. And you know, from the looks of that combination, they're all very young. So I think the future of the Beresfield Bandits as the Newcastle Knights are in very good hands.
Well, they still will get one final play here at them, the Beresfield Bandits, due to a touch pass. We'll see if they decide to go for something quite extravagant or if they just simply take the touch and say, that's our work done. No, they will go for the extravagant. Of course they will, because they're under 20s boys.
Absolutely.
And there would be no other way that they would possibly approach it, and certainly no way that we would like to see it instead. But at full time, it does finish in favour of the Newcastle Knights, 6 tries to 4. And given this is the final match of the day, I've got to throw it to you, Carly Banks. Who is your player of the match?
Well, there are lots of stars out there for Newcastle. You know, young Brain was very good. Nate Simpson was fantastic playing at the line, but Jalen Bishop, he's a class act and you know, steps above you know, his age group. But the Beresfield Bandits had their fair share of heroes as well, and we can't forget Aoki, as well, for the Knights. But Aoki for the other. For the Bandits, he was really good. Kyan Gordon dug in and did what he could for his team, and Dawn's defence was actually very good as well. So yeah, fantastic effort from both these teams, and yeah, this boys 20s competition is shaping into what should be a really intriguing final series tomorrow, James.
Yeah, can't wait for all the action to begin bright and early right here on Bar TV and also on the New South Wales Touch Facebook page. It all commences from 8 a.m, so don't miss a moment of it. We can't wait to have your company tomorrow morning. But that's it for day one. We'll catch you on Sunday.